All right. Welcome, everybody. Exciting day, draft night in the NBA. There's no time like it. I'm Zach Chevalella here with Philly Sports Network, and we are here. Sean Bernard's here. We got Justin Crosby, and we're going to be here to guide you through the 2020 NBA draft. Sean, we'll talk to you first. How you doing, man?
Good. It feels like there's a lot of crazy moves on the horizon. I think it's going to be an eventful night, both for the Sixers and kind of around the league. Sixers not as kind of cued in on scouting prospects and looking for a pick in the draft as the typical year, but I definitely think there's a lot in the works that I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, definitely a lot going on. It's going to be a busy night. That's just around the league, not even just Philadelphia, but the whole league looks pretty set to kind of go off. So, Justin, why don't we go to you next? How you doing, man? And what do you expect tonight?
I'm doing good, man. I'm just like Sean. I'm excited. I don't know. It's shaping up to be like a hell of a night. I don't know. It's just far around the league with just all the trade rumors, all the discussions the last 24 to 36 hours leading up to today. Even reading that a lot of teams are using this time as their free agency because of the limited amount of contenders and teams with cap space. So it's just like it seems like a lot of moves are going to be made tonight. So we could be in for a real news treat. So I'm excited.
Yeah, no, super exciting, and I don't even know where to begin because, honestly, so much has kicked off, guys. Right? So,
Yeah.
Earlier today, why don't we talk about the Eric Gordon trade first? Right, the
Sure.
potential Eric Gordon trade, I should say. So, Keith Pompey, some of you may know, he mentioned that the Sixers, they're kind of narrowing in on Gordon, and they're looking to possibly involve the Portland Trailblazers in a 3-team trade that would involve Matisse Thybulle. So, Gordon. Obviously, he has the tie to Morey, the Houston connection. That kind of rubs people off the wrong way. He's got the near $20 million contract. He also shot the hell out of the ball last year. So, Sean, what do you think about Eric Gordon? Any possible trade like what Pompey mentioned?
Yeah, I like Eric Gordon. I think kind of the perception of him is not as great as the true player that he really is. Sure, he's a little bit past his prime, but he immediately would be kind of the best bench asset that the Sixers team has had through the entire Joel Embiid era. And I know people kind of get rubbed off the wrong way by kind of the Daryl Morey recreating the Rockets. But I mean, the thing that kind of gets lost in that is the presence of Joel Embiid. And Eric Gordon's a player that's a seamless fit next to both Joel Embiid and James Harden, which is exactly what they should be targeting. Sure, they still need to make other moves, and the $1 million question is, of course, what exactly the deal is. If it is just kind of Matisse Thybulle and maybe a flipped pick, I'm totally cool with that for Eric Gordon. But obviously, kind of that final number is the deciding factor for how we all truly feel about it. It's interesting to me that it says that there's a deal in place for the Trailblazers as well. So I'm curious what that kind of would look like. But I don't know. I like Eric Gordon as a whole. I'm curious to see what the details are going to work out to be.
Yeah, Pompey also mentioned that, kind of like what you alluded to, Thybulle is being talked about with the Trailblazers, potentially them just taking him straight up. Whatever the return is that, we don't quite know yet. But Justin, I'll kind of approach it two ways for you. Eric Gordon, yay or nay? And kind of on a separate note, Thybulle to the Blazers, just kind of flat out. Is that something that you think that there might be able to be a solid return for him?
So I think that one, I'm a yay on Eric Gordon. Everything Sean said, but like some people talk about his age and stuff like that. But he didn't play too many games last year. He does have some questionable injury history. But he would be one of the best scoring threats off the bench. And as I spoke to Sean briefly on social media, that he could possibly be a fifth starter as well, depending on the makeup of the roster after tonight and free agency. So I'm in on Eric Gordon. At what cost? I got to see what the cost is. If it's 2 first-round draft picks, which hopefully I don't think it is, I think that's too much. Just because they're searching for another pick. So I don't know what that looks like. But I definitely think it's something you do, especially if you're going to get rid of, Danny, who's not going to play, and Korkmaz. So I think that's good. And then as far as Matisse going to the Blazers straight up, it depends on what it is. If it's a straight salary dump, I don't like it.
Sure.
I don't like it at all. But if you get, another piece back or, a piece in the draft pick, just depending on how the Blazers, feel that Matisse can really help out their roster. It seems like the Blazers are trying to build a really good perimeter-oriented defensive team. So that'd be cool. But if somehow we can pull off Matisse for like Josh Hart or something, I love it. Like
Yeah, so would I. I mean, that'd be crazy.
I love it. But
yeah,
let's see how it plays out.
I wouldn't mind Josh Hart. I wouldn't mind Nasir Little from Portland. Another option would be like a Justice Winslow in a future pick, something like that, kind of restock the assets. And that could be even part of a greater Houston deal. So we'll see. You never know. It could involve Tobias Harris. Like so much of this is not like
unknown.
We don't know, like, so the sky's the limit, but it's going to be an exciting night. One exciting thing we have right now, we're actually joined by fellow PSN Sixers writer, Mr. Sean Rodman. Sean, how you doing, man?
How's it going, guys? Doing well. How about yourself?
Sean.
We're doing well. We're doing well. We're excited, a lot more excited than some of these prospects look. It's a nervous moment, for a lot of them right now, but it's going to be a good night. It's going to be exciting. Like, not even just from the Sixers standpoint, which it's going to be crazy for the Sixers, but it's going to be crazy for the whole NBA because you just feel like no less than 3 blockbusters are taking place tonight, it feels like. And maybe it's just kind of setting 100%. Yourself up for disappointment, but it definitely feels that way. But how are you feeling heading into it?
I think that just this draft in general is going to be absolutely crazy. I think there's going to be a lot of different trades. I think there's going to be a lot of different moves, whether it's big moves or small moves, whether it's just like the Rockets moving up into the draft or the Hornets packaging one of their 2 picks to move up to go get someone, since they have 2 picks in the early in the teens, 11 and I believe it's 15 for the Hornets. Or you could have even just the Warriors are possibly trading out of the first round later on. And then obviously, as we have all heard over the last few hours, the saga of Kyrie, the saga of what happens with Kevin Durant, what happens with even the Hornets with Gordon Hayward. Gordon Hayward could be a guy who gets moved tonight with trying to fill to get space to open for Miles Bridges to re-sign for the Hornets. That's a guy that they probably should bring back, and hopefully they should for their young core. But obviously, who never knows? Teams could be opening up space like the Knicks to try to get Kyrie, or the Knicks trying to get, who knows, DeAndre Ayton, because there's really only one team right now that has a ton of space for DeAndre Ayton, and that's the Pistons. So a lot of teams might be just getting away cap space. Hasn't been reported a ton, but you never know with what happens tonight.
Well, there's so much to unpack in what you just said. I think the first thing I want to draw attention to, you brought up Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving released a list effectively of 6 teams that he's willing to go to in a sign and trade if things do not go well. Wow, the first pick is already in. The Orlando Magic select Paolo Banchero, number 1 overall.
Very crazy.
Look at that. I did not think it was going to happen. I really swore that it was Jabari Smith. I did think that Paolo was the better pick. I'm surprised Orlando went with it. You gotta wonder how's Houston feeling at the moment, considering that they really zeroed in on Paolo. But we'll get back to the draft in just a second. Kyrie Irving, 6 teams. Philadelphia 76ers are on there. Then Shams Charania later on says that the expectation now is for Kyrie to leave in the sign and trade. All the while, Kevin Durant is analyzing the situation and kind of taking inventory of what's going on. There's so much within that. First and foremost, Kyrie on the Sixers, kind of a crazy thought, especially since we have James Harden, and especially considering Kyrie's considered by many. What do you think about Kyrie potentially to the Sixers, Sean?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Kyrie was a name that I expected to become more connected to the Sixers last year when we were talking about the Ben Simmons saga. Obviously, it turned out to be James Harden, but as kind of the storylines were developing, that was something I kind of saw that never kind of ended up turning out. At that point, I had some interest in Kyrie because he's such a unique guy in terms of like the talent. There's zero questions about. He's obviously one of the best pure talent aspect players across the entire NBA, but the availability is obviously the question. And like, it's really hard to kind of, you don't know what you're getting, and it's such a wild card. And especially now considering that James Harden, the Sixers are fairly hitched to at this point, even though the contract hasn't been announced, it seems like there's little doubt that that's getting done. So throwing him back into the mix would definitely complicate things. At this point, I would not be interested in Kyrie. I would rather let somebody else take a chance on him. Let the Sixers roll with what they're building. If there's some dominoes that come from that and Kevin Durant wants out, that's when the story starts to change. But for Kyrie specifically, I would rather somebody else take the risk with that.
Yeah, no, I absolutely hear you 100%. And it kind of sounds like his preferred destination might be a team like the Los Angeles Clippers, for instance. A lot of teams have a lot more to offer, basically, than the Philadelphia 76ers do, unless they were to include Tyrese Maxey, which, I mean, the organization would be insane to consider trading a young, developing star who has top 30 potential easily for a guy like Kyrie Irving, who's frankly been a part-time player for the past few years. So definitely not something that I'm in favor for personally, though of course you have to respect the on-the-court talent. And if things effectively work themselves out, it potentially could be a good move, but the risk is definitely there and potentially outweighs the reward. Chet Holmgren is selected number 2 to the Oklahoma City Thunder, much in line with what we're thinking now. Jabari Smith likely going number 3 to the Houston
Chris
Rockets.
Haynes said, wait, where did I just see that? Chris Haynes said Jabari.
Chris Haynes said Jabari?
Yeah.
Number 2?
Yeah.
Woj said Holmgren.
Yeah, I'm seeing Woj saying Holmgren.
He just deleted it now.
This is Chris Haynes said?
Yeah.
Wow. He guessed and
he tried to beat the scoop.
Yeah, he did.
Well, Chet Holmgren to the Oklahoma City Thunder. I'll take Woj's word for it. That's a good podcast name for Woj. I wonder if he has that trademarked already, Woj's word. But anyway, so Kyrie Irving, not really an idea that we're behind, but Kevin Durant, again, taking inventory of things going on. This is way too, like when we talk about premature, this is prematurely premature. If there's a way to get Kevin Durant out of Brooklyn and in Philadelphia, do you just do anything that you have to make it happen? Justin, what do you think, man?
For Kevin Durant?
Would you do anything, except for trading Joel Embiid for Kevin Durant?
Yes. You have to. You have to. Like, I love Maxey. I love, whatever. You just can't trade Joel, but like, whatever it took. Like, you get Kevin Durant and you move on. And the crazy thing is, as much as people don't like Kevin Durant and how he, is on social media or just in general, the arc of his career, leaving, Oklahoma City, then going to Golden State and then leaving for Brooklyn and everything like that. I think specifically this past season, Joel and Kevin Durant kind of gained a like mutual rivalry, respect type situation where like they respect each other so much that like I feel like Kevin Durant would want to play with a guy like Joel. Like I really do think so. So like if that was an option, you just do everything you got to do to make it. But I mean, you see people online saying that like, or Woj said that like that would have to be like the craziest, like the biggest trade of all time.
Yeah.
Which I mean, I don't know if the Sixers have assets for that, but I mean, compared to what other teams would want to give up, but especially young teams, but then it would just depend on like, I mean, this is all premature, but like if he did want out, like depend on where he want to go, because he's the type of player that will control his destiny. Like they're not going to trade. It doesn't matter how many picks Houston has and how many young guys. If Kevin Durant didn't want to play in Houston, he's not going to play in Houston. It's just that simple. So, but I would do everything I could. Like I would do everything. If I was behind the scenes and working in the NBA, I'd be making up fake sources to break them up now and start the conversations now. Like I'll do whatever it took. Like whatever shitty thing it took, I'll do it.
Yeah.
And like you said, Kevin Durant's the kind of player that's going to pick his own destiny. A lot of people, you mentioned Woj. I've seen Bobby Marks say the same thing. Kevin Durant would probably involve the largest trade package in history. Well, okay, if the Nets were just to trade them of their own volition, sure, but the Brooklyn Nets aren't going to trade him unless they're forced to trade him. And if they're forced to trade him, that weakens their leverage, and then you're kind of looking at more of a sign and trade package in return. That type of volume, I should say. So, think about it. Kevin Durant, he was just traded for D'Angelo Russell on a first-round pick. Is he going to be that weak of a package? No, it's probably not. But this isn't going to be, the going to be Luka Doncic plus coming back in return for Kevin Durant. Than it was for Harden. Harden twice. It's going to be more than it's been for a lot of other players, but it's definitely not going to be the largest package in history. And Sean, while we're on the subject, what do you think about? It's been talked about a lot recently. The players really going out of their way to almost force their way to their next team and loosening leverage for their home team. And what do you think in general about players forcing themselves out and kind of changing the entire market? Is that good for the NBA? Is that not good for the NBA? What do you think?
Yeah, it's a tough conversation there. I mean, like on the one hand, obviously, like you want player empowerment and players should have control of everything. I do feel like the pendulum swung a little too far in terms of players just kind of being able to, like we see it on a regular multiple times a season situation now of players kind of forcing themselves out, finding a situation for stuff that maybe they should be waiting out and fighting through. So it causes an interesting issue because of, with basketball specifically, with the NBA, one player changes everything so drastically. I mean, just looking at like this Nets situation, like with Kyrie wanting out, is kind of the domino effect of forcing KD out. And then the Nets go from a legitimate title contender to a bottom tier team within months. So it's kind of crazy, the lack of power with the organization, especially considering kind of contractual obligations and kind of when you negotiate in good faith, you're hoping the guys will stick it out. So it is interesting. I don't know a clear way to fix it. I don't know what the best way to adjust it is, but I definitely would say the pendulum has swung a little bit too far in terms of players being able to get out too early.
Yeah, just a little bit too far for comfort, it looks like, And
I do real quick.
Yeah.
Zach, I do think that coming up in the next CBA, I do think that there would be
try
to be changes in verbiage in the CBA regarding the owners and how players perform in their contract going forward. With all these, Ben Simmons not playing and being traded, and these guys forcing. I do think there's going to be some changes in the verbiage, and it's going to be a big fight. I'm telling you, it's going to be a big fight. I'm not saying it's going to be a lockout, but it could be some things where the player empowerment era kind of, goes on hold a little bit because the owners are, like you said, you got guys like Brooklyn. You talk about one of the best offense ever assembled with Harden, Irving, and Durant, and all the push behind the Nets to them possibly being, dropping down to one of the worst teams if Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving leaves. Like, how much damage does that do to Joe Tsai's pockets, right?
Yeah.
And, it's just. And then it's just crazy. Like, they've always been the other team in New York, but we're not going to get into that. But I just, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them
to
shake off that reputation as the other team in New York. But definitely something to watch moving forward. You're definitely right with the next CBA agreement. Sean Rodman, we are now 2 picks in. It looks as though we have not had the third pick spoiled for us as of yet. So still on the board, we obviously have projected number 1 pick, Jabari Smith. And there it goes. Jabari Smith, number 3 to Houston. So that little fun activity is gone. So let's go instead. Actually, let's talk about number 4, right? A lot of volatility with number 4. Sacramento was shopping it. Jaden Ivey reportedly doesn't want to play for them. He's by far the consensus number 4 overall pick when you're looking at value. Sean, what do you think happens with Sacramento? Or do they take a guy like Keegan Murray who actually wants to play in Sacramento?
Yeah, I mean, my bad.
Oh, well, I guess what we've seen earlier on in the day is that there's been more reports that even though they haven't gotten the medicals from Jaden Ivey, even though he didn't really work out for them, they haven't gotten to see him like some other prospects, Sacramento. I still think that they should go guard here, even though I know Sacramento has said previously that they want to go all in. That's why they traded for Domantas Sabonis. They want to make the playoffs now because they have De'Aaron Fox, who's almost up for that extension. He could walk away soon, or he could request a trade if he's not winning, and they haven't won a ton of games with him there. Should they have traded Halliburton? That's a whole other story for another day. Still a questionable trade in my mind, but for what they want to do in the organization, Murray makes more sense. I think they should definitely go Jaden Ivey. He's the better prospect and has the more star potential. I still think they go with Jaden Ivey as of right now. But I think this pick, obviously, is going to go down to the wire. It could even be traded. Obviously, we've there's plenty of teams that want to come up, one being the Thunder, and they have a plethora of assets to come up and come get Jaden Ivey all the way up from 12 plus however many picks they have over the next 6 years, whether that's first or second round picks. They could be a team that could come up and get him. But if they hold the pick here, I think even though they've gone guard over the last however many years now in a row, it should stick with that theme because they're, in my mind, not good enough to compete in the West right now. So you have to go best available player.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a difference between what Sacramento does and what they should do. I think there's been that kind of long-standing history, and maybe that's changed. You know, I will say Sacramento's done a very good job drafting over recent years. It's definitely something that has been on the up and up for the Kings. And so when you look at player ability, skill set, potential, Jaden Ivey definitely looks like the player there. But for Monty McNair and the Sacramento Kings, I don't know, Sean Bernard, what do you think? Do they go Ivy? Do they go for a Keegan Murray? Do they trade out of the pick altogether?
Yeah, I agree with Sean Rodman. I think the Kings, as they stand, kind of lack the juice to compete and are still in need of kind of an impact star player. And you take the highest upside swing, and that's undoubtedly Jaden Ivey. I will say I don't think Jaden Ivey is the perfect prospect, and I think that he's gone. There's some legitimate concerns in his game that I think people overlook in terms of the turnovers. There's very little mid-range game. He's very kind of attack the rim or shoot a three. He also jumped 10% in his three-point percentage from his freshman to sophomore year. And while you obviously want to see that improvement, how much of it is legitimately sustainable to me is still a little bit up for granted, but he's still undoubtedly the highest upside player that is there. I think you take that guy and hope he figures it out. Him and De'Aaron Fox would be some crazy pace in the backcourt, and I think you play with it. And at the minimum, you got trade pieces there to flip them and reset if you need and are looking for a win now move then. But I think you take Ivy and then see how it works out.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about Philadelphia targeting a player like a Jaden Hardy, for instance, at 23. The thought behind it being that even if they're unable to trade the pick tonight, they would be able to leverage him as the most valuable player in a trade between now and the start of the season. Same exact thought process for the Sacramento Kings, potentially selecting Jaden Ivey, number 4 overall, knowing that he won't play for them or prefers not to play for them, might be a better way to put it. And you would be able to recoup some value and work together a trade for both sides between now and the actual start of the season. So it's definitely a lot to. There's so many options for Sacramento, right? It's definitely going to be interesting to see what they actually do. But why don't we talk about the Sixers? You know, what are we thinking actually happens at pick 23, right? Are they selecting weighing like a Jalen Williams type? Do they go for an EJ Liddell type? Dalen Terry, one of our favorites. Do they trade the pick? We talked about the Eric Gordon deal. You know, what's happening in Philadelphia? Justin, what's your prediction for tonight?
I think they trade the pick. I really do. I think where there's smoke, there's fire. Then they're gonna try to attach the pick to get a one down player right now, or at the same time clear some space. So I think that the assets that they have are two different ones. I don't think that we'll see something where they trade Matisse and the pick together. I think there are two separate assets for two separate deals. So I do think if we see two deals tonight, I think there'll be two different deals, but I think they are going to trade the pick. I think that, right now they have it in their heads that, they'd rather, go all in right now. As we saw during the playoffs, I mean, during the season, Joel had the best season of his career, like again. Still didn't win MVP. Was basically healthy enough, and then first round, and then everything collapsed right after he got his face broken and the thumb thing. So it's just like you just never know. And his injury history has gotten better, but it just seems like now he's getting injured at the most unopportune moments. So you gotta go all in. You gotta go all in, and I know people may not want to sacrifice the future, but right now the future of the team is Tyrese Maxey, point blank period. So, I mean, when you lean on that, you try to get some other guys. If buy a pick in another round, in another draft to try to get somebody in a much more loaded draft. But, I just think they go all in and trade the pick.
Yeah, I mean, there's really a a lot of different ways that it can go, but all signs are kind of pointing to trading the pick one way or another. We do have some word the Kings have no trade in place, and looks like they are set to draft Keegan Murray number 4 overall. So Jaden Ivey still on the board. Detroit Pistons number 5. Is he the pick there? Is it Shaden Sharp? I mean, that's a pretty tough choice if I'm being honest, because
if
Jaden
the Knicks
Ivey
can get up, they need to get the 5. If the Knicks can get the 5 from 11, they need to go ahead.
I mean, the question is, how do you do that if you're New York? I mean, you're talking about multiple 11, obviously, and then multiple picks thereafter. But Detroit's still going to want a top end guy like Sharp. So, what does New York actually do? Are they going to be able to offer Cam Reddish? Is that enough? Like, honestly, how do they even get to 5? That's still the problem.
Yeah, I know. Multiple picks at the.
I mean, you're probably talking about 2 firsts. I would say at least plus 11.
2 firsts, maybe quickly.
Yeah, you could throw in quickly.
But I'm just thinking. I know, Detroit will probably pick Jaden Ivey, but although there's been rumors that they like Benedict Mathurin as well. So
true.
So but I think if you're one of those teams that like really need a guard, like Knicks have been looking for a guard, they're not going to have to pay Jalen Brunson $100 million, $110 million. Like this is the chance to just do it.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be an interesting choice. And Sean, I know that you are, Sean Bernard, a big fan of Benedict Mathurin. Why don't you talk a little bit about why you love Benedict Mathurin's game?
Yeah, when I kind of put my big board together, I have him as number 4. I had him higher than Ivy and definitely higher than Sharp. I think I would take him over Sharp by a pretty decent margin. To me, he has kind of that it factor, that number 1 kind of want to take the big shots that is hard to look for. And he's a guy that can pretty much do whatever you're looking for from an offensive standpoint in terms of shooting around screens, doing whatever. If I want to dive into here, some of his like catch and shoot numbers are absolutely ridiculous. I mean, that Arizona team was terrific this year. There was a team that I really liked watching. Dalen Terry, obviously, I'm sure we're going to get into deeper. But Mathurin was kind of the focal point of that team. He had 1.23 points per possession in transition, 1.43 points per possession on cuts, excellent catch and shooter. He just kind of, to me, does everything you could look for in kind of a franchise cornerstone piece. And he's, to me, is kind of the most sure thing at this point, even compared to Ivy. Like, I think there's a chance, like, he's obviously an athletic freak and is going to be terrific in transition with everything. But how much his offensive game necessarily translates, I'm not as sold as I am with Mathurin. And with Shaden Sharp, like, obviously he has kind of the frame, the athleticism, the skill set that you look for. But this guy hasn't played like live basketball in over a year at this point. The whole going to Kentucky, not actually suiting up for a game, just a major question mark there that I think it's too big of a risk to take within the top 5. And to me, Mathurin has done everything possible to raise his draft stock. And I think he's legit and he's going to be a strong rookie year and a strong career moving forward. Muted.
Thanks, man. Things are exciting for the Arizona Wildcat. Now, things are also exciting for the Detroit Pistons, who, despite trying to actively trade down from number 5, they have decided to go with Jaden Ivey, number 5 overall. So Benedict Mathurin's still on the board, okay? When we look at who's next that may be interested in Mathurin, the Indiana Pacers are a spot for him. I think the Portland Trailblazers are definitely a team that could be interested in a guy like Mathurin. Definitely someone who's a little more player ready. So really going to be interesting to see who goes from here. Got a Keegan Murray player comparison to TJ Warren. It's an interesting one there. I always thought of Murray as a little bit more defensive than TJ Warren, but I mean, man, this is kind of flying by. I feel like usually there's a little more, I don't know, drama in these early picks, but I guess, people really know who they want this early on. And if they can't make one of these trades work, the Sacramento was the only one really trying to actively trade their pick. But it's definitely been interesting so far. So, you mentioned not having a whole lot of faith in a guy like Shaden Sharp. Justin, what's your opinion on Shaden Sharp? Do you think that he goes, potentially as high as 6, or is he a guy who could fall down and potentially be in play for the Knicks at 11?
I think he definitely can fall to like 11, just depending on how the draft board shakes out. But I think you're drafting on his potential at this point. Like Sean said, we haven't seen him play live basketball for almost a year now. But I believe he was the number 1 or number 2 high school prospect. So when that's there, you got to go on the potential. And I'm sure, his workouts were good. I don't think he would have this much, buzz this early if he wasn't doing good in his workouts. And a lot of these agencies, they do these backdoor scrimmages for teams, and they have other NBA players and other college players and stuff in there. So I'm sure he's shown, good enough potential that if he is drafted this early, you could take a risk on him. But if I'm the Indiana Pacers, they're next, correct, at number 6.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. If I'm the Indiana Pacers, you're still in the you're in the rebuild mode. Hopefully, you get rid of Brogdon.
Yeah.
And then at that point, I think you go ahead and you draft Mathurin over Sharp. But I think that as the draft board goes down, so I think who is it? It's Portland at 7.
Yep.
I think Portland will probably take. Nah, I don't think so. I think Sharp will probably fall to 8 or 9.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of players who are kind of built on potential coming up. We talk about guys like Dyson Daniels, Usman Yang, and Shaden Sharp. I'd even argue AJ Griffin, Jeremy Sochan. They both fit in that category. So when you look at players who are as close to NBA ready as they come, I think that's Benedict Mathurin for Portland. So it's just a matter of, well, who does Indiana take? Do they take Mathurin ahead of him, or do they look to kind of strike big with one of these Shaden Sharp high potential guys? So it's definitely going to be a big question mark there. Anyone in the chat, of course, feel free to drop any names of any players that you're interested in, or let us know what you think's going to happen with the Sixers pick tonight. Do you like Eric Gordon? Do you want Kyrie Irving in Philadelphia? Do you hold out hope for Kevin Durant? And now, Sean Rodman, one thing I wanted to talk to you about was, who do you think is a surprise candidate? Let's say Philadelphia does keep the 23rd pick. Who is even, forget surprise, who's your favorite candidate for Philadelphia in that range? Who's your guy in this draft?
Well, one guy that I do like would be EJ Liddell, but I think that they're kind of focusing in on PJ Tucker in free agency, so I'm not sure it's going to be Liddell, but I think Jaden Hardy's probably the guy, just because he's more of that splash guy, and I think he would be, not only would he fit the team in that guard role that they would need off the bench, but he's more the guy that has the biggest potential out of guys that would be there around 23, and he could potentially be moved later on, because he's been talked about throughout the league, not just around 23, but even a little bit higher, and a little bit, some teams that want him a little bit behind that may have multiple picks, that like the Rockets, that could jump the Sixers at 23 to go get Hardy. Hardy would be definitely the guy that I want the most out of in that range. But if I'm looking for more fit, EJ Liddell could be a good one, just because of that size and the length. He could score the ball and he can rebound. Someone that in a position of need the Sixers need desperately. But as of right now, it's all signs point to PJ Tucker coming to Philadelphia potentially. So I think Jaden Hardy, who averaged 19.8, and he can rebound the ball for his size decently. He rebounded 5.1 rebounds per game in the G League. Plus, Hardy has played in the G League, and he's shown that. And I know Sean Bernard had a chance to talk to his coach earlier in the week that he's just pro ready, but more pro ready. He's gone against vets who've been in the league. He's gone against guys that are closer to making the league than they are a lot of players that are in college. But Hardy's definitely one guy that I'm looking at, and same with EJ Liddell.
Yeah, I mean, Hardy, I'll talk about him first, is an exciting. Indiana selects Benedict Mathurin, number 6. That makes 7 very interesting. But getting back to Jaden Hardy, I mean, there's definitely a lot of interest and intrigue. Is he the Tyrese Maxey of this draft? Obviously you look at the youth and you look at the theoretical ability there. Sean Bernard, you actually had the chance to talk to Hardy's coach with the G League Ignite. What did he have to say about Hardy's game, and did he have anything that kind of got you excited for the potential drafting of Jaden Hardy to Philadelphia?
Yeah, he definitely talked a little bit about kind of just it took Hardy a little bit to adjust to the G League leap. It's very fascinating to me how difficult you kind of have to look at like the college guys versus the G League Ignite guys through a little bit of a different lens, just because it's such a different transition in terms of the guys that were looking like looking at coming out of college are typically kind of the man. They had the team kind of built around them being a key focal point versus the Ignite guys. It's more of an established team. Like there's legitimate NBA veterans on that team, and they're playing against guys that are true professionals and a notch above a lot of the competition of the college guys in a completely stylistic different game. So it is a little different. I think Hardy's numbers are a little skewed. He came on strong to end the season. I have a hard time kind of fully buying into Hardy just because like the numbers aren't great. The 30% from three, the 39% from the field. You kind of like he's obviously has the pedigree and has the reputation, so you bank on it coming back. It's concerning to me, I guess, if you have a difficult leap to the G League. The NBA leaps can be just as hard. So it's a skill set that the hardest part I have with it is just passing up on these other guys. When we talk about the Sixers needs, that like you can get a guy like Dalen Terry or like EJ Liddell that could come in and play an immediate role for what the Sixers need. That's not necessarily what Hardy is. He's a very ball dominant guard. He's a guy that's there to get a bucket, which don't get me wrong, the Sixers could use that too. But in the end, I think the Sixers are going to be drafting for whatever team wants that pick. So I think that's kind of going to be the end decision.
Well, let's say that they don't, and they do keep the pick. In fact, you mentioned Dalen Terry, you mentioned EJ Liddell. Either one of those two guys is that your pound the table guy for Philadelphia? Or is there someone else on your mind that if they do end up somehow, some way, let's say we'll go back to the Eric Gordon trade, for instance. Let's say they move Matisse Thybulle to Portland for a future pick. That goes rerouted to Houston, and Eric Gordon comes to Philadelphia. They keep the 23rd pick. Surprise, surprise. Who's the guy that you want Philadelphia taking at 23?
Dalen Terry is my answer. And this could kind of be on pretty much any on-court thing, but there's just kind of, we talk about the Sixers needing that dog, and this is a guy that just kind of brings it every second. He's a slap the floor, clap in your face, just kind of player. And the ultimate teammate, the guy that competes on both ends of the floor. I think there's a ton of untapped potential that he didn't necessarily get to show because of Benedict Mathurin being there. I just love the guy, the way he competes, the way he raises the energy. He'll make an immediate difference on the Sixers team from just the way that he leaves it all on the floor, the way his energy is, just how infectious that is, clapping, getting in people's faces. I absolutely love everything about him, and I think he'd be a joy to have on the team.
Yeah, no, he's like, he looks freaking crazy, and I love that. Like that's a huge, I mean that as a huge compliment. I mean, the dude looks insane, when he's out there cheering for after a fast break play that he's on.
Yeah.
And my favorite thing about him is that, as Jake Fisher says, the Knicks are still in pursuit of acquiring Jaden Ivey, even though the Pistons had selected him. So that's going to be interesting. Kind of goes to what you said, Justin. But getting back to Jalen Terry, I think my favorite thing about him, just as far as like a personality standpoint, like, yeah, he's a dog, exactly what Philadelphia needs. High energy, all that. He was like that though, even when it wasn't him making the big play. You watch him react to whenever any of his teammates were making the big play on the court. He's just as excited. He's just as involved. I mean, that's a locker room guy right there. That's the kind of guy that every single team needs. So, for that reason and many more, Dalen Terry, I would love for him to be available at 23 if the Sixers take the pick coming to Philadelphia. But Justin, kind of same question to you. Who's your pound the table guy that if somehow, some way, Philadelphia does have the pick that you want to see them walking away with tonight?
I'm honestly stuck between two guys. I'm stuck between two guys. My first is, and I know you guys may not agree, but the more and more I watch this guy play, the more and more I've made myself a fan. And Jake LaRavia, like I'm just a super big fan of his game. I think that when you watch the Sixers, I know we need the toughness and stuff like that, but you also watch them. It seems like they lack besides the starting lineup, and not everybody on the starting lineup, but basically Maxey, Harden, I guess Embiid, Tobias sometimes, but just like people who can dribble, pass, and shoot. Like it's literally a lot of the roster just has one skill set. Either they're shooters, they're passers, they can't dribble, they can finish, they can't finish. They only play defense one side of the ball. Like anytime Danny, and I love Danny to death, but anytime Danny dribbled the ball, something bad happened. Like, so to me, like when you have a guy like LaRavia who could come in, he has some size. I know he may be a little slow-footed on the defensive end, but he can literally shoot the ball, although it wasn't on high volume in college. The stroke is pure. So you got to believe in that once he gets more opportunities, especially more wide open opportunities, getting the ball from other guys. His ability to close out and play make for others. I just think that it would be a much needed, a much needed skill set, needed for the bench. And the other guy that I kind of started to really get into once I really started watching the film was Jalen Williams, but we'll see. But I'm leaning towards Jake LaRavia. I'm really a big fan of his game, and I do think they could help. And then of course that depends on what other moves they make and stuff like that. But
Sure.
definitely think that like he could help this team out tremendously.
Well, so let's look at one player who hasn't really been talked about within regards to Philadelphia, at least not until recently. But and I'll kind of open this up to anyone who wants to talk about him. But Nikola Jovic, is there any interest in Jovic from any of you guys for Philadelphia? I mean, he's a guy who he may not even necessarily play next season. You could potentially stash him. He could come right on over. What about his skill set, if anything, would excite you in Philadelphia?
You got to show.
I mean, so I guess the passing ability and like the frame, he's like 6'10", very good with the ball, very good in transition. My concern and why I guess I'm not a super on the board, while it would be hilarious to have a Nikola Jovic and Joel Embiid on the same court,
I know.
The defensive issues I think are legitimate. It's always hard when you're looking at international prospects and how they match up, but I don't have confidence on how he will match up at the NBA level. He seems to lack some lateral quickness, and I also question the straight positional fit. I think he's obviously a guy that's best with the ball in his hand. The Sixers don't have a lot of that to go around. I would much prefer a more complimentary piece. Like that's to bring up Jalen Williams. That's my biggest concern with him is he was a very ball dominant role at Santa Clara. To kind of transition to a more off ball role is not the easiest thing for some guys. So I feel the same way about Jovic, that like in a more minimal role, he might not be as effective. There's still a lot to like. He's pretty polished offensively. His shot creation is very intriguing, but I think there's guys that are cleaner fits on the Sixers roster.
And I agree with that, but also this might be a lazy comparison, but he reminds me a little bit of Dario. And again, it might be really lazy. But when I watch this game, the ability to pass, ability to play, man, it reminded me of Dario where you saw his highlights before he came to the Sixers. And in certain scenarios, Dario was able to take advantage of his playmaking ability on the team. So as far as fit wise, I do think that there is a fit there, but Tobias being here makes things wonky, right? It really, when you talk about a lot of these guys, it makes things wonky. Even if you get like a PJ Tucker and then you have a Jovic, like it's just wonky when Tobias is here. But I think the fit is not as bad as we think it could be. I think that Joel has played with a guy like with that skill set before. So I do think that they could make it work. But ultimately, like Sean said, just his game is not super polished yet, and just having the ball in his hands, he won't have the ball in his hands at all. Like the ball is going to be in Harden's hands literally 85% of the time, and then when it's not in Harden's hand, it's in Maxi's hand. So it's like, and then Embiid, of course. But I mean, actually dribbling and playmaking. But yeah, I think that part of the game we'll have to see what else he could do. But that's my thoughts on it.
Yeah. Well, Shaedon Sharpe has officially gone to the Portland Trailblazers, so looks like they opted to go potential there. And again, we've talked about this with a few guys already. Time will tell if they're actually interested in keeping his services or if they're just going to try and move him. Because if you're going to pick a player at this point with the hopes of trading him later on, you would say Shaedon Sharpe in theory has the most potential of any of the players on the board. So it's, in that regard, it's not a surprising pick, although it's a real boom or bust potential there, kind of like what you alluded to earlier there, Justin. So it's definitely still interesting as far as Nikola Jovic is concerned. I see him kind of in that Jaden Hardy tier where potentially I could see Philadelphia drafting him just with the thought that perhaps another team would be more interested in trading for him as opposed to a guy like a Jake LaRavia or I would say a Blake Wesley, but I feel like he's kind of taken off over the past few days. But when you look at some of these other guys who might be available in that 23 range, a Marjan Beauchamp, for instance. So I could theoretically see Philadelphia drafting him. It's just a matter of keeping him that I can't see. But is there any player, and Sean Rodman, I'll open this up to you first. Is there any player within the Sixers range that you're just like, absolutely not. This is a player that Philadelphia just can't draft.
One guy who could fall, even though he's a Kentucky guard, as I'm not super sold on Ty Washington. He's a guy that obviously is big name. He was at Kentucky. He he has the big school and obviously the connection to Tyrese Maxey. I'm just not super sold on his game, really. I know at Kentucky he did average 15.4 and he had 4.8 assists, but he shot decently from three at 35%. I just think the turnover rate is like per 36 minutes he averaged 2 turnovers, um, which isn't terrible, but obviously his true shooting isn't also as high as I would want it to be at 52.8, close to 53. As a guy that I would want for a guard position, I would prefer a little bit higher. Obviously, for a prospect that's still pretty good, but for someone that I'm just not super sold on, I don't know if he transitions to the NBA very well. His size is decent. I just don't think that he fits perfectly with the Sixers for what they need exactly, because they already have a smaller guard in Maxey, and they
Yeah.
could use bigger or longer wings as opposed to Ty Washington at there, because obviously true shooting percentage, and he doesn't score the ball at a great rate. He scored 12.5 points, but they didn't have a ton of scores at Kentucky this year. And obviously you want someone that's at Kentucky that has that high prowess. He doesn't have the greatest scoring. That's what the Sixers would also need off the bench as well. And his 3-point shot is a little shaky at 35%. Like I mentioned, it's unknown if that'll transition to the NBA or not, to become an elite shooter from where he's already at 35.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people talk about Kentucky guards, I should say, and whether it's a Tyrese Maxey, a Devin Booker, and how they slide and they completely flip the script on what was on them scouting wise in the first place. Personally, kind of like same boat as you, Sean. I don't necessarily believe that's the case with Ty Washington. I think that more so, kind of what you see is what you're going to get. He may have a role within the NBA, but especially the shooting numbers, like you mentioned, his true shooting percentage. And not just his lower free throw percentage, but the rate with which he got to the line, a little concerning for me. I don't really love him. And Sean Bernard, it kind of seemed like you agreed, but is Ty Washington that player that you just don't want in Philadelphia? Is there another guy on the list for you?
Yeah, I'm a sucker for a Kentucky guard. If Ty Washington falls all the way to 23, he's obviously not what the Sixers are particularly needing. The thing I will say about Ty, I thought he looked very good to start the season. He had an ankle injury that bothered him pretty much throughout most of the year. I think he looked significantly less explosive. I think that did kind of hamper him, and that was a shame to see. I do have hope that there's going to be kind of more of that explosive ability, more kind of separation. He just like the kind of Kentucky guard protocol, he's got the best floater in the draft. I like his in-between game. He's got a nice kind of pump fake and gets to his spots, attacks closeouts well. I kind of see his long-term role as either a low-end kind of starting guard or a high-end kind of run the bench unit kind of player, which to me isn't awful at 23. I think Daryl Morey's of the logic of kind of take the best value. That's been pretty consistent with what he kind of does. So I could see that going down as the pick if he's there. It certainly isn't for need, but I wouldn't have the biggest issue with Ty if he ends up a Sixer.
So Alexis in the chat actually brings up Kessler to the Philadelphia 76ers. That's a Walker Kessler from Auburn. So Justin, I'll open it up to you first. Backup. He would be a backup center in Philadelphia, but 7'1", killer wingspan, big body guy. Just shot blocking machine, real defensive presence. What do you think about Walker Kessler? Is he somebody who we've talked about for years, just investing in a backup for Joel Embiid? And yes, we have Paul Reed to play that small ball role. Walker Kessler could kind of be that thunder to Paul Reed's lightning. What do you think about the thought of adding Kessler to Philadelphia, whether it's at 23 or by trading down?
I'm just not a fan of them drafting a center right now. I think that we already, and although they were second-round picks, I think we don't even know what Charles Bassey or Paul Reed can give this team right now as they've been developing. Charles Bassey is playing good in the G League. There's no even need to really go into Paul Reed, but we know that he's only going to get better. So to spend a pick at 23 on a center, I just don't think it's needed. You already don't even know what the guys on our current roster have. at backup center. So I say don't even waste that pick on Kessler Walker. I mean Walker Kessler, but and not to say he's not a bad player. He's a bad player. It's just the fit right now and what we already have on the team. And then we draft him for what? For him not to play where they're going to look for a veteran center and free agency for the vet minimum. So it's just like it would just be a waste of a pick for me.
Yeah, it could very easily end up being a situation where it doesn't work out for anybody. I would agree. I think Kessler is definitely a talented prospect. It's just a matter of, does he kind of end up being wasted in Philadelphia? Because, Charles Bassey is here, and I think Kessler comes in as the advantageous prospect over Bassey right away, but we don't really know what we have in Bassey. He impressed with the G League, the Delaware Bluecoats last season. Again, Paul Reed is the incumbent backup center at this point in time. And I think, like you said, Philadelphia is going to target the backup center market, whether it's a Serge Ibaka, a Hassan Whiteside, reunion with Andre Drummond, maybe. Definitely something that is going to be interesting going forward. And Sean, actually, Alexis brings up another. Now, this one's really exciting. This one is super interesting. But Sean Bernard, what do you think of Jalen Williams from Santa Clara?
Yeah, an interesting prospect, a guy that's been a major draft riser, originally kind of pegged as an early second-round guy, got to the combine, ridiculous measurements in terms of about 6'6", but he's got a 7'2" wingspan, has Kawhi Leonard size hands, just like a very impressive physical specimen in terms of what he can do on the court. The thing that concerns me about Jalen Williams, the biggest thing, is looking at Santa Clara. First off, it took him 3 years to kind of become the player that he has become. That it took him 3 years to adjust to the level of play at a lower level, which is a concern when making the NBA jump. And he also played a super ball dominant role. He was a guy that had a late growth spurt, was a point guard for most of his life, kind of took those skills into college. And he's an intriguing passer. He makes some nice reads out of the pick and roll. The thing that concerns me is just like when kind of adjusting to a complementary role where really what the Sixers are looking for is a guy that can space the floor, kind of do his thing when he's called on, but not necessarily need to be called on a lot. So that's my concern with Williams. There's also a Jalen Williams from Arkansas that's also going to be drafting this, Jaylin for that one. And I like that Jalen Williams a lot. So he's probably my second favorite Jalen Williams in this draft, unfortunately, but I think he probably goes off the board a little before the Sixers. Justin, you said you like Jalen Williams?
I do. I like him. And just watching the tape, just kind of seeing what he can do. Like you said, although we see him with the ball in his hand a lot, it is interesting as far as being a complimentary role. But again, passing, dribbling, shooting, we don't have enough of those guys. It seems like everybody else has way more of those guys than the Sixers have on the roster, where we had to depend on Shake Milton to be the only playable other guy off the bench who can dribble, pass, and shoot. So, like, that's kind of why I felt away. But real quick, Sean Rodman, are you so the Blazers? I'm sorry, the New Orleans Pelicans picked Dyson Daniels. Are you a fan of his game or?
Dyson, obviously, he was in the G League as well, so obviously he has. I like his game. He's a good passer for his size as well, being 6'7", 6'8" He's got a pretty good wingspan as well, and I like that he plays both sides of the ball. He's not the best shooter, but defensively he looks like the real deal for the NBA, and he obviously got that with the G League Ignite as well. I mean, obviously the shooting concerns with the true shooting percentage of 53, but passing wise, his assist to turnover passing ratio is phenomenal. He's a solid rebounder, very good offensive rebounder as well for them. Just kind of questions marks that where does his 3-point range go into the NBA? But he kind of fits what they want to do there in New Orleans, drafting Herb Jones last year with the size, length, and hopefully he could be able to develop that shot as well. Definitely a guy that they can groom a little bit in with them, just because they had so many guys come out and have some that were rookies last year and have very good production for them in New Orleans. So I think he could be a very good fit, and he doesn't need to be ready right away. He can be ready by the end of the season, be ready by next year. He will have a lot of time to get better before he needs to have rotational minutes, because they're definitely a fringe playoff team right now, and made the playoffs and getting their best player back. So they're an exciting team to watch for sure.
Yeah, I'd have to agree on Dyson Daniels there. I think that there is a lot to like in New Orleans specifically. And you mentioned the fact that he doesn't have to be ready. That kind of speaks to, I think, the case for a lot of these prospects where New Orleans may end up deciding to move Daniels as they are asset rich at
Yeah.
the moment right now, even still after the CJ McCollum trade. So Daniels is a great prospect to pick if you are going to, you could absolutely live with Daniels and thrive with Daniels, and he could end up growing into a very good player. Or you can move him in a package with a lot of the future picks that New Orleans does have in an attempt to bring in yet another star. The Spurs just made their pick. That is Jeremy Sochan. We're going to talk about him in just one quick minute, but I do want to address for Alexis Nikolajovic. We did talk about him briefly, but one thing that I do want to say about him is that I would say I genuinely believe in Jovic in a broad sense. But my issue with Philadelphia is just that, and this is kind of what we talked about, you're not going to see that instant impact. And there's too much value to be had by an instantly impactful player like a Dalen Terry or by trading the 23rd pick. So I think for a team like Golden State, potentially he makes a lot of sense. I would even say for a team like Minnesota, if you convince him to come over, he's definitely a guy of interest. San Antonio seems like a great spot for him to me. But for Philadelphia, just not necessarily the best fit. But again, talking about the Spurs, Sochan just drafted 9th overall. Sean, Sochan has received a lot of interesting comparisons. So it's a real low floor, high ceiling kind of way. He's received comparisons to Ben Simmons. A lot of people heavily believe in him and think that he's going to be a Ben Simmons level defensive impact player. What do you think about Sochan? What is your read and what have you found while you've been scouting him?
Yeah, I like him a lot. The Ben Simmons, I think, is a weird comparison. First off, I always get thrown off by the offense just because of Ben
Yeah.
Simmons in terms of a transition guy, run the floor, high IQ passer. That's not what Sochan is. He's a more willing shooter. He's a guy that has a little bit of self creation on the offensive end, but defensively is absolutely where he shined. The phrase kind of being able to guard 1 through 5 gets tossed around way too casually, but he's a guy that it actually applies to. And you see him just about any type of coverage, pick and roll coverage. He's terrific. He can blitz, he can switch, he can drop, he can press, he can do whatever you ask from him there. The way he moves his feet is super impressive. Plays with an incredibly high motor, had a ridiculous offensive rebounding percentage. He's a guy that's kind of make his presence felt on the court. If the offense can come together, and it did in stretches for this year, he's an interesting story too, because Kendall Brown, who I'm sure is a guy we'll get to talking to around the Sixers pick, Kendall Brown came in as the number 10 ranked recruit of the high school class. Jeremy Sochan was the number 90th, and Sochan pretty much just outplayed Kendall Brown, both on the same Baylor team for most of this season. So he established himself as a legitimate prospect in the draft, and obviously got the 9th pick as proof of it. So if he can get his offensive game together on a consistent basis, he's a really scary prospect. But even the impact he'll have defensively will make him stick.
Yeah, I mean, dude, he screams Spurs pick too. I mean, like that, and that's exactly who they needed. They were playing Keldon Johnson at the 4, and I think Johnson's a really good player. He is a little bit on the small side to be playing the 4, though. So to have Sochan there long term, be able to, I mean, you have heard rumblings of them even just moving Johnson. But if you wanted to move him to the 2 or the 3 spot, and then you have Vassell, Johnson, and then you also have Sochan, that's a much better potential lineup moving forward, I feel like. So definitely exciting for the San Antonio Spurs. The Washington Wizards pick now at number 10 is in. Now, Washington, they were potentially fielding calls on the 10th pick, but they decided to stick with it. They went with Wisconsin's Johnny Davis. So, Sean Rodman, what have you seen in Johnny Davis? Can you kind of give like a brief analysis on him? Is he a guy who you've paid a little close attention to?
Yeah, he's an interesting one for the Wizards. Not exactly who I would have expected for them there. Obviously, he's a wing. They definitely need wings. They could use a point guard as well, but I know they're interested in Malcolm Brogdon and other veteran point guards around the league to pair with Bradley Beal. But he's pretty long. He for his size, he's good at blocking shots. He's listed just under 6'6" with a 6.5 wingspan. And they need defensive guys, and I think he fits really well for them. And he will be able to to bring his good defensive rating, his good defensive win shares. Scoring is not what they're going to need out of him. And they have a bunch of guys who put the ball in the basket there, especially with one being a la Bradley Beal. He's going to fit perfectly for them because they don't have anyone that can defend on that team, to be brutally honest.
Yeah.
They need wing defenders desperately, and if they even want to make the playoffs or sniff it, they're gonna need an impact out of him right away, which is a little unfair, but usually defense translates to the NBA over. It may take some time for him to get ready, but his 3-point percentage, he obviously did score a lot at Wisconsin. He averaged 19.7 and just nearly 21 points per game per 36 minutes. Will he slide into that starting role? I'm not too sure right away, but he is also a good rebounder for his size. And one intriguing thing for him that could translate his shot would be his free throw percentage was nearly 80%. So with that, his free throw percentage being at a decent clip, hopefully his 3-point shooting can improve into at least a league average guy, and he would be a very valuable 3-and-D guy for that team, especially. And that's what every team looks for in the NBA nowadays.
Yeah, certainly. And Washington really does need to find some value. Bradley Beal has been rather cryptic as of late as far as what he's actually doing now. For the most part, everything he said, it sounds like he's returning to Washington. This is, of course, interesting in the Philadelphia 76ers context because, well, he has been a target for the Sixers in the past and remains to be as well. So Beal has stated that he already knows what team he's going to play for. If that was Washington, you kind of feel like he would have just come out and said that. So potentially we could be looking at Bradley Beal on the move. So having a guy like Johnny Davis waiting in the wings, not a bad strategy for Washington if they've also been made aware, which if Beal knows and it is in fact another team, Washington absolutely knows as well. So as we move on to 11, the New York Knicks are up. Sean Bernard, there's still a few interesting players here. Do they go for kind of a more potential over production player like Ousmane Dieng? Do they go for another Duke wing like AJ Griffin, or do they target a big man like Jalen Durant? Like who do you see the New York Knicks going after at this spot?
I've seen a lot of buzz about Jalen Durant. I think that's probably most likely what they do. He's a guy who I personally really like. Just a monstrous frame, 7'5" wingspan, does a great job of staying vertical defensively. Ridiculous catch radius. Like he's a guy you can just pretty much throw an oop generally in his vicinity, and he will find a way to get there. So that seems to be the guy that they have their eyes on. But there, you can't really. I like Ousmane Dieng a lot here. He's a guy that's obviously much more of a long-term piece, but I believe in his potential. Honestly, even more than a couple of the other upside swings that we've talked about. The way he can move with the ball, he's got a nice frame. Just very fluid movement, very good ball handler, a guy that I think will, in the long term, translate very well. And he's got a frame that you can add right away. So I think they're probably going to go with Durant, but I don't know. I like both those options here.
Yeah, and you mentioned Yang and how he's kind of, it may be too early to call it a slip, but like you said, he was evaluated not just by yourself, but by a lot of people going even higher than, the fact that he's still available at 11. I've seen him, I want to say, as high as a top 8 pick. So there's potential for him to slide. Obviously, there's potential for other players to slide. Alexis brings up a great question. Can Philadelphia trade up? And that's in the context later on, Alexis said, if someone were to slip, for instance, right? So let's talk about guys who could slip. Sean, Robin, why don't we start with you? Is there a player that Philadelphia, and this would be so surprising for Philadelphia to do considering all the rumors of trading away the pick, but let's say that they target some type of 3-team trade, for instance, where they move up to take one of these players to then move to another team. Is there anyone, whether they end up playing for Philadelphia or Philadelphia reroutes them, that you see the Sixers potentially trading up for, or is that just simply unrealistic? We know that the team can trade the pick once players have been announced, basically. So once picks have been made, they can then be traded. But Sean, Robin, what do you think in that situation?
I mean, first off, Dieng hasn't gone yet, right? He's still on the board. I haven't missed that one at all.
Yeah, still on the board. Yeah.
Okay. Dieng would be a guy for the sole purpose of maybe he's a young guy and you could stash him, or someone would be interested in his potential. I mean, per 36 minutes, he averaged 15.3. He does shoot the ball. His advanced stats are 47.8 for a 3-point rate. although his 3-point percentage was not great, it was only 27% from three. It's really more his size and his potential at 6'9" and his age. He's barely 19 years old. So I mean, he could be a guy. I realistically don't see them trading up at all. I think one guy that they could have traded up for was the Spurs picked Sohan,
Okay.
just because of his size and his length. Even though I think he that's the very, like Zach had mentioned, he's very Spurs-esque pick. One of the youngest guys in the draft, long, athletic, can defend, and hopefully develops into a 3-point shot for them with the Spurs. But realistically, I don't see them trading up. I think it's more so either they trade down or out just because they want to retain that asset for a future trade,
Mm-hmm.
or they use 23 in a package to, whether it's like we mentioned Eric Gordon before, or maybe it could be Jay Crowder, or maybe who's apparently been made available from Jake Fisher's report yesterday with Bleacher Report, that he could be moved as well as a potential four, and could definitely help the Sixers in that regard. Someone that's also a 3-and-D guy in that 3/4 range positionally.
Yeah, theoretically, Sean Bernard. One guy I want to talk to you about is, we're talking about players potentially falling, and there's been reports about Tari Eason potentially slipping. If a guy like Eason or another one of these, I don't want to say marquee, because if they were marquee they wouldn't slip, but these higher end wings, whether it be a Tari Eason, a Malachi Branham, or an Ochai Agbaji, if any of these guys slip in the draft, is that somebody who Philadelphia might kind of pivot a little bit from their strategy they have at the moment, it seems, and kind of target one of these guys who can make a difference potentially immediately, and could really grow into a beyond solid player for the team.
Yeah, I think Tari Eason is the name there. I think that's the guy that's almost the missing link on the Sixers team when you talk about what he does. He's interesting story there. He went to Cincinnati his freshman year. There were some real concerns about like the shot and just not as polished of a game. He made the transfer to LSU this year and pretty much impressed everybody. Averaged 16.9 points, 6.6 rebounds, 1 assist, 1.9 steal, 1.1 block. Just did a little bit of everything. Upped his 3-point percentage to 35.9%. He has some shot creation ability. He's not afraid to let it fly. He's switchable defensively, a freak athlete, and just makes things happen. He's like a stuff magnet in terms of he just gets in the mix, finds the ball, and he would be terrific on the Sixers. If he continues to slip, there's been reports of like him not like, I don't know how to properly word it, but basically the workouts, like him mentally not quite getting things,
Sure.
the just not impressed with the overall basketball IQ by teams. For me, when you watch the tape, like he's a surefire kind of on-court fit for just about any team. I would love for the Sixers to find a way to get him. If he somehow slips to 23, it's a seamless fit. I think it's unlikely they trade up, just considering like how they have to prioritize their assets and the limited stack that they have. But he's a guy that could change that if he gets close.
Yeah, they run these basketball IQ tests and have for some time, and that was the test that, exactly like you said, Eason reportedly struggled with. But let's also keep in mind that's not the end all be all. This
Right.
is actually the test that Tyrell Terry scored like out of the park on, and I mean, listen, Tyrell Terry's still young. I was a big fan of him coming out of the draft. I actually wanted him in Philadelphia even. Saw a little bit of a baby Curry in there, but it just kind of goes to show that just because you score well on this test does not equate that you're going to be an NBA superstar. So, kind of the inverse of that, slipping on it a little bit, not overly worried about it. To have a guy who has the skill set of Tari Eason, and he even played some center at LSU. I would feel great having a guy like that in Philadelphia. So he's the name I'm mostly I'm interested in trading up for, especially because I think he's the most realistic player to slip out of those three that I mentioned. But the New York Knicks have now made their pick with the 11th pick. They have taken Ousmane Dieng. So he's now gone to New York. And I guess the two players at the top of the board now would be AJ Griffin or Jalen Duran. So it's definitely interesting so far how this has fallen. And we're kind of really getting into, I'll call it, Sixers fall candidate territory, because we're now going into that Jalen Williams, that Ochai Agbaji, Malik Branham, Tari Eason, even an EJ Liddell, like within these next 10 or so picks, Oh, and the Knicks are trading Ousmane Dieng to OKC.
Interesting.
I feel like that makes more sense for OKC getting a younger
Oh,
guy.
100%. Yeah.
Stash, and it didn't make a lot of sense for the Knicks, especially for a team that wants to make the playoffs and is in. But it has been rumored to go after a starting point guard as well, whether it's Kyrie or Brogdon or whoever.
Well, the only question is, what's New York going to be receiving for him? The Thunder have the 12th pick, but doesn't really make much sense to trade up one spot. Otherwise, potentially New York wouldn't be interested unless they called Oklahoma City threatening to draft him and wanted 12 and say no, but they don't even. Do they still have 34? Wow, Thunder will send multiple first-round picks to New York.
Wow,
that's interesting.
Huh.
I mean, I imagine there's protections on those picks and so on and so forth, but it could be as close too.
Yeah.
But definitely interesting. So now they're going to keep 12 as well. So is this Jalen Durant? Is Jalen Durant now going at 12 to Oklahoma City?
It's interesting. They're on the clock now still, right?
Technically,
they didn't trade 12 in that deal.
Okay. I believe so. Yeah. I don't know. I'm confused how this is going to shake out. I guess Jalen Durant, I think in some aspect of this, Jalen Durant finds his way to the Knicks is my prediction, whether it be however this all shakes out. But definitely makes more sense for the Thunder to add Jang and give him some time to develop there. It's a very Thunder pick there. Interesting to see the Knicks kind of get in the mix here. It sounded like they were trying to get active, so glad to see they got something done.
Yeah, no, absolutely, definitely agree. And, man, I mean, OKC, what can you say? They've started finally trading picks out, picks away for players, and we'll see what happens next because it really looks like Oklahoma City is keeping this 12th pick. So I mean, I really don't know. I want to hear more news, kind of like what you said, Sean, about what this is actually going to look like because to have they also had Chet Holmgren too. So, who do you exactly go for? And when you look at the top players still on the board, AJ Griffin, I guess, does Jalen Williams like really fly up this high? Who would you pick, Sean Rodman, if you had given who's available on the board if you're Oklahoma City, keeping in mind that they already drafted Holmgren, and now they already drafted a forward in Ousmane Dieng.
I think AJ Griffin makes a lot of sense, especially with what we're just talking about, just age in general. And they could use a wing player as well, where they already have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. They obviously just drafted Chet Holmgren. They have some other wings there already, but you can never really have enough wings. And Lou Dort's a candidate that could be out the door already as well. And AJ Griffin kind of will slip into that role, and it definitely is a better prospect shooting wise than Lou Dort in that regard, who could be someone that Sixers could be interested in. He's not nearly as good defensively as Lou Dort, but offensively, his shooting percentages were fantastic, one of the best in the country, at almost 45%. From three, and then he did average only 10 points. But in that offense already, you already have a bunch of guys that can score, that are going to be able to score the ball eventually, whether that's Chet or SGA or whoever. He could be a nice complementary piece to that young core already, and he could fit very well. Just obviously, again, just due to age. If you're looking further down the board, maybe like Kennedy Chandler, who's also a younger guy. He doesn't fit terribly well, but because they also do have Trey Mann already in the backcourt as well as a younger guy who has been rumored to possibly be on the move as well. But I think AJ Griffin would make the most sense, but you never know with the Thunder. They definitely go for younger guys and the highest potential, and Kennedy Chandler is definitely a younger guy, and he has that age that they're looking for as well. He doesn't turn 20 until September, and he's very good passer, willing passer, and has a great assist to turnover ratio, and has a great wingspan for his size. Even though he's only 6 foot, he's got over a 6'5" wingspan.
Wow!
Which is
so I think Justin just saw what I saw, and not to interrupt you, Sean, but the Thunder are keeping the 12th pick. Are they picking Santa Clara's Jalen Williams at 12?
Yes.
That's
all the way at
Unreal.
12.
I mean,
Wow.
you asked me a month ago. I would not have believed that for a second.
He was projected early second round,
Yeah.
late first, and then he
Wow.
start moving up the board to maybe 17.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
A bunch of guys again, Sean. Pass, dribble, and shoot.
Yeah.
That's what they have in OKC. Giddy, SGA,
Chet.
Poku, Dieng, Usman. They just got drafted. Chet.
Yeah.
Yeah. At what point does Oklahoma City have too many? I don't want to say mismatching pieces, but like a lot of these guys, eventually they're going to need contracts.
Right.
At what point do they run into that issue? And it's not a bad problem to have, but Sean, do you see this eventually becoming a problem in OKC, and they have to pick and choose who they're going to keep and who they got to move on from?
Yeah, it'll happen at some point. It'll be interesting kind of when the flip switch, they flip the switch truly into kind of contending mode and kind of looking to where they obviously still have a ton of assets. SGA's clock is starting to ascend into it's time to compete for him. If they really do believe that he is a franchise centerpiece, which I personally kind of do, I think he's good enough to handle that, especially with the pieces they have around him. Chet Holmgren's obviously a guy that they're going to be relying on heavily. So I think with kind of as you have these pieces in place, it's time to kind of focus on that. And there's going to be guys that kind of shake free that you can maybe aren't as integral to the core that you can flip for better fitting pieces. But I think within kind of the next maybe 2 years, that has to happen. So it'll be interesting to see who kind of doesn't make the cut there. This Thunder team is building something pretty cool. So I like all the parts that they do have. But for now, I think it's kind of trial by error and just put them all on the court and see who looks good and who doesn't.
Yeah, I look at it as when the Sixers picked a bunch of centers, and it's just we'll see how it turns out. But I do think that part of this
it's a little better coordinated than
correct.
Philadelphia.
But I do think that there are too many guys who are at their best when they have the ball in their hands. So I do think that could be a problem. I mean, you got SGA, who's your main ball handler. Then I'm assuming Giddy is your second ball handler, your second playmaker. Then you got a whole bunch of other guys you got to sprinkle in who have the ball in their hands. And we joke about Poku, but I mean, he was pretty okay with the ball in his hands. I'm not saying he's the next best thing, but he was solid with the ball in his hands. So you got these other guys who need the ball in their hands as well. So I mean, I think that's interesting, and they definitely going to have to figure that part out. But we'll see how that goes.
Yeah,
I can see
Williams.
I'm sorry.
The good news with a lot of those guys, though, a lot of them are willing passers. So
yeah,
sure,
they'll be able, even though there's only one ball, they'll be able to, if they run an offense similar to, say, San Antonio Spurs or the Golden State Warriors, where the ball touches everyone, I don't think they'll have a lot of issues there. Although even though SGA, he's definitely a player that likes the ball in his hands, like you mentioned, a little bit more and kind of needs it. If he's able to find a happy medium and not having the ball in his hands as well, because he can be a combo guard and off ball, he doesn't have to be a true point guard for them. He could be successful in an offense like that. And I mean, Thunder have had their issues with young guys going and leaving for different contracts already before, when they had James Harden and Serge Ibaka and Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook. So it's definitely a good problem to have, even though it didn't work out for the Thunder many years ago. Maybe this time around it will with Sam Presti.
Well, I mean, it doesn't hurt to always bring in more talent. But for those who have just joined the stream, Jalen Williams, one of the Sixers' prime targets, been hearing about that for weeks now. He's now a member of the Oklahoma City Thunder, drafted 12th overall. So with Williams off the board, in the chat, please let us know who you want to see Philadelphia target. Do you want them to make a trade? Who do you want to see them trade for? Let us know what you think about the Eric Gordon trade rumors while you're in there too. But who are we thinking now really kind of leapfrogs Jalen Williams in terms of if Philadelphia does keep this pick, right? We've talked about Dalen Terry. We've talked about EJ Liddell. Personally, I was already at the point where I thought Jalen Williams was going above 23. Is that kind of the consensus here? So pretty much the same overall where we're at there. But it really does go to show that some of these guys can shoot up a lot higher than we were initially thinking. The guy that I'm now thinking could go even higher than what we were talking about trading back for Dalen Terry not too long ago. Now I'm wondering if Dalen Terry is even going to be there at 23. Like, is that a concern for you, Sean Bernard, if you were to keep the 23rd pick?
Yeah, it is. But kind of the way I'm looking at how things are shaking out is like I feel like one of the, I mean, Jalen Williams obviously off the board, but EJ Liddell, Dalen Terry, Jaden Hardy. There's kind of like I think you kind of are going to take your pick of who's left there. I don't think that any of these guys differentiate themselves enough to the point where you're losing your mind that you have to get up to do them. Maybe Tari Eason is the exception there. If he's around at like the 19th, 20th pick, maybe that's when you get a little antsy and try and get up there. But like there's still a lot of quality talent that needs to go off the board ahead of what I would say the 23rd when we're talking about guys like Jalen Duran, Mark Williams, Ochai Agbaji. There's still a lot of guys that I think
AJ
like
Griffin.
Yeah, AJ Griffin's still there. So there's still plenty of picks that need to fill in ahead of 23 that kind of gives me hope that there's going to be a solid player on the board there.
Eason, like you just mentioned, he could be a candidate right now for the Hornets, especially with potentially losing Miles Bridges. He doesn't have the bounce like Miles Bridges, but he definitely has the size and length that they're looking for to fill that role. And he's has a great wingspan. His 3-point percentage looks like it should translate to the NBA. I mean, he shot just about 36% from three at LSU. So last season, and right now he's got incredible defensive win shares. He has incredible win shares per 40 minutes, his defensive ratings and 83.2. He's really good advanced stats defensively. His turnovers are still a question and stuff, which is one issue he could, in his draft age is a little older, which is probably causing him to slip. But then again, we just saw Williams just go, who's a little bit older as well. So then I have no idea why he's slipping and Williams is climbing up boards as much as he is.
Yeah, I think Charlotte has to jump on a big here. I think either their choice of Jalen Duran or Mark Williams, both terrific guys, massive wingspans, great shot blockers, and great just alley-oop targets. They would both look terrific next to LaMelo and be a perfect fit in that offense. I think that's the pick for Charlotte here. I think either one of those guys are going to be super high impact players.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's just come through, and Jalen Duran is the pick to Charlotte. They've needed a center for so long, and now they get the talented big man out of Memphis, and I think this is a picture-perfect fit. You mentioned Mark Williams. I was thinking Mark Williams to Charlotte for so long, purely because I didn't think Duran would be available for him at 13. Right. Now he falls to 13. Charlotte picks him up. That's a great look for Charlotte.
I agree. It's a great fit, great pick for them. But they also have two picks later. So I mean, obviously, like we just mentioned, Eason could still fall to 15. It's only 2 picks away, or they could trade up one spot if they're afraid someone's going to trade up. Obviously, they have a lot more intel on the prospects and stuff like that than we do. But I thought they could have had taken Eason here, and then 2 picks later if obviously one of them's going to have to be there between Duran or Williams. So I mean, but
yeah, I mean, really, it simply comes down to a matter of if you're willing to risk it between Duran or Williams. What was the difference that Charlotte found between these two? And is it a matter of go get your guy now? Because Cleveland, obviously, they're not drafting a center. They have not only Jared Allen, but they have Evan Mobley, who could very well play center. The biggest worry there is Cleveland trading out of that pick. So if Duran were to stay on the board at 13, and let's say that Charlotte went for Malachi Branham, or you mentioned Tari Eason, for instance, and you see a team like Chicago, come in and sweep for the center there, or you see a team like the Knicks trade back into the first round, Atlanta even, exactly like you said. Obviously, yeah, that's a point of concern. So the safer pick, especially when you have 2 picks Jalen Duran, is not the pick. Is not the pick for the Hornets. He is being picked 13, but he has been traded to Detroit.
Wow.
So that's really interesting. So now all this kind of goes back to, well, maybe Mark Williams is the choice all along for Charlotte. And you have to wonder as well, what is it that Detroit's going to be doing now?
So yeah, who's Detroit trade? Probably a future first, maybe.
Okay, now Shams came in and say the Knicks. So Jake Fisher said the Pistons.
Woj is saying the Pistons as well.
Huh.
So who's now? This is going to be interesting to see who's right here.
If the Scoop Wars, I love it.
Big one for the credibility here.
I trust Jake's word. Like, listen, Jake, good guy, friend of the Baseline Scoop Pod. So to have him and Woj on the Pistons, I think that's the way that I'm leaning. It does bring up a really good question as far as what happens with DeAndre Ayton now, because they were all set to enter the DeAndre Ayton contest. Well, now they have Jalen Duran.
I still think you do it if you're Detroit.
Listen, I've said this for years, and I've always said it jokingly, but he still said this. There was a time, this factually happened, where Ayton said that he is a power forward. Okay, and I've just been waiting ever since he said that for him to line up at the 4 for some team somewhere. And if there's what better place than Detroit to do that in, just to try that out. So maybe, they still do try it. But from all accounts, except for Shams Charania's, it looks like Jalen Duren is headed to the Detroit Pistons. So it's interesting.
Picturing Ayton at the 4 is kind of giving me flashbacks to an Al Horford, Joel Embiid pairing. 4 and 5. I'm not too big of a fan.
A lot more athletic, to give him credit. A lot more athletic.
That is, both of them are. Both of them.
Yeah.
But not starting together, just more so like, I mean, I guess you don't pick a guy this early maybe to be the backup, but yeah, I don't know. Like if you want to win, I mean, that gives your guy beef stew.
I gotta interrupt you for 2 seconds. Jake Fisher, to be honest, I don't know where Duran's going, he says, but this sounds like a 3-team trade with Detroit and New York. This is gonna be so interesting. Like it's the only perfect explanation for having the Woj, Shams, Jake Fisher triangle effectively going to doing war here. So some type of hybrid 3-team trade that makes perfect sense. So it's just really going to be interesting to see what exactly happens. I wonder if Mitchell Robinson's a free agent, so they wouldn't be able to move him, I don't think. So definitely going to be interesting to see what ends up happening here. But things are really getting juicy now. We're starting to get into the trade crux. So as all these exciting things happen, what's anyone in the chat? What's the most exciting thing Philadelphia can do tonight? And Sean, what was your point that you were going to say as far as this trade is concerned?
I was just thinking maybe with this trade, maybe the Hornets are attaching this pick to Gordon Hayward and sending him to the Pistons, because the Pistons have been rumored to be interested in Gordon Hayward as a wing. I haven't seen anything. I'm not reporting anything. I haven't seen, but possibly that maybe attaching Gordon Hayward there, and that's where maybe they add a pick from the Knicks or something.
Theoretically, you could have picks coming from future picks, like the Oklahoma City picks that are being sent over, or some other Dallas picks, future Knicks picks going over to Detroit. Gordon Hayward going to Detroit as well, and then of course you have pick 13 Jalen Duren going to the Knicks. So I think you're right. I mean, I think that's definitely something that's on the table as well. We've talked about all the cap space that's available in Detroit. It's on the table.
Or maybe the Knicks are really getting Jaden Ivey.
You never know, man. You never know. But one thing I do know is that the Cleveland Cavaliers have drafted Ochai Agbaji, and
that's a good pick.
Yeah, I think that's a great pick. That's a great pick right there. Malachi Branham was another name involved with them, but he's a little redundant with Karis LeVert, in my opinion. So to have Ochai there, I think that's open and shut case for Cleveland.
I agree wholeheartedly, Zach.
Yeah, I think he's been a guy that's kind of been slept on. This is like probably the most accomplished college player in this whole draft. The Big 12 Player of the Year, consensus All-American, a guy that really can just get it done, can score a bucket, 18.8 points per game. I love him. I think he's a seamless 3-and-D fit in the NBA. It lacks a little bit in kind of the creation and everything, but I think he is underrated in the draft.
Here it comes.
So this isn't what I was expecting, but the first domino to fall in this 3-team trade between Detroit, New York, and the Charlotte Hornets, Kemba Walker is going to Detroit. That was not the first domino that I expected.
Shams is doubling down, saying Jalen Duren is going to the Knicks, and he mentions Kemba to the Pistons here as well.
Interesting. Well, you think Kemba's probably going to get bought out, right? Is he a guy you can see Philadelphia targeting?
I don't.
That sounds like a no. That sounds like a hard no for everybody. I mean, if we're talking about a guy potentially on a minimum deal, for instance, I mean, there's so much worse that you can do. Who else are you going to target? And go after Raul Neto again? What's the play if not Kemba?
But he has to be a bench guy.
Sure, yeah, of course he is.
But can you imagine? Can you imagine like on the court defensively, like Niang and Kemba Walker and Although I'm a firm believer. I don't mind James Harden's defense, but I think he gets a
It's
bad
better
rap
than
on his
people
defense.
say. It's better than
Yeah.
people say.
Yes, he
I
gets a
will say
bad
that
rap.
about James Harden. Yeah.
Yes, watching
I'm
him
not
this
going to sit
season,
here and pretend that he's Ben Wallace out there or the
I don't
glove.
know. I don't
This-
know.
But
The Mark
he's
Stein
good.
getting in the mix now. Mark
Oh,
Stein
Mark
quote
Steiny.
tweeting Shams saying the Pistons are getting Jalen Duren, so still up in the air. It looks like.
This is a battle. Oh
Yeah.
man, I'm loving this.
3-1
This is fantastic.
Shams now, or 3-1 against
Shams is gonna. Okay, here's another Woj bomb. All right, so wait, the Milwaukee Bucks pick. The Pistons are sending the Hornets a 2025 first round pick via Milwaukee in the Durant trade. That's the one that Portland actually sent over in the Jeremy Grant trade yesterday. So Hornets getting a future 2025 pick. No word one way or another from Woj who's going to Detroit. He just referred to it as the Durant trade. So he could technically still be going to the Knicks. Of course, like you said, we just had Mark Stein come in and say that he's actually going to the Pistons. So this is all over the place. I don't know how to make heads or tails of it, but this is awesome. Like this is what the draft's supposed to be like, confusing.
It took us 12 picks to finally get one trade, and now it's mayhem, and no one knows where anyone's going.
No one knows where anyone's going. Exactly.
Imagine being Jalen Duren too and just having no clue where you're actually playing.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
He's probably changed his hat behind the scenes like 3 times already.
Yeah.
Pistons are getting. This is the Mark Stein tweet. The Pistons are getting Jalen Duren, and the Knicks, more crucially for the immediate free agency matters, are shedding Kemba Walker's salary to Detroit to help fund their free agent pursuit of Jalen Brunson. So I don't know. That's tricky. I can't wait to see more.
Yeah, it definitely would help them get Brunson, and maybe even if they shed a little bit more cap, they could go after Kyrie as well.
True.
And
yeah,
then
no,
Kyrie
absolutely.
doesn't even
That's
need
definitely
to
not,
opt in.
especially with now these extra first round picks. I'm sure Brooklyn would love those in a potential Kyrie Irving deal. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on.
If they shed enough cap, they might not even need. I'm not sure what their cap.
If they can open up all that, let's take a look.
They would have to get
at
rid of
the Knicks
Fournier as
salary
well.
Situation.
Yeah.
They would have to get rid of Fournier, and plus getting those 2 firsts now in that deal that they just did with the Thunder. They could potentially be
Charlotte
attaching those.
Charlotte
Fournier
takes Mark Williams. Charlotte takes Mark Williams. So the one thing I was wondering about this trade is if Nerlens Noel found his way to New Orleans, which I guess technically New Orleans, not in New Orleans anymore. Charlotte, the Hornets now. If Nerlens Noel ends up his way there, because the Knicks were looking to move Nerlens as well. Alec Burks also in an attempt to free up some cap space. So it's going to be interesting to see how that entire deal shakes up. But Mark Williams going to Charlotte, that's a great pick.
Yeah. Yeah. Kind of what we just talked about when we were super hyped about Jalen Duren going there. Pretty much all applies to Mark Williams in terms of the super long catch radius, block shots. He's going to look terrific next to LaMelo. So I was disappointed Duren got swapped out of LaMelo, tossing alley-oops, but Mark Williams is going to look just as good.
Well, so my question is exactly what does Charlotte get out of this? Because that's the one thing that we haven't really heard.
Right.
There hasn't really been anything as far as what the Hornets are going to be looking at. So time will tell. But this is really kicking off.
Yeah. We're getting close to the Sixers pick too. We're now 15 in, so we can start kind of eye up what prospects are going to be there depending on what's in the works.
I mean, it feels like it's been a little quiet from the Sixers, to be honest. Before the draft, we heard a bunch of different stuff, whether it was Keith Pompey or whoever was reporting with whether it's Matisse or the 23rd pick or both, and shedding space to whether that opens up space to sign PJ Tucker or Eric Gordon or a veteran wing that could help.
Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt, but the Atlanta Hawks are taking AJ Griffin at 16, which that's a great pick for the Hawks. I mean, you kind of hope it's not you hope it's not Cam Reddish, 2.0, but that is a really good pick for Atlanta. Definitely fell probably about 5 or so spots lower than you would expected him to go. Yeah, but that's interesting.
And especially if they're trying to move on from Bogey. He's a guy that can kind of fit that role for them already, and they've been rumored to. The only 2 guys that are untouchable are Trey and DeAndre Hunter. And although Griffin's not the defender Hunter is, he's He's long and he could potentially, with that size, it's intriguing to see what he could be offensively, but or defensively, excuse me. But offensively, those intangibles are already there for him.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Woj came out and he said this doesn't explain everything. Tremendous coup for Detroit GM Troy Reaver, landed top 2 targets, Jaden Ivey, Jalen Durant, with the cost of only a future first-round pick. We still don't know what the entire trade is, though, is the problem. So apparently Detroit only gave up a future first-round pick. I have to imagine that's a pretty solid pick, though. Like he mentioned the 2025 going to I think that was that the one going to Charlotte?
Yes.
Like, is
that's
this
what he's
really all
referring to.
done just for that? Is that how little people value the 13th pick, Jalen Durant, in this draft, that it's just for a 2025 Milwaukee Bucks pick?
Well, if you think about it, it's kind of basically what they got for Jeremy Grant. It's
So they turned Jeremy
essentially,
Grant into Jalen Durant. I mean, I guess, but
I mean, they
I
also
don't
were
know.
able to move up 10 spots in the second round. And they get a second round in like 2026, I believe, as well. So a little bit more than just that for Jeremy Grant, but
Yeah,
the
but
big piece from that trade ends up
light
being,
return for Grant. Very good performance on draft night so far for Detroit. Definitely interesting. But I'm officially on Tari Eason watch. I don't know about you guys. We're at pick 17. We're 6 away from the Sixers. Tari Eason's still on the board.
Yeah.
What do we think? Does he have a shot at being there?
For me, he's Malachi Branham's there. Him and Tari Eason would be my 2 top on the board right now. So I don't feel great looking at it like that, but there's been some surprises. I'm definitely holding out hope that he is there.
I would definitely take mine. Never my wildest dreams really would have thought that he would have fallen all the way
Yeah.
to 23, but we're getting closer and closer by each pick. So, and
Yeah.
with some of the teams coming up, I don't know if Houston takes him because of age. Chicago could take him, although they have been looking for a center upgrade from Vooch. But so who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe they could trade for Gobert right now, which doesn't seem likely, but you never know at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. At this point, I don't know if a Gobert trade happens, though. I do think that's going to be still talked about between Chicago and Utah.
Yeah,
Tari Eason, the thing I will say, he did play a little bit of center at LSU, like I mentioned earlier. I don't think enough that they're going to want to go with him moving forward. And I think that having Patrick Williams really would sour Chicago on drafting Tari Eason there. So I think they're definitely a spot potentially for Malachi Branham or even Ty Washington because they're a little worried about Lonzo Ball's health. But for me, Minnesota is probably the biggest worry spot, just knowing how much help they need on the wing as far as small and power forwards. So perhaps we see a Matisse Thybulle trade to Chicago here. Obviously, we know Mark Eversley, the general manager for the Chicago Bulls, connected to Thybulle. He was a big voice in the Sixers drafting him in the first place back when he worked for the Sixers during said draft. Definitely an interesting possibility. Hopefully it finds a way to shake itself out. I mean, 23 in Thybulle for 18. I don't feel great about that value in general. Maybe some more would potentially be set back to Philadelphia. But for Tari Eason, I wouldn't hate it. I mean, would you give up 23 and Thybulle for Tari Eason? Sean Bernard, why don't we go to you first?
I don't like that straight up. I would kind of like if you can swing like Matisse in the 23rd for 18 for essentially Tari Eason and like a future pick. That's something I'm very interested in. If you can load that in there, get a little something like next year, get a little something, a little asset to have in your back pocket. That's something that would be really appealing. And walking away with Tari Eason is a win pretty much regardless today. So definitely should be phone calls being made right now.
Sure. Well, now what if instead of that you get a guy like a Javonte Green back? You know, how do you guys feel about getting Green a win now asset as opposed to, I mean, a future asset's great, obviously ideal. But if the alternative is a Javonte Green, kind of a right now, almost like a PJ Tucker role, you know, Sean Rodman, you know, what do you think about that possibility if that's what kind of unfolds with the Chicago Bulls?
I like him. I think you could potentially swing a little bit for the fences a little bit more, maybe get a Kobe White. But I wouldn't mind Green at all, especially because the Sixers need long wings that can defend. That's and preferably rebound as well. Although he's not the greatest rebounder, but he's a decent defender. He's longer. He would fill a need. Will he get playoff minutes based off? I just don't know if he maybe played off the floor offensively. He's not the greatest offensively, but I think a Kobe White could be an interesting piece, and maybe from Chicago as well. You might have
Yeah,
to attach maybe like a Shake Milton, but I would think that he's maybe a little bit of an upgrade over Shake Milton. He's a better shooter. It's definitely something the Sixers need off the bench is shooting. Although I'm a Shake Stan, and I've always been a fan of his, he hasn't quite developed into the player that I've wanted him to. Although he
sure.
does have the length that I like to look for in prospects.
Yeah, I think that's the case for a lot of people. And Alexis asked, effectively, where was Mark Williams ranked? So according to Tankathon, Williams was the, I want to say, 18th ranked player in the mock draft going to the Chicago Bulls, 14th on the big board though. So big man out of Duke, definitely. I mean, I love the guy, to be honest with you. Like, if we didn't have Joel Embiid and if center was a need, I absolutely would have wanted Mark Williams. I think that he's a monster defensively. I think that he has a chance to be what Nerlens Noel should have been. And I just think that Charlotte really has the perfect player for them in this draft. So super excited for Charlotte moving forward. Definitely want to see what happens. The Houston Rockets are focused on Tari Eason at 17.
Yikes! Hate to
Well,
see
I mean,
so
we
that
knew
dream is dead.
But we knew that though. We knew that.
Yeah, but it doesn't make me feel any better about it. Somebody checking on Harrison Grimm, see how he's feeling.
I know that's
But
his
Tari
guy.
Eason to the Houston Rockets, it looks like. Anyone who just joined, now that Tari Eason seems to be off the board, who are you
Harrison
looking at
just tweeted
to
something.
fall? Who are you? Oh, did he? Who are you looking at to fall down to 23 now? Malachi Branham's still on the board there. Obviously, we still have EJ Liddell there, Ty Washington, Dalen Terry, of course, Blake Wesley. So, okay, let's talk about Blake Wesley for a minute, right? Is anyone here overly high on Blake Wesley?
He's grown on me some since I've watched him, but he's still a tier below these guys in my mind, I would say.
I would agree with that. I think he's more of a very early second round tier that's just below these guys, but he's just so raw. He needs more time to develop. In my opinion, he does have the length. Obviously, he's got that 6'9" wingspan. Very good for that. For standing only at 6'4", he could add a little weight. He's only about listed at 187, so he's a little light as well. But obviously, if he's taken the second round, he's with the G League team. He could develop wherever he goes in that regard, but a little bit lower on the tier than where 23 is at for the Sixers.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it definitely does seem like whomever the Sixers do draft will end up in the G League for a good point next season, just knowing the patterns and how that has worked out with the Sixers in the past. Alexis does ask about Kennedy Chandler. So, Sean Robin, I know you talked a little about Kennedy Chandler. Sean Bernard or Justin, have either of you looked at Kennedy Chandler's tape at all? Obviously, we got another Tennessee guard. We had Jaden Springer just last year. Could potentially another Tennessee point guard be in the cards for Philadelphia going forward?
Yeah, I like Kennedy Chandler a lot. He's a very smart player, 6'5" wingspan. He's a slight frame, only 6 feet tall, very kind of skinny looking, needs to put on some weight, but he uses his long arms. He's got great defensive instincts. He's a guy that I think in the long term projects very well. I'm still in kind of the position where Sixers should be prioritizing wing way more significantly. And I think like effectively making a choice like Kennedy Chandler is passing up on some of these other guys when you're doing that. So he's a guy I do really like, and I think projects well at the NBA level in the long term. But for me, I still think you have to take one of these wing options if they're on the board.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I mean, listen, this draft, we know, and we've seen it in the value of the draft picks. It's not the greatest draft. It's far from it, right? But what this draft does have, it has it's depth of depth, right? So there are a lot of picks of a lot of wings who will provide depth roles on NBA teams. That's what Philadelphia needs. That's part of why I was interested in trading down, to a degree still am, unless they're going to flip that pick into whomever. Eric Gordon's the latest rumor. But whoever the pick may be, trading down still an option between guys like Dalen Terry, Blake Wesley, who I'm not as high on but wouldn't hate, Jake LaRavia, Wendell Moore, Marjan Beauchamp. I mean, I could go on and on. I mean, even guys like Jaden Hardy and Bryce McGowan, some young guys who will have future value. And Christian Brown is a guy who I'm a big fan of too. I don't love he's got kind of a T-Rex wingspan to a degree, but still, like, we've seen that help shooters in the past. And so if the dude comes in and he's something between some kind of like love child of Kyle Korver and Pat Connaughton, like I'm all for it. You know, I mean, that kind of player, like I would like obviously that doesn't sound like an all-star. I would love that kind of player. You know, I would do just about anything to get that guy in Philadelphia. So, you know, he's a guy who, if they do trade down, move a little later on, I wouldn't hate him at 23. I just think that's a little high for him. But the point is, there's so many wings. Give me a wing. Give me it's got to be a tall 2, a solid 3, or an athletic 4. That's what I'm looking for tonight.
Yeah, I agree there. I like Braun too. He's a guy that's like I think he's just more complete than he gets credit for. Like he's not just like a standalone shooter. He can defend a little bit. He's athletic. He can go up and dunk on a guy.
He's a solid playmaker too.
Yeah, he can do a little bit of everything. So I think he is kind of portrayed as just a catch and shoot kind of guy. But there's way more to his game.
Yeah. So what I want to do, Alexis does bring up Wendell Moore. I do want to get to that in just a second, but I do see that we do now have a Mr. David Melandra. David, how you doing, man? Happy to have you on.
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Good.
Well, we were doing pretty good until Tari Eason went to the Rockets. You know, that's a little disappointing. Kind of hate to see that. Still some good names on the board. I mean, I think the number one potential steal target that people are looking at is Malachi Branham. But you know, who are you really looking at for the Sixers if they do decide to keep the 23rd pick? Who are you looking at for Philadelphia to take if they do keep it?
Well, if they do keep it, I like the guy from Ohio State, E.J. Liddell. I like him a lot.
Yeah, no, a lot of Grant Williams comparisons. You know, he's not the switcher Grant Williams. So this is the thing. People hate when this happens where guy draws comparisons and then his kind of flaw is a big difference between him and that player. But I think that Liddell can grow as he's continued to lose weight, which he did in his latter years in Ohio State. I think that he can pick up a lot more lateral quickness and kind of grow more into that Grant Williams role. He's not quite there, but I think he has that potential to grow into it. He's a better shot blocker than Williams, corner 3-point shooter. My issue with him, and David, let me know what you think about this. His game is going to have to change going to the NBA because there was a lot of this is true for a lot of college players, but he was really one of the offensive focal points in Ohio, you know, with Ohio State, and did a lot of post work. He's not going to be doing that at the NBA level. Do you think he's going to be able to comfortably make that transition to, we'll call it a PJ Tucker type role player? Is that something that you think he can do?
The way he played at Ohio State, I can see he'll have no problems transitioning to the NBA level, especially he's in the competitive Big Ten conference. So you're going up the likes of all the big boys at Michigan State, and like all the powerhouse schools in the Big Ten. So he's a perfect fit for Philadelphia.
Yeah, I love his game. You know, I love his character. Comes from a great family. You know, and part of part of the reason I love the guy is that he's just intense and he loves blocking shots. Like that's like a personal mission for him. You know, his mom actually was a middle blocker playing volleyball at Illinois State. And from everything I've, you know, studied up on the guy, really seems like that's been a factor in him growing as a shot blocker. So definitely a guy that I'd love to see in Philadelphia. I know that's how a lot of other people feel. You know, I guess Sean Bernard, let's focus on EJ Liddell for a minute here as we, you know, hope that he makes it to 23.
Interesting pick by the Rockets. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's a great fit for Houston. It's just, it's a shame because you really wish that he could have felt. I mean, that was the dream, you know. Jake Fisher, the Bulls' number 18 pick, has been the one mid-first round selection long considered available for a trade. And Dalen Terry goes to Chicago. All right. So Sixers draft targets are flying off the board at rapid pace at this point. Guys, where do we pivot?
Somebody check on Sean Bernard.
I know that one hurts me. I do love Dalen Terry. Terrific addition to the Bulls, though. He's a guy that a pretty much flawless fit on any franchise. The game changing just intensity, defensive potential, and the passing ability. He's a guy that can run the offense as much as Benedict Mathurin was the money guy for Arizona. Dalen Terry was the guy like running the show behind the scenes and running the plays, calling out things, making things happen. So I'm happy to see him land in Chicago. If there is still some sort of Matisse deal in the works, I would absolutely love to get him in that kind of package. So I'm not going to fully shut the door in my mind, but we'll see what happens.
I like the optimism. It is crazy that some of these guys, the last 2 weeks, just shot up the board,
Yeah.
Like you talked about Dalen Terry, I feel like 3 weeks ago before he started making his rise, just by looking at the film, and he was still like 28, 29, 30, 31, and here he's picked at 18.
Yeah. He was a second round guy for most of the pre-draft process. And same thing we're talking about Jalen Williams. Like, that's a ridiculous rise for that guy, going from a late first to early second target to a guy that went off the board 12th overall. So it is crazy how much the pre-draft process can change everything. And it's obviously up to whatever team for how much they value that. But it is kind of crazy, like, for a guy that hasn't played basketball in that long, for the situation to change so drastically.
For Jalen Williams, like, I remember a few years ago, what's his face for the Suns? Cam
Johnson.
Cam Johnson. He was a late first or target, and he went all the way up near 12, 13 to the Suns.
Yeah.
And I remember same reaction we had with Williams. Everyone was questioning that, and he's turned out to a great role player for them, for the Suns, and now even potentially on the move to open up space for them cap wise. But who knows? Maybe Williams will develop into a player like Cam Johnson for the Suns. Well,
Yeah.
Hey,
So
Zach,
Jeremy
you were
Wu
right.
has reported that the Chicago Bulls, they have received a lot of trade interest, but they are going to be keeping Dalen Terry at 18.
You were right, Zach. They said that Williams said that Kemba and Detroit will be discussing buyout terms.
Yeah.
So
have we gotten anything on what they're getting with the Kemba deal, or is it just Kemba to the Pistons?
So what it looks like is Kemba is going to Detroit, as is Jalen Duran, and the Charlotte Hornets are going to be getting that 2025 first-round pick for the Milwaukee Bucks. So listen, the Charlotte Hornets, this has been about saving salary for them. That's the reason why they didn't draft Mark Williams at 13 and then just trade the pick at 15, right? It's not a lot of money, but you got to save everything you can if you have a frugal owner like they do, as they try and pursue Miles Bridges and keep him. So it's all about saving coin for them. You got a future first-round pick that's not bad if you don't
know what the hell they're doing.
Well, it's the thing. The Knicks, they look like they're going all in on Jalen Brunson, and this could very easily go very badly for them. They hired Brunson's dad as a coach, and he's an accomplished coach on his own.
yeah.
So I don't think that's going to be an issue if they end up not getting Brunson. But if they don't get Jalen Brunson, they got to be all in on Kyrie Irving. I think they're running out of options.
Malcolm Brogdon has been rumored as well.
Yeah, you trade future picks. Indiana actually really would like that, and that could be a way to dump Fournier's contract potentially too. So Malcolm Brogdon is definitely still a guy to keep an eye on.
I don't know anyone who's going to want Fournier's contract, though.
Yeah.
I mean, if it comes with enough picks, Indiana would definitely take it.
Well, yeah, Indiana, especially because they're not competing anytime soon.
Exactly.
And 3 years left on that deal for Fournier?
Yeah.
Fournier does have the random 6 games a season where he's just completely on and knockdown shooter, though. So I guess
100%.
Yeah.
So the problem with Indiana there is they're trying to lose games, so that they may win a couple more than they really want to. Although,
so what you're saying is that they'd only win about 6. I think the other 76 games, that wouldn't be too bad for them. That's kind of why I expected them to be in on a Gordon Hayward trade, to be honest with you. But it looks like that may not happen as well. So when we look at the draft board, some of the top players available, we got the Ohio State boys, we got Malachi Brennan, we got EJ Liddell, Ty Washington's there. Blake Wesley, Nikola Jovic. Oh, this really goes sour pretty quick. Wendell Moore. Let's talk about Wendell Moore for a little bit, right? So again, Alexis did mention Wendell Moore earlier. I'm pretty high on Wendell Moore. What does everyone else think about Wendell Moore from Duke? What do we think? I guess, Justin, let's go to you first, man. What do you think about Wendell Moore?
I'm high on Wendell Moore. I think he's improved. As he's come along at Duke, he's improved, but he's just that all around guy. And I'll keep going back to it, but dribble, pass, shoot. He's a good shooter when open. He does get a little streaky, but he can't shoot the ball. He's a very good passer. I also like the fact that not only is he a very good passer he can do a little pick and roll game, but he's a very good extra pass guy. So he's like the swing to the swing guy. And not a lot of the guys in the NBA really do that. So he that's like a really underrated part of his game. He likes to attack the rim. He can finish a
Okay.
little better,
All
but
right.
I do think that he could definitely help the
All right.
Sixers out. So I like Wendell. I like Wendell more. If they took him, I would be okay with that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I'm 100% in on him. Here's my Duke fandom coming out, making me a little biased, yes, but Wendell Moore. Listen, and if a Duke fan is saying he's a believer in Wendell Moore, let me tell you that actually means something because the first 2 years of Moore were pretty rough.
Yeah.
With Duke. Okay, the transformation in his junior year, it's inspiring to be honest with you. Like the way that he has turned his game around, and the focal point of his game is effort, tenacity, and hard work. You know, when you watch him engage defensively, he is just a tough, hard-nosed dog of a defender. And you pair that with his shot that you hope carries to the NBA level, probably not to the degree that it was his last year in college, shot over 40%. But it's definitely a risk worth taking if you're Philadelphia. Sean Bernard, you know, what do you think about Wendell Moore? Is he a guy that you are, before you get to that, Minnesota Timberwolves, I am so sorry, Justin, are taking Jake LaRavia. So
Ooh.
he's now off the board.
Wow.
So we are running out of options quick for Philadelphia. But before we get to LaRavia, Sean Bernard, why don't we talk about Wendell Moore, as it seems more and more likely that he is going to be one of the options to choose from for Philadelphia?
Yeah, a thing that I think is kind of a key thing to watch when evaluating prospects, and I think is in Wendell Moore's favor, is his NBA role is going to be very similar to what he did at Duke. Same with Christian Braun. Same with a lot. Like, that was my concern with Jalen Williams. Like, for Wendell Moore specifically, you're pretty much doing the exact same thing that you did at Duke. He's a guy used to having high caliber players around him, guys like Paolo Banchero, guys like throughout his whole time, he's had top guys there. So he's comfortable being a complimentary piece. The way he's a hard-nosed defender, he does a little bit of everything, which I think is appealing. The dribble, pass, shoot, like Justin said, is a real factor, and that's something that he can do. The 3-point percentage and increase in that absolutely drastically changed his kind of NBA outlook. So if that can stick, he'll stick around. I like him. I'd be comfortable with him. I still feel like 23 is a little early, especially the way things are shaking out. I think I like both the Ohio State guys a lot better than I do Wendell Moore, but I have no issue with him, and I think he's going to be a fine NBA player.
So here's something super interesting that I can see screwing over the Sixers in just a short bit. The Timberwolves have actually traded the pick to the Memphis Grizzlies. Right? So Memphis Grizzlies get Jake LaRavia, total Memphis pick, huge Memphis pick right there. The Timberwolves now have 22 and 29. Okay. Wow. Number 22, there's no doubt in my mind, will be EJ Liddell, and he will not be there for Philadelphia. And that's now, if not EJ Liddell, Malachi Branham. It's going to be somebody who the Sixers would target at 23. So
I got another name for you.
Grizzlies usually screw over the Philadelphia 76ers. I think this year it's going to be the Minnesota Timberwolves. But David, who's the name you think Memphis is taking at 22?
Not Memphis. Another name that the Sixers should keep an eye on, that Joel Embiid have high interest in his workout the other day. Jaden Hardy.
Sure. Yeah. Still definitely on the board. Now, here's another thing. You mentioned Jaden Hardy. I'll be honest, could also be for, and I said Memphis earlier, Minnesota. Minnesota needs a point guard. They're very much aware of that now, too. So you could see Minnesota taking Jaden Hardy over Philadelphia, too. It looks like, contrary to what Karl Anthony Towns envisioned, D'Angelo Russell is, surprise, surprise, not as good as people thought. And so he's not really going to last in Minnesota. They need a point guard of the future. Hardy might not be ready from day one, but he's going to get opportunity if he's drafted in Minnesota. So, yeah, you could
Kennedy
definitely
Chandler
say,
could be
for
a guy.
instance, Kennedy Chandler. There's another guy right there, you know. So there's definitely people who Minnesota, I think, is going to be interested in that Philadelphia normally would. But let's count this down real quick. Let's take a look here.
Okay. Jake LaRavia from Wake Forest. Interesting.
Let's take a look at who is still available as we work our way down and who's still to pick on the board, right? So the Spurs, the Nuggets, and now the Minnesota Timberwolves. 3 picks. We have EJ Liddell. We have Malachi Branham. Next guy's on the board, Ty Washington, which actually he could be a guy going to Minnesota as well. I guess that's the hopeful case of Philadelphia. Nikola Jovic, Kennedy Chandler. I mean, Sean, what do you think? Ty Washington, does that sound like the pick to Minnesota?
Well, first of all, I think it's crazy that the Malachi Branham's still on the board. I think he, in my mind, had solidified himself as a lottery pick. I think one of these 3 teams have to grab him. I love the fit of Nikola Jovic to the Spurs. That's been something I've kind of had circled at my mind for that 20th pick with the Spurs for several weeks now. It's interesting how this is shaking out. But like when you're looking at this from a Sixers perspective, there's guys there. This is a decent spot to be sitting in terms of like you're not in the worst spot of taking who's ever left out of this crew that we're talking about.
Yeah, no, I would totally agree. I mean, myself personally, I'm all aboard the Ohio State train.
Yeah, me too.
I need one of those two guys from where I'm at.
I would have no problem taking either one of those guys either.
Yeah, Brandon would be awesome.
We talked about Liddell earlier, and like you just said, Bradham, he's got the length for his size, and he looks like a guy that's going to definitely make an impact on any NBA team with that 3-point shot. He could shoot from deep, great efficiently. Defensively is kind of where he lacks, but with a 6'10" wingspan, it's just Dan Burke, the defensive coordinator for the Sixers, just eating up all over that wingspan.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. So like you said, Sean Bernard, like there is like a lot of really good. Oh, so let's talk about one guy, right? Potentially interesting. Has not had his name mentioned hardly at all tonight. Marjon Beauchamp, right? Does anyone have interest in Beauchamp at this point? Does he seem like a trade down candidate for you? Because for a while, Beauchamp was one of the most closely linked to the Sixers of all these prospects in the draft. If Branham's not there, if Liddell's not there, if they end up trading down, is Beauchamp a guy who you're still considering?
For me, I say absolutely. I frankly like him more than Jaden Hardy. Obviously, G League teammates, guys that there's questions about the shot, but the way he still finds the way to assert himself offensively is super appealing. If they are trading Matisse Thybulle, this is like a seamless fit in terms of what he can do. He's a guy that can swallow up a guy on the defensive end, super long wingspan, over 7 feet. 6'7" frame with an over 7 foot wingspan. He loves kind of getting in on people, being more physical. He's way more imposing than Matisse is in a similar kind of just defensive impact style. So I really like Marjon Beauchamp. I've been surprised to see him trending kind of in the wrong direction as the draft's gotten closer. If they can trade down and land him, I'd be super thrilled with that.
Yeah, I'd say so, especially if you can. Well, let's look at who has some picks later down. I want to see who has any second round picks here, because that's probably what you'd end up picking. Ideally, you pick up another pick in a future year. You work with, say Houston, for instance, if there's a guy who they really like and you end up getting a future pick. Golden State talked about trading up too.
Oklahoma City's still at 34.
Oklahoma City is still at 34. They no longer have 30, though, is the problem.
Spurs are taking Branham.
Yep, Spurs. Great pickup.
That's
for them, of course.
See, now that's a problem, because now there's EJ Liddell, and
ready to be.
That's it.
Yikes, that hurts.
I'm ready to trade down. I mean, Golden State, I think they said, I can't remember if it was either trade up or trade out. Probably trade out, but
trade out.
If they did want to trade up,
they want a lesser contract in the second round so they can bring back Wiggins and
John Hollinger just tweeted her talk of some crazy, outrageous things that might happen in the 20s. Hard to know what to believe, but let's see what happens.
I've been hearing the same thing as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, we will. We'll see exactly what Hollinger's talking about. Hopefully, let's see. Outrageous things that might happen in the 20s. Yeah, I'm really curious now.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what that means.
Yeah, I mean, is this the Memphis trade for Jake LaRavia? Is this Rudy Gobert getting traded? Like, what is it?
Probably goes to who? Okay, so Ty Washington, EJ Liddell, Kennedy Chandler. So Jaden Hardy. So yeah, the Sixers are going to. So Minnesota has to pick one of the guards, right? They have to pick a guard, right?
Minnesota has to take one. Ty Washington makes the most sense. Yeah.
Now, who's at 21 again?
Denver
might need a guard too, especially if they're going. If they're trying to shop Monte Morris.
Yeah.
And then Memphis at 23. I'm at 22.
Right.
Well, yeah, that's now Minnesota. So that's what's looking like it's going to be the because they traded Jake LaRavia. They took it 19 for 22 and 29. So it looks like Minnesota, who needs a guard. Denver needs a guard, like you said. I think Miami said that they might be interested in trading up. They could definitely use a young guard, I feel like. So there are some teams that could take there could be a run on guards effectively, especially with some of the more potential filled forwards being off the board. I think Patrick Baldwin's really the only younger wing. Actually, no, Bryce McGowan's is still there, and
I'm good
so
on
is
him.
Blake Wesley.
I'm good on Bryce McGowan's.
Don't like
Yeah,
Bryce
I know
McGowan?
it's
Nah.
he's got a little bit of a shot chucker in it, and I kind of
All right,
respect
here
it.
we go. Pick number 20 goes to
Malachi Branham to the San Antonio Spurs. Definitely interesting to see what's going to happen between now and Philadelphia at 23 as we get closer. And now look at this. Looks like the Denver Nuggets have promised Wendell Moore the 21st spot.
Another one of my guys.
Everybody's gone. Trade the pick. Just trade the pick. Well, EJ Liddell's still there, but if EJ Liddell goes, I'm done. Like that's
or Jaden Hardy.
Yeah, I mean Hart. It's probably going to be Hardy. Like that's just looking at how the cards.
Hardy came out the other day and said Joel Embiid was very intrigued by his workouts. So
listen.
I would be way more excited about Liddell than I would be Hardy.
He better be the next Maxey. That's all I gotta say. You know,
listen,
I will give him his fair shot. I will give him his day in court. But man, do I need Jaden Hardy to be a player if they take him at 23? Because I did not have him there. I did not have him in that spot.
Hardy definitely has the more upside out of the two, like I mentioned before, and I think he could be more so if you're trying to find a trade partner later than an EJ Liddell, even though a lot of teams look for players that are like EJ Liddell. He's just kind of an older prospect and isn't someone that people trade for after drafts or super high on just because of his age. I mean, Christian Braun obviously is still in play there too.
But
Justin, don't do it.
That just as I say it.
Oh,
Christian Braun, 21.
Wow. Okay.
Oh boy, here we go.
All right, now we're getting a little pitcher's duel here again.
Birdman hand rub.
Shams also said Christian Braun. So looks like Braun is
so
going at 21.
You get Wendell or you get Liddell.
Or Beauchamp. I'd be fine with Beauchamp. And again, Hardy's at the top of the board, so
there's something about the way that they've just shown Hardy that to me is like smoke screen season. Like the Sixers are
feeding Keith.
Yeah. And the Sixers throughout the entire draft process have been very on the low about who they worked out, who they've interviewed. Yeah. And then Jaden Hardy they've kind of brought in, telling everybody, bringing people.
Oh yeah, no, we haven't worked out anybody. Oh, except for Jaden Hardy 50 times.
Right. So there's something to me that makes it seem like Jaden Hardy's not actually who they're eyeing. But
we'll
who
see.
knows? Yeah,
we will see. I mean, we're getting there. We're now just a couple picks away. Man, this is I would be lying if I didn't say deeply upsetting. But listen, if you told me coming in draft night that Beauchamp and Liddell would be available, which one of these two players is going to be available, right?
Yeah.
I'd be fine with it. It's disappointing seeing how the board has actually fallen. So we'll see. I wouldn't hate Wendell Moore. Jaden Hardy, I guess I could be sold on. It's just the team needs a wing so badly.
Right. Wow, I'm intrigued right now.
Sean, I feel the same way. I feel like I'm intrigued at the options right now. And don't be surprised if there's a name that's picked and you're like, huh? To me, that signals trade. I don't know. To me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that's a Jovic. I think that might be a Blake Wesley too, if I'm being honest with you.
Or even Christian Braun.
Yeah, Christian Braun did just go to Denver at 21, it looks like. So he looks like he won't be available on the board. But Wendell Moore, Walker Kessler, I will say, if Walker Kessler is picked at 23, you do have to think that's a trade.
I would hope so.
You do have to think,
I would hope so.
And again, Kessler is a very good player. It's just that it is by far not Philadelphia's need, considering they have young centers and they're going to be in the older center, the veteran center market in the offseason. So that's another player that they could potentially draft and then immediately trade. So we'll see what happens. It looks like Thibault's not getting moved for any draft picks in this draft. The Eric Gordon trade, I guess, is still potentially gonna be able to work itself out somehow, some way.
And we're still like there could very well the Daryl Morey has pulled the trigger on a deal, and it just because of the ramifications cannot be announced till they're after the 23rd pick. So while we're still talking about this,
agreed. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, so there could very well be a decision made that we just don't know about yet.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely a possibility, and only time will tell. I mean, the big thing is obviously the player that the other team wants has to be there, or a player the other team wants, I should say.
Right.
Or
if Daryl Morey is playing chicken and following a strategy that Howie Roseman did during the draft. So he could be doing that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of possibilities still on the table, and I would even take EJ Liddell. Heck, you could call up Boston. They're rumored to be shopping Grant Williams for the right price. Hey, we'll give you, this guy who mocks out to be kind of like Grant Williams for Grant Williams. Not necessarily.
Oh, here we go. Trades being announced. Wow. Huh?
Oh, so they're now announcing through the live draft
because the board of governors have to sign off on the trades first before anything gets done.
Right.
Yeah. Just a funny thing.
So Nuggets officially got Braun.
There's Braun.
Yep.
So let's see what Minnesota does. Please be Ty Washington. Give me the options.
I really do think it is going to be. I feel like that's a fitting pick for them. I really do.
Yeah.
And I knew it was over for D'Angelo Russell when
I just love how you entered that. How you brought that up. I just love how you announced that conversation. It was perfect.
I knew it was over for him. What's his name? The guy who was playing, the defensive guy who was playing point guard at the end of the series with Memphis.
Pat
no, not Pat Bev. It was another guy.
Oh, McLaughlin?
Yes, McLaughlin. Yeah.
They love him. He's a good player.
Yeah.
They was playing him in fourth quarter minutes. I said, uh-oh.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
No, that's Dunsky. That's it.
You're out of here. Detective Russell.
Yeah.
Okay. Minnesota is landing Auburn 7-footer Walker Kessler.
Good, whatever. I don't have him on my list anyway. That's perfectly
okay.
Fine. Honestly, trade down now. This is perfect. Who wants Ty Washington? Miami? Yeah, you want Ty Washington? Anyone want Ty Washington? We will trade down and just let us recoup something. Get some type of future pick, second round pick. I don't care. I just need something.
Future first would be nice.
Oh, you know what? I'll say Minnesota has 40. I also wouldn't hate if you trade down to 29 and then you get 29 and 40. You can still get a nice guy like a Justin Lewis. There's a Jalen Williams from Arkansas there. He's not half bad. Trevor Keels could fall. David Roddy. If David Roddy down to 40, I mean, listen, okay. And let's not forget about the fact Kendall Brown is still available too. We haven't mentioned his name once.
Yeah,
Baylor's Kendall Brown.
And
so there's still.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're saying.
No, I'm saying the only reason that Walker Kessler was picked is because Karl Anthony Towns he doesn't want to play center.
Yeah, there's a trend of that. You look at Anthony Davis, Kristaps Porzingis. You have these guys who, with the way the NBA has gone, they have to play center, but they don't like center, whether it's getting beat up or whatever the reason is. They just don't want to play center. They want to play power forward. They want to have the ball in their hand more, and whatever. Do you, Karl Anthony Towns? You're not on my team, whatever. It is what it is. Or if you want to, come over to Philly's way, we'll play you next. We'll play you next to Joel Embiid, no problem. But all right, so Sixers are now on the board, or rather on the clock, I should say. Anyone in the chat? Who do we think? Let's go rapid fire real quick. Who do we think the pick is? Is it traded? What do you guys think? Let us know in the chat. But Sean Rodman, why don't we go to you? Gun to your head. Who do you think the pick is?
I'm still on board that it's traded. I think we might all be shocked, and it could be, I don't know, Blake Wesley or someone's coming up to come pick up someone. or Ty Washington, we're going to be a little bit shocked by it at first, and then give it a couple minutes before it comes out who's going.
Philadelphia is trading the 23rd pick for DeAnthony Melton. This is fantastic.
Love it.
This is great.
I love
this
it.
is what
I
it
love it.
was supposed to be.
I love it. I love it.
No, I hate it.
I love it.
Oh, DeAnthony Melton.
He is good.
I love it.
He is good. I love it.
DeAnthony Melton's awesome.
He is awesome.
Anthony Mountain.
Yeah, he's so man, I have wanted him for so long. I am so happy to have him. Justin, we were just talking about that. I don't think it was our last podcast, but the one before. We were just talking about that, about DeAnthony Melton and what a great fit he'd be in Philadelphia.
Melton.
Perfect third guard.
Interesting. DeAnthony Melton.
That's awesome. All right.
This is great. This is fantastic. This is the kind of move that they needed. Like this to me is better than going after an Eric Gordon and spending all that money. I think Eric Gordon is a better offensive player, sure, but the youth, the affordability of Melton, the role that he can play, having that secondary ball handler, Melton is huge. The defensive ability that he brings, just absolutely in love with it.
Yeah, just think about like if you were in DeAnthony Melton's rookie year, if you were to take him at 23, that would be a massive success to flip the pick for him. You love it.
Yes, absolutely. 100% without question.
I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I'm bigger on that than Jaden Hardy. And you never know. They could also still trade back into the draft. Like draft picks are not they're not going for a whole lot these days, you know?
Yeah.
I'm over the moon. This is it. This was like of all the situations we talked about, this was best case, you know, aside from a Tari Eason slip or something like that.
And the Grizzlies are targeting David Roddy.
Damn. Wow. See, there's the bittersweet part of this all. I love David Roddy.
I'm surprised.
I do.
Zach.
Dude, he's like freaking. Oh, dude, I'm ready for this.
You know what? I like him.
Yeah,
you know what? As we're looking it over, yeah, I like this. I like this move now.
Do we think that Danny Green could be going back to, in that trade for Melton just because of the cap situation?
Probably
potentially. I mean, theoretically, it could be Korkmaz.
Yeah, Ferk would work in this deal because he does have 2 years left. He has 2 years left, and it's $8.25 million for Melton next year. So Ferk should work.
Isn't Ferk only on 5?
He's only on 5 next year. Yeah,
but I believe there's a little wiggle room, and I haven't checked it yet, but I believe it should work.
Well, let's check it out. Thanks to our friends at Fanspo and see what might be going on with this deal. So, if we take a look here, DeAnthony Melton 8.2 next year, Furkan Korkmaz $5 million. Let's put it through. All right, so there needs to be a 1.9 million difference. That is a Shake Milton size hole right there, I'll tell you.
No, Danny Green. Danny Green.
It is Danny Green. That's what it should be because it's too much value otherwise, to be honest with you. So I'll take that. Danny Green makes a lot of sense going to Memphis. He'll at least be able to provide a veteran presence. This is good news for Danny Green too, because his contract, listen, it's going to be guaranteed. They couldn't trade him, and that. So all right, let's start from the top with this. Danny Green, $10 million, right? So the deal is non-guaranteed. So Philadelphia could have waived him and not lost a thing, right? Well, if you trade him, you have to guarantee the contract in order to do that. So Danny Green's getting his $10 million next year. More importantly, Danny Green, who tore his ACL and I want to say his LCL last year during the playoffs, he is, because his deal is guaranteed, and he will.
Here we go. Here's what we're talking about.
Unless the Memphis Grizzlies waive him, he's going to have access to the team facility, team doctors, everything like that. And that was a situation that you wanted. You know, for some, it seemed like an easy choice for Philadelphia just to waive Green. Just morally, it wasn't. It wasn't that simple. And to get Melton just for the 23rd pick in this widely considered weak draft, I just had someone text me the Serbian. I don't know why Nikola Jovic is coming up right now. But yeah, no, it's a plus deal. This is A+ for Daryl Morey so far.
Melton also on this deal is like the perfect contract for trade wise too. At 8.25 is what he's going to be making next year, and he has another year left after that as well. It's kind of like the Seth Curry's deal that he
All right, here we go.
that was right around 8 million as well. So I think it's a kind of a perfect. Not only do you get Melton for 1 year, you get him for 2. He averaged 37 from 3, and we already talked about his defensive prowess. He averaged 37 from 3 last year, and nearly 42% the year before. He's going to help off the bench right away and for them.
Of course, the Sixers are going to make that move and pick it for Memphis, and then they're going to trade that for Melton. Makes sense.
I got to say, David Roddy is a player, though. Like, I love that for Memphis. I mean, I didn't have him mocked in the first round only because I didn't know that other teams valued him that high. I would have been more than happy to have him there, though. The man is an absolute machine. Like, if there's anyone who I actually compared to PJ Tucker, it's David Roddy. He's even more athletic, though. He's got some ball handle. What I will say, too, Jake Fisher confirms Danny Green's contract is, of course, being guaranteed. One of the sickest spin moves when you get into the paint. Like, David Roddy was a draft crush for me. I love and I hate to see him go to Memphis because Memphis is so full of young talent. I think he's going to have a shot there. What I will say is I would have loved him in Philadelphia. I'm still I can't be anything but happy that we got D'Anthony Melton.
So now with Danny Green on the move, who's going to be your 3-point specialist?
Well, so Danny Green was going to miss at least 60% of the year due to the injury anyway. So that's really someone you're going to have to find in free agency or a secondary trade. I do think that an Eric Gordon trade can still happen. Yeah. It would just have to be a part of a Tobias Harris deal, most likely.
I still think Tobias is unlikely to be moved as of right now.
Well, it's difficult, yeah.
I think if you're trading Tobias Harris, and I extremely highly doubt this, it's for like a superstar who's going to be a step above Tobias Harris, whether that's Kyrie Irving, which I highly doubt in a sign and trade, or even Kevin Durant, who whatever happens there, but they would have to give up more than that for Kevin Durant as well.
Yeah, time will tell. Yeah, man,
Well, so far from what I'm seeing right now, Sixers Twitter is pissed at this trade.
Well, send them my way. They don't know what they're talking about. Listen, D'Anthony Melton.
Some of them are saying the Sixers don't know what the hell they're drafting. Their trades are atrocious.
Oh, so I think some people who still think they're getting David Roddy.
Yeah,
because they're not drafting anybody, but also it also shows they don't know. Wow, Milwaukee took Beauchamp. See, now that's good for Milwaukee.
Wow.
Yeah. So let's talk for a little bit and have a little lesson here on D'Anthony Melton, right? So D'Anthony Melton, only 24 years old, right? So he's not that much older than these players in this draft. For the Memphis Grizzlies, backup combo guard form, 10.8 points last year, 4.5 rebounds, 2.7 assists. He's not an offensive powerhouse. I think that's kind of what fans were expecting, especially with the Eric Gordon trade rumors, is that you're going to get someone who's going to really be an electric sixth-man type. That's not necessarily his game, but he shot 37.4 from 3 last year. Admittedly, okay, not the 40-plus that Gordon shot, but that was on 5 attempts per game. Like, that's nothing to sniff your nose at. But the fact of the matter is that he's a defensive two-way guard who can handle the ball. We don't have anyone on the bench who can throw an entry pass. Like, this is huge for Philadelphia. To get him for the price of the 23rd pick, which these picks, judging by that Memphis trade with Minnesota, these picks aren't worth a lot to teams. So to get him for 23rd and Danny Green, and that's it, that's huge for Philadelphia. D'Anthony Melton's going to fit right in. I like this more than a Montes Morris deal because you'd have to give him a lot more for Morris. Just considering how the draft has played out and how worthless these picks have proven to be, this is nothing if not a steal for the Philadelphia 76ers.
I've been surprised how seemingly not eager, but the Grizzlies were willing to include Melton for kind of talks for a little bit now.
Yeah.
He's a guy that I've liked straight through, so I've been surprised. He obviously wasn't a crucial part to their rotation. I think the growth of Zaire Williams makes him a little bit more disposable.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, which is obviously a luxury the Sixers don't have, and Zaire Williams is definitely a fine young player. But D'Anthony Melton is a guy that I will step in and a splash of something the Sixers don't have on roster. So I'm happy with it.
I also think that like a lot of people are undervaluing Melton's athleticism.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like we talk about guys who he can get up and get a rebound. He can dunk on guys. I've seen him sky for rebounds. I've seen him sky for steals. Like he just has the level of athleticism that they lack at some portions of the game. Also, he's a guy who can take on, as Zach talked about his perimeter defenses too, where he could take on that number one perimeter scorer, and you could still have him on the court at the end of the game. Unlike a Matisse Thybulle later on in the year, where you can't have him on the court. He's at least an offensive threat who can drive, who can shoot, athletic. I like it. And like Zach said, for what you were going to get at 23, whether it was Liddell or Beauchamp or whatever, some guys that you may not feel like will be the perfect fit, or they fit, but they have some weaknesses in their game or some things that they need to, fix in their game or improve in their game in order for them to really play for the Sixers in the playoffs. Like, this is best case scenario. Best case scenario.
Yeah, I think he's certainly worth more than a lot of these players that I left on the board. And like we talked about, not much older, So it's I think Justin, it was you who said it earlier. It might have been Sean. If you imagine just drafting a guy like Anthony Melton at this range, I think you're more than happy with that. So the one thing I am interested in is the continued slide of EJ Liddell. Like, is there a you gotta love seeing Beauchamp go up there for the Bucks.
Yeah.
Where does Liddell go at this point? Why are teams falling on him? Is it the lack of athleticism, or
here's something to consider? Maybe the Sixers could be coming back into the first round to get EJ Liddell.
I mean, that's a possibility. I would say that's on the board for Liddell. I'd say it's on the board for Hardy. Hardy only if you're going to trade the pick then, because you just got another small guard. And then additionally, I would say that's still a possibility for a guy like Kendall Brown, who I believe the Sixers work out as well.
Yeah. I mean, I think for Liddell, the spot that he'd go to is Miami. If they're going to lose PJ Tucker, why not fill him with a guy that can be in that similar role?
That's a really good point, Sean, that you bring up. If Liddell goes to Miami, does that pretty much seal things up for PJ Tucker coming to Philadelphia?
I mean, there's still got to be some maneuvering with contracts around, whether that's Matisse Thybulle or whoever, but or whether Matisse or Furk, like both of them, I believe will have to go. I have to look at the new numbers now that they opened up at least a little bit of money there with the Melton.
So
deal,
it's 1.8 million saved for the Sixers, right? Because Danny Green had 10 going out, and then it's 8.2 coming back in from Melton. So
1.75 to be exact.
Sure. Yes. To be specific. Yes. So on top of that, they need I think it was about 4.5 million was the difference just to get to the ability to use the non-taxpayer mid-level exception. But the problem is that you want to go even further below that because you need that extra room next to the tax apron because you want to be able to, you're going to be hard capped in that situation. So you want to be able to have a little flexibility. So exactly like you said, there's going to either need to be, in what you mentioned, a Furkan Korkmaz trade or potentially also a Matisse Thybulle trade. And then, of course, Tobias Harris being moved is still on the table.
I think even if you don't move Tobias, a Furk, Shake Milton, I think obviously has to go. And you could even kind of maybe let go Charles Bassey for like a future second and run with Paul Reed as your backup 5. You still have Jaden Springer that you could trade as well. You don't necessarily have to let go of Matisse, although it would be one of the easier ways to do it with the contract that he has.
I'll say this too, as the San Antonio Spurs select Blake Wesley, having the taxpayer mid-level exception. If PJ Tucker wants to come to Philadelphia bad enough, I know it's a pay cut, but if he gets the guaranteed years along with it, there is a chance that he takes that. It's not overly likely, but let's not completely rule that out either.
Yeah, the thing that I would like to say there is I think obviously James Harden is a key part of this. I think they would like to play together. So if those two want to actually play together, one of them has to be sacrificed and take some sort of pay cut. You guys think
that James Harden could be the one in that situation to let go of a little money?
I would hope. I'm not as confident in that, but yeah, I feel like those two need to rock, paper, scissors and figure that out.
I mean, you could have PJ Tucker come for free, and then James Harden could just pay him $10 million like it was nothing.
Or
Well, also, there was the report the other day. I forget who wrote this one, but with Michael Rubin now going to sell the team, there could be aspirations of Fanatics and maybe James Harden getting a little extra deal there.
backdoor deals, baby.
I saw one where it's like James Harden signs like a 4-year minimum deal with the Sixers, and he also signed like a $250 million deal with Fanatics. Like,
I mean, Fanatics
something
now
insane like that. Like,
Fanatics is now reported to be worth $27 billion, and that's up. They're last just a year ago. They were just above $12 billion valued at. So they have enough money to pay James Harden to sacrifice.
And they're starting sports betting as well. So a lot of cash in the sports betting world.
Wow. Sorry, the picks that New York acquired for OKC trade for Ousmane Dieng, 2023 first rounder via Detroit, 2023 first rounder via Washington, 2023 first rounder via Denver. Let's check the protections on those picks. But I mean, 3 picks that's a heck of a lot considering this draft. So if we look over here at New York.
Let me throw this thing out of it. What do you guys' thoughts about the report came out that Rick Ross wants in on the Sixers ownership group?
Honestly, do it. Like if it brings PJ Tucker too, because Rick Ross, known Miami Heat fan, sure, why not? Just bring Jimmy Butler.
He doesn't have enough money.
Bring all the tough guys. Well, he's gonna come in with other guys. Like, it's not just.
Well, yeah, they're gonna have to get a whole
And he's only gonna be going for Ruben's stake, I believe.
Yeah, but 10%. I think they said Ruben's stake was like 290 million.
Which is crazy because it was only 10%. So that's ridiculous.
Yeah, and then they said that Rick Ross like net worth is
$40
million, $40 million or something.
Yeah.
So I mean, probably got to get a couple other. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, he listen. It's not going to be. It's going to be like when Will Smith. Remember when they were talking about how Will Smith bought the Sixers? Like, it's a minority stake. Like, so he's probably going to break it up amidst some other people.
I mean, listen, sell all his wing stops and.
Sure.
And get Diddy on board because Diddy tried to buy the Carolina Panthers.
So taking a look at these picks real quick, going to New York, 2023 via Denver, right? That's a lottery protected pick for the next 3 years. That's going to go to New York next year. Right?
Yep.
So there's a non-lottery pick they will have next year. For Detroit, it's protected 1 through 18 for the next 2 years, 1 through 13 in 2025, 1 through 11 in 2026. And 1 through 9 in 2027. Okay. So at some point, you like to think that that's going to convey for New York as well, as Wendell Moore's gone to Houston at 26.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, you also have the 2023 first round pick from Washington. That's another lottery pick. That all depends on Bradley Beal. If Bradley Beal's there, New York is probably also getting that pick next year. So it's a good combination of next year availability and picks being spread out for New York as they potentially look to make a push for. I think this screams Kyrie Irving, if I'm being honest with you, if nothing short of a backup plan.
Houston is taking Wendell Moore Jr.
Yeah,
but I agree. That's a good pickup for the Knicks. For, like you said, what they're trying to do is gather assets for a possible sign and trade, and then just in general, just gather assets because rumor has it that, I mean, of course, Portland's trying to rebuild around Dame, but, Dame's preferred destination was the Knicks or whatever star who acts out. They want to try to gather some assets because they've been asset bearing and they've recouped it and made salary mistakes. Now they're just trying to get their bearings together and be available for when the next big star comes around.
So I don't know if this is just a mistype, but Adrian Wojnarowski said that the Minnesota Timberwolves took Wendell Moore at 26. So it's possible that they traded up for him. I do think Moore is actually a really good fit in Minnesota. As far as I know, this is still Houston. No, Houston traded it to Dallas. Oh my gosh! Wow, no one's on the same page tonight.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it seems like Woj is way off tonight. Him and Sham are like way off tonight.
Yeah, there's been a lot of odd back and forth.
46 pick, right? Was that
Yeah, there's been a lot of odd picks going back and forth, and a lot of odd news breaking from Shams, Adrian, and of course Jake Fisher during this time. Anyone else getting that feedback?
Yeah, I heard that too.
is
Yeah,
it
Sean.
far from me?
Okay. Well, anyway, moving forward, it looks as though that pick is heading to Dallas, at least according to Shams. I think that's a really good fit there, to be honest with you. Kind of fits like right in that Jalen Green mold. Not Jalen Green, Josh Green. I've been doing that all week. That Josh Green mold, those athletic wing defenders.
Yeah.
But definitely a good fit for Dallas. So definitely something that I'm excited to see. B Haskins checks in. He says that he just tuned in and asked what's going on with the Sixers. So listen, it's been an exciting night, right? So 23, it wasn't looking great. Tari Eason went off the board. Malachi Branham
Well, here we
went
go.
off the board.
The commissioner's about to announce the trade.
EJ Liddell was still there, but what's happening with the Philadelphia 76ers is that they moved 23 and Danny Green for one D'Anthony Melton out of Memphis. 6'2" combo guard, can score a bit, real defensive presence, just kind of gets in the mix, a real scrum kind of guy. This is a part of the.
So the commissioner just announced the trade for Jalen Durant is now official.
Yeah, so the Sixers ended up with D'Anthony Melton out of all this, which I got to say that's a huge win. So B Haskins, just know your Sixers were winners tonight. We'll see if they come back into this, but it's absolutely huge for Philadelphia to get a player of D'Anthony Melton's potential, considering how invaluable, not even that, but just lacking in value, rather, that these draft picks have been clearly to these teams tonight. So Minnesota via Dallas is taking Wendell Moore. Interesting. Yeah, that didn't really make sense when Shams said it after all, actually, because when he said, whatever the case may be, we have Wendell Moore going to the Minnesota Timberwolves, which I think it makes perfect sense. I think that's a great fit for him. So Haskins, no, unfortunately, David Roddy is not with the Sixers. That's who the Memphis Grizzlies selected with that pick. I'm a big David Roddy guy, so I was a little upset to see that happen. I was hoping we could trade back into the second round and get him. I like him a lot. I think there's a lot of great athleticism, passing ability to his game. Unfortunately, no David Roddy for Philadelphia. But we'll see what happens in the rest of this draft. There's still a whole second round to go. And we will see if the team trades back in. They obviously purchased the pick for Charles Bassey just last year. So we could see, probably not for cash considerations, but if a team has some space, maybe we want to get like a Furkan Korkmaz, for instance. You could swap him for a second round pick. That's definitely a possibility. There's still time to see what happens. I think you can't really rule anything out, even when it comes to the availability of a Shake Milton, for instance, who, he's on a great deal, but he also might be valuable to a team. You might be able to get a second round pick this year, second round pick another year. There's definitely going to be some great news there. And listen, man, I hear you. I wanted Roddy too. Listen, you talk about dog. Man was a bull, right? Like he just right into the paint, fierce, high flyer. Honestly, he reminded me, and this is obviously not the same level of player, but he reminded me a little bit of Charles Barkley, just in the sense of that man had no business flying as high as he does. But if you just look at him, it's just beautiful to watch David Roddy play the game. So I'll be a big fan of his in Memphis, as I always am. Memphis always drafts all the players that I want to watch anyway. So this is really nothing new for me. But, David Roddy, not a Sixer, kind of sucks. D'Anthony Melton coming to the Sixers absolutely rocks. Can't feel any other way.
Yeah. I'm working on wrapping up the article now, Zach. Probably a couple more minutes, I'll be good.
Awesome. Fantastic. Huge. Oh, you know what I should end up doing? Let's take a look here. I think actually I may have gotten one of good old Sir D'Anthony Melton in the past, because this is not the first time that I have talked about Melton becoming a Sixer. It's always great to see a plan come together like this.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right. Well, we'll do a little bit of looking around, get that all set up for you, Sean, once that is in. But yeah, it's just the Anthony Melton. I can't say enough good things about him. Miami's on the board now. Has Miami's pick come in yet?
I've not seen anything far about Miami.
Sounds
right.
like slow-mo or something.
Yeah, no, I just thought, did we trade for Kyle Anderson? What happened? Yeah, so definitely a little bit weird there. But yeah, so DeAnthony Melton, great pick. Miami's on the board. We got to see what Miami does here. Who's still on the board?
EJ Liddell.
Oh, geez. That's right. This is it. This is the moment of truth. This is it. Listen, listen, put me on the record right now. If they draft EJ Liddell, PJ Tucker's a Philadelphia 76er. That's it. No conversation in my mind. And listen to that. Bobby Marks' team needs backup power forward. You do also see Jaden Hardy. I think Jaden Hardy could be a good fit there too.
Yeah.
Let's take a look here. Wow, this is really letting this one go down to the wire.
Yeah.
Kemba Walker confirmed to be a part of a buyout.
Nikola Jovic.
Jovic? Nikola Jovic.
Interesting.
So this is from Bobby Marks. Walker is on an expiring 9.2 salary for next season. He gave back $20 million as part of the buyout in OKC, only to recoup most of it in New York. The likelihood that Walker will go into the trade exception is that Walker will go into the trade exception once the Jeremy Grant trade is finalized. Okay. Well, but now here's the thing. We talked earlier about the possibility of adding Kemba Walker in a buyout. I think the addition of DeAnthony Melton already rules that out. What do you guys think?
Yeah. I think Walker is like an interesting kind of. It's tough for guys to make the transition when you go from being like a real crucial player, a real ball dominant guy, to adjust to just kind of being like a true backup point guard and complementary piece. I don't know if Walker is necessarily kind of taken that step, like that pride swallow in his play yet. So it's kind of a risk to throw him in. So I'm more comfortable with Melton, who you more kind of know is comfortable in the role, being more of a complementary piece. And there's just less of a need for another ball handler now.
So this DeAndre, the guy the Sixers just got, he's still under contract for 2 years at $16.2 million.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, good news.
Yeah, that's not a bad deal over the next 2 years.
Oh, here we go. Commissioner Silver making a trade.
Huh.
Wait. And there you go. Now the trade's official.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
There we go. Okay. I thought, for instance, these are some beauties. Okay. I love going photo shopping whenever we get a new player. It's always great.
You got it already?
Oh, and there we are. I got one for Melton right here.
Okay.
And you say that's all set up and good, Sean?
Wrapping it up now.
Oh, okay, take your time. I'll start working on a graphic. All right, Justin, what do you think is going to happen in the second round? Do you think Philadelphia makes any moves?
No, because I think they need every dollar they can as they try to maneuver to try to get these wings. PJ Tucker, one of the Martin brothers, just even trying to, although if they trade Tobias or whatever, they could probably still try to make a move for Eric Gordon, but just whatever finagling they need to do, I think they need every dollar that they can. Unless they pick somebody they really like, but then they're going to have to waive non-guarantee of Bassie or Isaiah Joe.
Yeah, I mean, I am curious at like I wouldn't even call it a Furkan salary dump, but that's the only thing I can see. But I do think he's much more likely to go in a really as another piece in a deal for just kind of added salary. So we'll see what ends up happening. You're right. I don't see them buying into the second round like they did with Bassie. I think they like Charles Bassie a lot, and being able to be actually down in Delaware covering him live in person, I got to tell you, like there is a lot to be excited about with Charles Bassie. So I'm definitely all for leaning into the Charles Bassie column here. I think that'd be a great move for Philadelphia. So we'll see. Might be a slow night from here on out, but not going to be upset about it considering what happened so far.
I still see the Sixers jumping back into the second round and probably go after EJ Liddell if he's still on the board.
Yeah, well, you bring up a great point. He's still there at 28. So let's talk about Golden State, for instance. Like, is there any way Golden State doesn't take him? Like, if they do end up taking the pick, obviously we've talked a lot about them trading it, but that's hard to pass up on a guy like EJ Liddell at this spot. What do you think?
Yeah, but just where the minutes going to come? Kuminga, Looney, Draymond. They still got the other wings as far as Otto Porter. They probably try to resign him. Of course, Andrew Wiggins. There's just no minutes for him. So
yeah, that is the tough part.
Now I will say if you didn't have Kuminga, because I'm high on Kuminga, honestly.
So the Warriors made the pick. This is absolutely a Warriors pick here. And this goes right into what you're saying about the minutes. Patrick Baldwin Jr. is the pick, right?
Wow.
And why this is a great pick is because he's not ready to play in the NBA, but he has a lot of potential. Okay, so definitely a great pick. Somebody who can really grow into a valuable player, but doesn't necessarily need minutes right away.
I agree.
I personally not like him at all. I agree with the pick and the upside swing, but he is not a guy that I believe in.
He did not look good at all last year, but I think the worst thing that he could have done was play for his father like he did.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll tell you this: he will be the number one option on the Santa Cruz Warriors, along with Damian Lee.
Sounds about right. Or they're making this pick and then trading it away.
Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility as well. I mean, you never know. Nothing's come through yet, but that doesn't mean nothing will. It could be effectively a G League draft and stash, or they could be trading him away because he's one of the higher potential players still left on the board.
I wonder why EJ Liddell is dropping.
Yeah, I'm
that
surprised.
Lack of athleticism. That's what it's got to be. It's the only thing I can think of because, he good character guy. He has a lot of valuable traits as a role player. If I'm Philadelphia, I'd do what I can to trade back in and get him in the second round, assuming that he's still or Kendall Brown too. Kendall Brown's another guy that I'm relatively high on at this point in the draft.
Yeah, I like Kendall Brown. He's like obviously work in progress. The shot he still shot, I believe, 36% from three, but only on like 1.2 attempts per game.
Mm-hmm.
But his athleticism just pops off the page. Like he's going to be a day one contributor because of that. He will absolutely feast off lobs from James Harden just in the way that he cuts. He's a willing cutter, and on both sides of the ball, he just gets up and down. He competes, and it's just his athleticism is really his defining skill right now.
Yeah, I think that it could be a potential next best thing to Dalen Terry as far as that role is concerned. He's not necessarily a comparable player, but just when you look at the defensive ability that he brings to the table, and obviously the out of the gym athleticism, that might be the next move since Terry is gone.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by this Patrick Baldwin pick. This is a very Warriors pick here.
Wow, Houston takes Ty Washington at 28. That's good value, I got to say. I'm not even a big Ty Washington fan, but that's good value.
The good rebuild, and you get just buy out Eric Gordon and just let him come to Philly. Just
honestly, yeah, at this point,
I could care less about John Wall.
Whoa, Andy's here. Snuck up on me there. I was making a graphic. What's up, Andy? How you doing?
What's up, guys? Thought I would maybe drop in and hang out with you guys for the rest of the draft.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. So, for those watching who are unfamiliar, this is our new Sixers writer. This is Andy. Andy, why don't you introduce yourself? Tell people watching a little bit about yourself.
Hey, everyone. I'm pretty new to PSN, but I'm super ecstatic to be a part of the team. You can find a couple of my pieces already. I'm going to do some stuff after the draft for sure. But I also cover the Portland Trailblazers for Rip City Project and all 30 NBA teams at NBA Analysis Network.
Yeah, and Portland really made quite the move tonight. Shaden Sharp. How do you feel about that for Portland?
I'm not thrilled. I was so excited when they made the trade for Jeremy Grant. I was like, okay, this is exactly what we need. A good step forward. Me and you were talking about it. But then this one kind of feels like a step backwards to me. I just put up an article about it, but it kind of feels like they're trying to ride this fence between fully committing into competing with Damian Lillard during the rest of his prime, but also preparing for the area post Lillard, which just feels like a disaster to me. You got to commit one way or the other.
Yeah, no, I kind of agree. It's, not a whole lot of direction, consistent direction one way or another for Portland. So who would you have picked? Obviously, Mathurin was off the board at that point. Who would you have gone with if you were Portland? Would you have traded? Obviously, you possibly would have traded down, traded out. But if you're at 7, who else would you have taken at 7?
So honestly, at 7, I would have taken AJ Griffin, which is I was so surprised to see him tumble all the way down to what did he go? 15?
16, Atlanta.
16. Yeah, that was really surprising to me. I thought he might have been the pick. Honestly, I was still holding out hope, but it was surprising to see him tumble and Sharp.
Yeah.
I mean, there was noise around Sharp being the pick for Portland, but I thought it was a smokescreen because honestly, he just makes no roster sense right now. But I guess it's an upside pick.
Well, so for Philadelphia, what do you think about the trade for DeAnthony Melton? Do you like it? Do you hate it? Why do you like it? Because that's the only correct answer.
I love it. I think it addressed a couple needs. I think they needed another point of attack defender, and that's basically his specialty. I think they could use a little bit more creation off their bench, and that's another area that he fills. And I think they got great value for that 23rd pick. I guess it depends on how strongly you view the back end of this draft, but I think it was great value. And they got off of Danny Green, who is a shell of himself.
Yeah, and injured for this year, so he likely, if he plays at all, which he said he will, it won't be until after the All-Star break, it looks like. So definitely good value, it looks like there. Really, are you surprised at all about how little these draft picks are being valued by teams, or considering what we've heard about this being a weaker draft, is it kind of par for what you were expecting?
I think it's kind of expected, and I saw a lot of trades coming as well. Just because to me, it almost feels like the 15th best prospect in this draft class isn't far off from the 32nd best prospect in this draft class. So I expected a lot of movement. I expected them to be a little bit undervalued. I mean, after that Jaden Ivey, Shaden Sharp tier, basically everyone else was a high-level role player at best. Was what they were projecting to be. So, and I think those teams that aren't ready to compete are just loading up for the 2023 draft at this point. So it made sense.
No, it definitely looks that way.
The pieces in, Zach.
Pieces in? Awesome. Yep. Awesome. So what have we missed draft-wise? Is it still Memphis on the board? Is that pick or actually, no, it's not even Memphis. This is Minnesota. What was the last pick that was made?
Golden State.
That was Patrick Baldwin.
No,
we've had one since, right? Ty Washington at 29. So we're just waiting on 30, who is Denver again, right?
Yeah. So the
see,
the Ty Washington
Brown?
pick is who's picking at 30?
30 is Denver now.
Denver.
Right.
I could see Kendall Brown for sure.
I like Kendall Brown
just
a
taking
lot.
an athletic win. Yeah.
I mean, EJ Liddell's still there. It's got to be him, right? I heard y'all talk about him earlier.
Yeah.
I want the Blazers to trade back into the first round for EJ Liddell, or the Sixers.
That's
still
what we were
too.
talking about.
I am really surprised how far he has slid here. Like he seemed like a guy that I expected in kind of the late teens, early 20s at the latest. And I guess the athleticism concerns are but then when you say that, Zach, like think about they're taking David Roddy at 23, and you're worried
don't you dare badmouth my boy Roddy. Like he's a big boy, but he gets up
for sure. But so does EJ Liddell. So I don't know.
Watson.
Yeah,
Peyton
there could be something. There could be something like saying in his history with Ohio State that teams are like, you know what? I think he's late first, early second round.
Yeah, I don't know, but I love like all accounts the work ethic. I really have a ton of respect for a guy who he caught my eye as a sophomore at Ohio State. That I really liked his game, really liked the way he played. He kind of flirted with going into the draft. They pretty much told him that he wasn't quite good enough, had to work on his perimeter defense, had a couple other things to clean up. He went back, did all that and more, improved on every area of his game. And I thought for sure he was a surefire first-round lock this year. So a little disappointed. I think he's going to stick wherever he ends up, and he's a high-character guy to add to any organization. So I will be rooting for EJ Liddell.
Yeah, especially being a Penn State guy. Like I'm not for Ohio State players, but hey, I'll go for EJ Liddell. He's actually good.
I think his is an interesting case in ageism. I was surprised Okay Agbaji still went so high despite being a senior. Yeah. But I think that's really that. But besides athleticism, it's got to be his age that's holding him back.
Right.
I mean, one would think that what else really is there? You know, I get the concerns. Could there be weight concerns? You know, that's one thing they talked about, the lack of lateral quickness being one of his weaknesses. If that's what's holding him back, the concern that he's not going to be able to switch at the NBA level, which there's some truth to, but he's worked incredibly hard to get better at that every day. You know, maybe it's as simple as that.
And I think he projects like he's pretty much a seamless modern day stretch four. Like he can he's a terrific rebounder. He can stretch the floor, shoot corner threes. Like he's worked himself into an NBA quality player and stylistically player. Like he kind of in college was naturally pretty post heavy. He's a guy that kind of like played bigger than his frame was, and he kind of adjusted that, especially this year with expanding out to the perimeter more, being able to do a little more as a passer, a little more off the dribble. He improved just about every aspect of his game. So I have a ton of respect for him. I would be very happy 100%. If the Sixers can find a way to get back into the second round.
So actually, here's another name I would keep an eye on for the Sixers if they were to come back into the second round. The guy from UCLA, Peyton Watson.
Oh, he's about to go.
Right? Yeah, for Denver. Peyton Watson went to Denver there, and
damn it, that's 2 picks in a row I got wrong.
It's a good fit in Denver, I think, for Peyton Watson.
Yeah.
I like Jalen Williams to the Sixers if they're gonna come back in the second round.
Arkansas's Jalen Williams,
I said this earlier. The Jalen Williams that went to the Thunder at number 12 is my second favorite Jalen Williams in the draft. I love the Arkansas Jalen Williams.
Absolutely.
That's a good one.
I really do love the Arkansas Jalen Williams. He's a guy on top of everything that he does a little bit of everything in terms of he can play make a little from the big man spot. He competes super hard. And similar to how I felt about Maxey, he's just kind of like a great guy for the vibes. Like he plays with a smile. He competes hard. He's just kind of like has that lovable presence about him. And he does bring it. He has legitimate skills.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's also going to be the first Vietnamese American to be in the NBA, cool. So I got a little bit of bias for him.
That's super cool.
Yeah, he does rock. And still, did I miss it while I was typing, or is Jaden Hardy still on the board as well?
Still on the board.
Still on the board. He has not been taken.
Wow.
So I wonder if there's a second round Jaden Hardy. But again, it doesn't make sense if you have DeAnthony Melton. But if the Sixers really do like him, if that happens, Jaden Springer has to be out of town. Like that's the only thing excuse I could make for it. But there is technically a possibility that the Sixers could work their way back into the second round for Jaden Hardy.
Yeah, this top of the second round is shaping up to be just as exciting as the end of the first.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, though, the winner of the draft so far, in my eyes, has to be the Pistons. I mean, coming away with Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duran and only giving up a 2025 first-round pick to do so.
I know, that's tough.
Ridiculous.
I agree.
That is impressive.
Jaden Duran from Roman Catholic here in Philly, I like that move a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's I gotta say, usually we have an annual rant from me, anti-Detroit Pistons rant, but they got it right this year. What can I say? They I think bungled the Jeremy Grant trade, but word came out after that Grant really wanted to go to Portland, so kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place there.
Yeah, it had a lot to do with the relationship between Troy Weaver and Jeremy Grant, I believe.
Exactly.
They have a lot of history, and it's good for them to prove to free agents and stuff that they'll do right by their players too.
Oh, sure. Yeah, definitely a wise move because you're going to need to convince some players to come to Detroit, but maybe not so now with all this young talent there.
Yeah, I'd love to join a core that has Cunningham, Ivy, and Durant.
Durant, Bay.
Sadiq Bey too, yeah.
Definitely a league pass team for sure.
Yeah, actually, I got another name to consider if they were to come back in the second round. The guy from Baylor, Kendall Brown.
Yeah, Kendall Brown, great guy. We've talked about him a little bit tonight, but incredible athlete. Had a little trouble putting things together on the offensive end, but at this point in the draft, that'd be a steal of a pick. Any team that drafts Kendall Brown from this point on has got, they get a positive grade on that pick, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's honestly like 10 first-round grades available right now still.
Yeah.
Bryce McGowan's.
It's been a weird draft. It's been a little bit all
super
over the
weird
place.
draft.
Yeah. I felt like that was somewhat expected. Like, I don't think beyond I was going to say the first three, but that even got screwed up right off the rip. So beyond that, it felt like pretty much there was a lot of different tiers in terms of how teams gauge guys. And we're kind of seeing that with who's left, but I am pretty shocked. Like EJ Liddell specifically is the one that's shocking me the most that's still on the board, but there's a lot of solid players left.
His most recent
to consider as well. Say if they need another guard, try Kennedy Chandler from Tennessee.
Yeah, still available.
Mm-hmm. And EJ Liddell was like his latest mock was like I've seen a couple latest mocks like 17, 18, 19.
Yeah, we were sitting here not thinking he was going to make it to the Sixers. So
right.
Yeah, I saw him go to the Bulls a lot.
The first round is now over. The second round is now going on. First pick of the second round was actually Andrew Nembhard to the Indiana Pacers. So we're already off, but Jonathan Givony actually released a list of some of the other best available players: Kennedy Chandler, EJ Liddell, Jaden Hardy, Trevor Keels, Khalifa Diop, Jalen Williams. That's Arkansas's Jalen Williams. Bryce McGowan's Kendall Brown, Christian Koloko, Josh Minot, Justin Lewis. He also mentioned Israel Kamagate and Hugo Benson. Definitely a lot of names that are interesting there. A lot of names to potentially check out. So I don't know that Philadelphia trades back into the second round, but I hope they do. Just a lot of interesting action to go, though.
Yeah. Time to get in my second round bag of the guys that I love.
Yeah, so Sean, who's your favorite guy in this second round?
EJ Liddell's the unfair answer. That's kind of my sticking there. As far as like
Caleb Houston goes to Orlando. EJ Liddell still on the board. This is shocking.
Who went?
Caleb Houston. Michigan's Caleb Houston went to Orlando, 32 overall.
Okay.
Another forward, where theoretically, a little younger makes more sense for Orlando's timeline, but still shocking. But you're saying the unfair answer, of course, being
another name I'll throw out is Justin Lewis. A guy
Justin Lewis.
I love him as well. And when we were talking about like D'Anthony Melton, obviously solves the issue not solves, but we have like another guard defender and a point of attack guy. They're still missing wing defenders. And Justin Lewis obviously isn't going to be a ready contributor from day one. He's still got some growing up to do, but he has the NBA ready body right now. He's a nice physicality, plays strong. He pretty much has all the pieces, just kind of needs to put it all together. So he's a guy stands like 6'7", competes. I like him a lot, and he's another guy. My wheels are starting to spin with the Melton edition. If we could kind of swing like a Shake Melton for a pair of seconds or something along those lines.
Yeah, well, so I'll kind of throw out an option for you too. Like one thing I'm starting to wonder. We're early in the second round of the draft. There's still a possibility that the Sixers trade back into the second round. But what about the likelihood of them actually targeting some of these undrafted guys? One player who I definitely think that they could find themselves being interested in is Ron Harper Jr. out of Rutgers.
Mhm.
6'5.5", good wingspan. Athlete. He's a little bit older, but definitely a guy who you could bring in on a two-way, similar to what you did with Aaron Henry last year. Are there any other guys like that, for any of you that you think if they make it undrafted, that you project to be in that range, potentially undrafted, that Philadelphia could be interested in?
Yeah, there's a couple chunky guys that all make the cut this year.
Not David Roddy, unfortunately.
I know. We just talked about David Roddy. Ron Harper Jr. is another. Kenny Lofton Jr. is another. All guys that I really like. And for me, I kind of look at it with these three specifically. I don't know if this is the right mindset, but I'm thinking like if they can drop a couple pounds, think about the untapped athleticism and quickness that could be there.
Sure.
But like Kenny Lofton specifically is a guy I really think that about because I think he has a little extra compared to the other two in that regard. But even outside of that, another interesting name, Gabriel Procida out of Italy, does not make the cut for a chunky guy whatsoever. He is pretty much rail thin, but he's a guy that can straight up fly in the air. Great three-point shooter, super young. I think he just turned 19. He kind of has gotten some late first-round buzz in some mock drafts I've seen, and others like completely off the board. So I could see him getting undrafted, and he's worth a flyer on too.
I got a name for you. For somebody that's undrafted, he was a local player. How about Jermaine Samuels from Villanova?
Yeah, no, that's another great name. I mean, that's definitely someone who I think, you could make the case for him. I think he's the preferred player. Connor Gillespie, I think people are going to want to bring in, but I think Jermaine Samuels is the more ideal player to bring in for Philadelphia at that point. So bigger size, 6'7", good size for a forward, little not chunky but strong, thick guy. Could work a little bit on the shooting. He was how many years did he play? Did he play full forward? Did he play 5 even?
Jermaine Samuels played 6 because of the COVID exemption.
6 even. Wow. Yeah. Look at that.
Same with Colin Gillespie.
Yeah, so it's it's a lot of, we'll call it experience and be kind, but you really saw Samuels really turn things on as the year went on for Villanova this past season. So I think that's definitely someone they could look into and potentially bring on after the draft. And I think in all likelihood he will be available. So I don't see why he wouldn't be connected to Philadelphia.
Another local guy that has gotten some buzz is Jordan Hall from St. Joe's.
Yes.
Intriguing.
Yes, that's right.
I like him. I actually like him a decent bit more. I think like he's like stands like 6'8", but pretty much plays like a point guard. Very good vision, very advanced feel. He's a little bit of kind of a stat stuffer, triple double potential guy. I don't think he'll get that kind of clock at the NBA, but he's a guy that I could see fitting in the league.
Actually, I could see him ending up on the Sixers Summer League roster.
Yeah, which would be fun. I would love that.
at the very least, yeah. And then that's probably what you'll end up doing with some of these guys and kind of having them duke it out and see who gets perhaps that second two-way contract.
Especially since the Sixers are playing in the Utah Summer League and the Vegas Summer League this year.
Yeah.
John Clark just said that the moves might be done for the night for the Sixers because Josh Harris's helicopter took off from the practice facility.
Well, that'll do it.
Wow.
That's a pretty good indication.
I'm not believing that yet. Not yet.
We'll see what happens then.
Your owner's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but is he ever truly there?
Nah, he's there sometimes. I was there the one year at the where was I the one year? I forget what it was, but yeah, Josh Harris was there when they did the.
No, I believe his body's there, but just him truly being there. That might be another story. But I should probably stop before I get another email from Josh Harris's representation.
Another.
Another. It would not have been the first one, but yeah, so Philadelphia 76ers might be done for tonight. Kind of brings us back to that conversation we were having about potentially undrafted guys. With the way this draft is going, there could be surprise names too. So it's not necessarily just a Ron Harper or Jermaine Samuels, guys like that. What about like a Jabari Walker out of Colorado? Is there any chance that he falls? And Sean, I mean, you're our encyclopedia. Are you familiar with Jabari Walker from Colorado? We didn't get David Roddy out of Colorado State, but maybe Jabari Walker's the next best thing. What do you think?
Yeah, he's a fun player. I don't know a ton about him. I guess David Roddy was kind of the apple of my eye when watching Colorado. Yeah. But I do believe the Sixers did do some due diligence on looking into him. I saw somewhere where they did some sort of workout with him and that kind of thing. So I do think he's an undrafted prospect. Nice splash of athleticism. Does a cool little prospect. Like I don't really have a great way to like categorize him, but I think he can kind of a nice guy that could.
Yeah, there's a nice bit of uniqueness to his game. A lot of versatility, especially defensively, but solid size. You wish the wingspan was a little bit bigger, but for an undrafted player, you're not really going to complain about it. Jump shot was good, not great. He's a solid free throw shooter, so that could always improve. My favorite thing about him is just that he is a monster on the boards, right? So we talk about guys who need to gobble up rebounds, and that's Jabari Walker for me.
Now the Jalen Durant pick is now official now. Finally.
Look at that. Look at that.
And here's an interesting thing. Why do you think Daryl Morey went after DeAndre Melton? He drafted him 4 years ago with the Houston Rockets.
Did he?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
So there you go. That's another Houston connection right there.
That's true.
Did he ever?
So that was a player.
Wasn't he traded
46
to Phoenix?
pick. He was traded to Phoenix. He did not play a regular season game for Houston, no.
Okay.
But he would have been scouted by Daryl Morey's team, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, 4 years ago he got drafted by Daryl Morey and the Rockets.
Wow.
All right. And just that easily, we have, as I'm now stalling because I forgot one simple thing, our article on DeAnthony Melton up on the site as soon as I finish this sentence. So now I'm going to go ahead and post that in the chat here. That way you guys can read up a little bit on DeAnthony Melton, who he is. You're going to love him. I'm telling you right now. Absolutely just a great hard-nosed guy. Huge for Philadelphia. Absolutely huge.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys think this makes Shake Milton a little bit expendable now?
100%. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Easily.
Well, he's either going back to wing or he's gone. Like that's it. Like that's in my mind. There's no more point Milton, thankfully, in my mind.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what happens with that because obviously it was kind of a no-brainer to pick up the option. 1.9 million is for pretty much any NBA player. You're cool with that. But I definitely think it's been a fairly quick fall from graces for Shake Milton, and I'm not sure. I guess like the only way I could really see a pick is maybe flipping him or a trade is flipping him for a second round pick. I don't think he holds much value league wide either. There's no disrespect to Shake Milton, but there's a lot of guys that can do what he does and a pretty common skill set around the NBA. But I don't think it would be a bad usage of kind of that contract to flip that and try and get back in here.
I don't know if they'll be able to get a second right around this spot, like 34, 35, this area.
Yeah.
Maybe in like the late 40s for Shake, but I think if they even 50s, just because his value's probably that low at this point, but maybe even a future second to this way. You open up that cap space for free agency and possible non-taxpayer mid-level exception, and then a possible you have another asset later on down the road to trade as well.
Yeah.
Just looking at how creative the Sixers could get with some of the remaining rosters and possible future assets, depending on, of course, protections and all that, just trying to see how they can make things work and maneuver. And it's after the DeAnthony Melton trade, which of course I'm still fine with. It's hard to match salary, like unless you're going after guys who are maybe like 10 million, 12 million, but anybody over that is hard to make work. Like the Sixers could try to trade like Furkan, Matisse, Springer, Shake, and it still wouldn't be enough to get to Eric Gordon. Still be like $5 million short. So thinking about some guys that might be in that range that they can maybe try to, try to make changes for. But yeah, it's gonna get a little tricky with some of the assets. Like you could
I
maybe
mean, I
get
think at
Kelly
that point,
Oubre or something. I don't know.
potentially. So now here's the thing, right, with Kelly Oubre is that, again, I think so much of this depends on what happens with the potential Tobias Harris trade, and it's going to be really hard to move Harris. Like, there's no denying that, especially now that 23 is gone. It's not even turned into a prospect; it's just gone, right? So with that being said, can you get a guy like Kelly Oubre? Given the Hornets reportedly wanting to move Hayward and free up some salary to bring back Bridges, and unless they want to start PJ Washington at power forward full time, it sounds like they might attempt to keep Oubre if they can. But in a Tobias Harris larger move, I could definitely see it. So if you work something out where you send Harris to a team that wants to win now but has trouble getting free agents like the Sacramento Kings, for instance, right? And you find a way by adding maybe Matisse Thybulle or whatever the case may be, bringing a Harrison Barnes back to Philadelphia. You move, say, a veteran who can help Mark Williams grow, like a Rashawn Holmes, over to the Sacramento Kings. Well, now then you have Kelly Oubre in play. It's just how do you get the value to convince Sacramento to let you take Oubre instead of sending him again to Sacramento. But yeah, no, there's definitely a path to a player such as that. I hate to say it. I think the name of the game might be recouping future assets and just lowering the cap number for this year is kind of the feeling that I'm getting. So when you look at a potential trade to say Portland wanted to, or rather was open to trading for Matisse Thybulle. This is according to Keith Pompey. Trading for Matisse Thybulle. If it involves a future pick, I think that could potentially still happen. I don't know necessarily what you'll get back. Maybe you get back a guy like Justice Winslow and a future pick, but I think the name of the game is going to be saving money from here on out.
Liddell's still on the board.
So actually, this is the second player from the Daryl Morey Houston era is now on the Sixers, including James Harden.
Yep, and we can expect more to come. I think there's a legitimate chance that Daniel House signs a minimum deal with the Sixers this season. PJ Tucker's obviously been talked about a lot. If it wasn't for the fact that Robert Covington kind of took off in LA, I think that you'd be looking at a reunion with him and both the Sixers and also Daryl Morey.
Ooh, okay. Jalen Williams to OKC.
Yeah, Jalen Williams now off the board. I'm surprised they didn't go with a guy like Kennedy Chandler, if I'm honest. Just a younger guy, high value. But I do like the Jalen Williams pick. I'm not going to lie.
Didn't the Thunder take the other Jalen Williams too?
Yeah, that's going to be confusing.
That's going to be really confusing. Please tell me this pick's getting traded.
That's hilarious.
No, they're keeping it.
That's hilarious. I love it. I think I might even go out on a limb and say I think this Jalen Williams will be better.
I do like him. I don't know if I believe. So let's talk about I'll call him number 12 and number 34, right? So number 12, that leap, it was an impressive leap. It wasn't an efficient leap. Let's talk about his last season.
Yeah,
with Santa Clara. I don't know if I buy him being able to take that to yet another level. I just have to wait and see on it. But I could see number 34 turning into a solid role player, which is what I see his ceiling as.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I question at Santa Clara, which obviously is still not the highest caliber of competition. It took him legitimately 3 years to become a high quality player in a very ball dominant role, which is not going to be his NBA role. So I have some concerns with him just making that NBA transition versus number 34, Jalen Williams. I think at the minimum, the effort and the intensity that he brings is primetime role player big man to me.
I'm going through some of the actually, before we go on to that, I see Jay Fizzle just checking in. What's good, Jay Fizzle? How you doing? The Danny Green trade, I give it an A+. Listen, you look at the value of this draft pick. You look at what value Danny Green's going to provide or would have provided to the Sixers this year. You save a little bit of money. You are able to basically keep Danny Green employed, which gives him options medically, to recover, which is really important from a morality standpoint. And you bring back a guy like D'Anthony Melton, who, he's just get your hand like right in the cookie jar, kind of a steel artist. If they keep Matisse Thybulle, he would be a great fit defensively with Thybulle. If they trade Matisse Thybulle, well, he's going to make up for what you're losing in a lot of those off-ball steals and the on-ball steals as well. So I give it an A+. I don't think you can, what does everyone else feel about it? Justin, what do you think about the Melton deal overall? Let's talk about that again.
Yeah, I think it was a good deal. I love it. Like you said, the value of the pick, who you could get at 23, whether you can count on them to produce now, you're able to get somebody who can produce right now for you. Has that athleticism, that hustle, that extra oomph that the Sixers lack, as well as some offensive capability. I think it was a good trade. Danny wasn't going to play this year, like you said, they did right by Danny by guaranteeing his contract. And let's not act like Memphis is a bad team. Like, Danny's going to a team that was in the Western Conference semifinals, and that being around that young team, he could provide some of that veteran leadership, the same thing he was trying to do for the Sixers. So they did right by Danny, which was good. And they got a guy back who eventually they may have had to pay or determine how the lineup was going to turn out with the emergence of Zaire Williams. So, then trying to figure out stuff with Tyus Jones, like it was a lot that probably went into their decision going into it, as well as some of the younger guys they got. So I love the trade. I think I'm ready to see him on the court, and I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I'm beyond ready to see him on the court. I've been ready. Justin knows that I've been preaching about this guy for some time. Big fan back in Phoenix. Big fan now. Super glad to have him on. Sean Rodman, I don't think we had a chance to talk to you about the Melton pick in detail. What do you think about the addition of Melton? And was this the right move for Philadelphia? Would you have rather have seen them taking a guy like E.J. Liddell? What was your thought process going on?
I think it's the right move, more specifically because I think when you look at free agency, there's not a lot of guards that are going to be around, whether it's a vet minimum or the mid-level exception. Or a non-taxpayers mid-level exception. That's going to be, like it's been rumored, PJ Tucker, or possibly trading for someone else as well that they could have gotten at that 4/wing role. I think it makes a ton of sense because there's more guys that you can go get in free agency or later on in a different trade for that wing that could start for you. Melton's obviously going to come off the bench, and Sean Bernard, I believe, mentioned this earlier, that they've never had under Joel Embiid. They never had like a third guard that could take some pressure off the lead guard because Melton can play on ball and off ball. He shot the ball really well last year at around 37%. The year prior he was above 40%. He did dip down, but he'll give you 20 minutes a game, and he can run the offense when Max and Harden are both off the floor for a limited time, and he can run the offense with both of them on the floor, taking some pressure off either one of them, being lead creators and attacking the rim, as well as just being a spot-up shooter.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And everyone in the chat, please be sure to let us know what you think about the Melton trade. Give us a grade if you have one. Who would you prefer they drafted if they should have drafted somebody instead? And what do you think the next move is for Philadelphia? But, Sean, getting back to what you said about Melton there, and really just the lack of that extra ball handler for Philadelphia during the Joel Embiid era. You look back at who's been on this team, they really haven't had a lot of half-court creators, right, around Joel Embiid. You look at the Ben Simmons era. Ben Simmons much more of a transition facilitator than he is a half-court facilitator. Obviously, the addition of James Harden was huge for Philadelphia. Tyrese Maxey's growing more and more into that role. Was kind of more of a two guard, is becoming more and more of that true combo guard. As we see, I think James Harden's been huge for his development there. But you really, we've had Neto, TJ McConnell was the last one, I guess I could say that, really, and he had a lot of flaws in his game where Anthony Melton's certainly a better shooter and defender.
We also had
than
Nick
AJ McCollum.
Stauskas.
So
Alec
Nick
Burks.
Stauskas, who listen, Sauce Castillo, great guy, friend of the pick swap pod, I know, Sean.
Oh, yeah.
Great guy, great process Sixer.
Played
Big
finals
part
minutes.
of that. Played finals minutes, played finals minutes before Joel Embiid and the rest of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Sergio Rodriguez.
Sergio Rodriguez, that's the name. See, now we're pulling out names.
I'll go one better. Marco Bellinelli.
Love Marco.
Dallas is focused on Jaden Hardy with the 37th pick. Now, this would be a huge overreaction. Do you think that has anything to do with, not that they're going to lose Jalen Brunson, but the possibility of them losing Jalen Brunson?
I would say so. I think it's a growing possibility that Brunson walks this year, which I think would be a mistake on Dallas's part. I think he's just about a perfect fit next to Luka in terms of a guy that can is comfortable just kind of sitting there and being off ball, because Luka is very ball dominant, but still capable to get his own when he needs it. Jaden Hardy, I mean, that's somewhat what he does. They're going to need a guy that can go get his own. Like Luka can't do it all the time. It's interesting. It definitely could be definitely be the thought process here.
Or this pick could be traded. That's another way I'm looking at this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, we'll. Yeah, Justin, what are you saying?
I was gonna say, just like Sean, I am definitely feeling like Brunson's going to do the money grab.
Yeah.
It just feels, like you said, increasingly more likely that Dallas say offers him. I mean, I know they offered him earlier this year like 4 years, 80 or whatever. So say some other team, gives him 4 years, 100 or whatever. Is Dallas going to match the offer when they already have, especially Dinwiddie money tied up? Luka.
Yeah. And Luka likes Dinwiddie, and Dinwiddie's been good in Dallas.
Yeah. So it's like, how do you move forward with that? Let alone still Tim Hardaway Jr. is coming back, so his minutes will be there. I mean, maybe they get rid of Tim Hardaway Jr., but I'm just saying it's a lot. It's a
if
lot
they can, I think they try.
Yeah. But it looks like this could be a pick to recoup some guard play.
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely be interesting. And one thing I will say for Dallas, like if you do let him go, you better hope for a sign and trade just to kind of get some assets back, because there's a lot of we'll call it poorly utilized money in Dallas. I mean, you have $35 million. That's combined Tim Hardaway Jr. and Davis Bertans. Like $35 million between those two guys just next year alone. That's insane. And then you factor in guys like, Dwight Powell is a good, he's been a good player overall for Dallas. Dallas loves him. Still $11 million is a lot of money for that guy. It's just not a great allocation of funds. So they're probably going to try and do whatever they can to move off at least one of those guys. I'm thinking Davis Bertans in a salary dump is the likely solution. But it's kind of a tough place with Brunson potentially leaving Dallas, and all signs pointing towards New York as the top spot.
What was I about to say? Oh, it just has become dug up that D'Anthony Melton is also an Eagles fan, so he's got that going.
Hell yeah! All right, you're damn right he is.
Okay, now the pick makes more sense now.
Yeah, he's got a couple tweets about the Eagles that people are digging up. So good stuff. Also, the Pistons took my guy Gabriel Procida, so that's disappointing. Off the undrafted list there.
All right, Sacramento's taking.
Well, this is Sacramento.
Yep, Jaden Hardy to Sacramento.
Yes, and this is the pick that was then traded to Dallas, to the Mavericks. Yeah, both my teams lost today. D'Anthony Melton.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Love that.
Yeah. Gotta love
it. It's not traded to Dallas. It hasn't been set yet.
No, it's been sent. It's just not on. It's not televised yet, but it's definitely been sent. So while it has to be officially agreed upon, it's pretty much official. So Jaden Hardy does look like he will be a Dallas Maverick. Let's see. Austin Crowell. This is a really interesting point that he brings up. The painted lines, Austin Crowell. I think if you look, this is Austin Krell speaking. I think if you look at the fact that Tyus Jones makes $1 million less than Melton does, and that Desmond Bain blew up this season, the story might be that they saw opportunity to shed a fourth guard, get a first round pick back, even if it meant taking on Green's inactive salary. So I think it's a really good point because Tyus Jones, I think Memphis is going to do whatever they can to retain him. I know that he was a target for a lot of people in Philadelphia. Definitely would have been a great target. But instead of paying Melton or Tyus Jones, rather you hope you can get him for 10, for the non-taxpayer, right? You have a chance still at PJ Tucker or another player, an Otto Porter, whatever the case may be. And you instead get DeAnthony Melton at about $2 million less. That's not bad.
Yeah, definitely. I'm curious what Melton's like short-term role is. Like, obviously, he's going to be kind of a bench impact guy, but in terms of what we're looking to do with him offensively, like he can kind of he's a combo guard kind of role. I'm curious, how much ball dominance we look for him if he does become kind of a backup point guard and kind of target, or if he's kind of more of that like filler kind of role.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's going to kind of be a little bit of everything. I think he's going to be a hard-nosed defender. I think they're going to bring him in for some off-ball shooting. I think so. They try and alternate James Harden with the bench as much as they can. So this gives Maxey an opportunity to kind of shadow both Embiid and Harden, as opposed to having to like pick and choose, because you can then play Melton with Joel Embiid, and everything will operate a lot smoother. But Jay Fizzle brings up a question here. Do you all think the Gordon for Matisse trade is worth it, and how should they deal with the
Kenny Chandler to San Antonio?
That's a good pick for San Antonio.
It is.
Chandler's actually going to be moved.
Oh, is he? Where's he going?
Deal. Chandler's actually going to go to Memphis, and he's going to replace Melton there.
Look at that. Look at that.
Hey, what? Hold on. I missed something here?
Yeah, Shams said
Shams
that. Shams, he did say that Kennedy Chandler is going to be traded to Memphis. So, again, Jay Fizzle saying Gordon for Matisse trade, basically, how should it work? Basically, bench needs to be overhauled. How would that necessarily work? So this brings up a great question. How does this even work after the Danny Green trade? So, Justin, you're shaking your head. I see you're anxious to take this question on. Is there any path to an Eric Gordon trade at this point?
Unless Tobias Harris is a part of the deal, move it to a third team, whatever, there's no way it can happen. The money doesn't match. The salary is, I'm not gonna tell you right now because I was just like, it's after Danny Green's $10.1 million. It's who was just traded. We got back to $8 whatever million. It's Furkan at $5 million for next season. Matisse at 4.3, Yang at 3.4, Maxey 2.7, Springer 2.1, Shake at 1.9, and Isaiah Joe at 1.7. So there's no way that they could make that money up unless they send 6 guys. It's not happening.
I will say I think Tobias Harris being traded is still very much on the table. I think that's something that if there's a chance for Morey to get off that contract, he absolutely will look to do it. Now, granted, that's a much easier said than done kind of thing. It's a pretty unique contract around the league. But I definitely think like if Morey can flip Tobias and find a way to add Gordon and PJ Tucker is essentially whatever the details to work out for that to be the end goal, that's something I think he would jump on.
Let me ask you a question, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
If Tobias Harris was making $28 million a year, do you think he would be considered a negative asset?
No, I don't. I think that has a lot to do with it. But here's the other way I kind of think about it. So say they do say the deals would be like PJ Tucker 3-year, $30 million. I think PJ Tucker is a cleaner fit at the same position for $25 less million a year. And I get you can't cleanly just get off the cap like that. But when you think about it like that, I don't think I don't think Tobias Harris is the stretch forward that he's always been hoped to be here. And I don't think purely from a basketball aspect, he doesn't quite fit. So to pay him that amount of money for him to not quite fit kind of sucks.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree with you there. Where I question is who and where can you find basically another wing at that 3 spot that would fit besides obviously Tucker would be at the 4 in this scenario, but I'm not sure who would be available to find. Obviously, Andrew Wiggins on the Warriors would be perfect, but they're going to lock him up to a multi-year deal, so he's not
Right.
available in that response. And I'm not, besides obviously Kevin Durant, who at this point in time is not going to be moved, and that would take like Maxey to get as well to go get
Yeah.
him.
I mean,
I
the
don't
one
think-
thing that you look at, like free agency is almost out the window at that point because you signed Tucker. You do have the biannual exception. It's about $4 million. You could look at a guy like a Derek Jones Jr., for instance. That he might sign for about that much. Much more likely, you're looking at trying to take back a veteran in that same deal. So working in a third team potentially. Is this a way that can the Dallas Houston trade be expanded even more? We know they worked Minnesota in already, but can it be a fourth team added in, say the Philadelphia 76ers? And can Harris be involved? And wherever he goes, if he ends up going to Dallas, if he ends up going to Minnesota, we talked about how both teams need upgrades. And actually, at least talking about Dallas, again, we talked about how they have some misallocated funds. So let's say, for instance, that you work out a trade where the Sixers end up taking back either Tim Hardaway Jr. or Davis Bertans in addition to Eric Gordon. Like theoretically, that works out very well for Philadelphia. It's just a matter of, well, how do we convince these teams to make this deal asset wise? Like what do they have to offer? And that answer is probably Matisse Thybulle.
Yeah, and honestly, to me, like that's a somewhat of a small price to pay. Like I think I'm probably lower on Matisse than the average person, but I'm pretty. I would do pretty much anything to flip Matisse for a guy that's a two-way wing, and I think a guy who's a solid piece on both sides is far more valuable than a guy who's a major negative one and a major plus in the other. And I also just fundamentally have an issue with just kind of the Matisse boomer bust defensive mentality in terms of going for steals and blocks. And I don't think that works in a long-term playoff scheme. So I would certainly look to package Matisse onto a Tobias deal if it means getting it done.
Yeah, and I just like as I mentioned before, and Zachy mentioned as far as it just being an asset, like him being an asset, like I said, I didn't see them trading 23 and Matisse for something. I think it was two separate. They looked at them as two separate assets. Where now we use one to get the one guy that we want. Now we have to, purposely and meticulously place Matisse in a deal that'll get us something else we want. So I think those are the two assets because, of course, we're not even going to discuss Maxey and future picks. I mean, 24 they don't have. 25 I think is going to Oklahoma City. So it's just like some of the future assets you want to talk about. Now I know they can trade 26 or 27 because they technically made the pick tonight at 23. So, but I think I would love to and I was a big Matisse guy, but just seeing to me, my biggest thing is Matisse is like the same thing I had with Ben, and I was like a Ben Simmons apologist, but my thing was he's actually regressed offensively since his rookie year, and it's just okay, COVID, whatever, then Australia national team, but it's just God, you got to work on. You're supposed to be a 3-and-D wing. The team that you're on. You have to improve on that shooting. You just have to. And he hasn't done it. And then not only did he became a better cutter, but that's more so coaching and scheming. And Joel became a better passer. So that was a great combination. But outside of that, I'm he hasn't done anything. He can't put the ball on the floor. He misses way too many layups. It's just come on.
All right, so EJ Liddell is finally off the board, 41 to the New Orleans Hornets. That's an absolute steal.
Yeah, I can't believe
that's ridiculous. I'm really surprised that Minnesota at 40 didn't take him.
Wait,
he was mocked at 18 in Minnesota, and he's there at 40. They take, they traded the pick to Charlotte, I will say. But still, to not take EJ Liddell, to trade it instead of Charlotte, who takes Bryce McGowan's, good for New Orleans for sticking around and taking EJ Liddell 41 because that's going to pay off in big ways.
Yeah,
they've had a nice draft so far tonight, New Orleans.
Yeah,
and I like the Liddell pick falling to 41. I still am a little shocked that he made it that far as well. But when we were mentioning back to Matisse real quick for a second, I think someone that the Sixers could target that is similar in Matisse in the way that he can defend and maybe could replace him in off the bench would be like Lou Dort. He's only averaging one point, or he's only going to make 1.9 this year, and then after that he would need to be paid. He similar shooting in the regards of Matisse. He shot 34.3 2 seasons ago from three, and then 33.2 last year. But he was also on a higher clip. So I do have more faith in Lou Dort developing that. Like last year, he took 6.3 shots from beyond the arc 2 years ago, and almost 8 shots from three last year, and averaged 17.2. He wouldn't make those. He wouldn't even get that amount of shots, I don't think, on the Sixers, just because you have so many shots going around with Embiid, Maxey, and as of now, Harris and James Harden. But that'd be someone that I'd be intrigued about if they were to get into any deal. Obviously, they would probably have to give up a first, and they don't have that at the moment. So I think it's highly unlikely. But I think it's possible if you're able to ship Matisse into that deal to get Lou Dort in return.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any way, I mean, I think that's a player that's a no-brainer. Like, if he's available and you have a realistic pathway, you have to go after him.
And he's a few years younger than Matisse already. He's been in the league 3 years, and he's only 22, going to be 23.
Yeah, and the thing, like, that's talked about Matisse, like, I think he's kind of still portrayed as like a youthful guy, has time to develop, which he's still 25. But this is a guy who spent 4 years in college and 3 years in the NBA. Like, we should be seeing more progress than there has been. And like Justin said about kind of regressing, for me, it's just like, it's the clear lack of like desire to shoot the ball. Like, he looks scared shooting the ball sometimes. And it like the shot attempts, the 3-point attempts have pretty much straight plateaued his time in the league. The percentage looks fine, but hasn't gotten better. It's like, he could be like such an elite 3-and-D player, and he just hasn't taken the strides toward that.
Yeah, it seems like is there a little Ben Simmons in him? Like, I hate to ask, but like, yeah, I mean, there's something in the water, like between him and
Australian
Ben,
water,
and a head case in a whole nother way, Kyrie Irving. Like, it's curious cases in every single one, but yeah, I don't know what it is that Thibault doesn't even want to shoot. But I think you're 100% right, and he's not even like, so Beauchamp, right? Received a lot of Matisse Thibault comparisons, but he's like an unreal cutter, and he's
averaged 15
a lot
points
better
a game.
driving. Yeah, exactly. Like, Beauchamp is who Thibault should be.
Yeah,
and so what is it with Thibault that is it a lack of confidence, or what is it exactly that he's simply not more like Beauchamp, because he should be? He has every tool to be. He's just not.
Yeah, I wish I had a cleaner answer on that.
Right.
I think confidence probably has a lot to do with it, but the confidence comes from doing things over and over, from practicing things, from like getting the reps up in the gym, in my mind. So like Maxey's a prime guy where he should be taking those lessons from. That Maxey's a guy who has never been afraid to step in the moment, because he knows he's done it 1,000 times in a gym with no one watching. And that's something I would love to see rub off on Matisse.
Now, Matisse's thing as far as confidence can be also something that can be attributed to Doc, because, like I said before, he plays him like a pitcher that's hot or not hot. Like, he'll pull him in a second if he's not hitting a couple shots, and doesn't allow him to like get some type of groove or confidence. But I think a part of it is because like they just don't trust Matisse to do the right thing on offense. Like, and then even on defense, as much as Matisse is very good on defense, he fouls a lot in very untimely situations. Yeah. Like, Matisse always gets hit with the fouling the 3-point shooter. Like, it happens to him all the time. Like, it almost happens to him once every 3 or 4 games. Like, just mental errors. And then as far as offense, like, you just can't trust him even to make good passes. You know what I mean? Or even, like later in the year, he was missing layups and stuff. Like, if that's the only thing you're going to do is cut or work on a fast break, like, you got to take advantage of those opportunities. And then that's where we're forced to play guys like Georges Niang. And no knock on Georges Niang. He was forced into a 6-man role that's really not his thing. But, he was hurt. He's not a good defender. He was just put in a position that he shouldn't be put in. But he like, that was forced like that hand was forced where we had to play George like that instead of playing Matisse, outside of course Danny. But, I think that, we all thought we had high hopes for Matisse with James Harden trying to, possibly use Matisse in like a Bruce Brown role. But then when you look at it, Bruce Brown was a way better playmaker off that pick and roll because Bruce Brown played guard in college. So he get that pick and roll. He was making a very good decisions off the short roll. And we almost expected that, and we just shouldn't have expected that because Matisse, that's not his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Bruce Brown, I believe, is a free agent as well. He could be a possibility for an ad if you ship off Matisse.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
sending
I'd
posts
be all
about
for
Harden.
it. If a PJ Tucker deal fell through, or just ended up not materializing, Bruce Brown, he's one of my top targets anyway. So if you target him with the MLE, Sean, I think that you were starting to allude to this, but there were some concerns supposedly about Harden in the locker room in Brooklyn, but Bruce Brown's come out in support of Harden thereafter, talking about how he's his guy. So definitely, I think there's a pathway to Bruce Brown becoming a Sixer, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the way the Nets kind of mix in his ability as like a playmaker as well. They do a ton with him kind of cutting to the elbow, getting the ball, and being able to turn and either hit that floater or dish out to the big man. Nick Claxton usually is the beneficiary of it there. But like that kind of thing is something that would be awesome in the Sixers offense. Having like another playmaker, a guy that is smart enough to make those reads and connect guys. That'd be terrific. Bruce Brown, and obviously a tenacious defender, terrific rebounder for his size. He does a lot of kind of the little things that the Sixers are missing. So to me, that would be a terrific free agent signing and just about at the top of my list as well.
And that probably offense like that probably wouldn't run as much with Embiid on the floor, but
Right.
it could with a Paul Reed instead of Nick Claxton there, it would work perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you do have it with Embiid, the only issue is then if you're getting to Embiid in the post there, it's an easier double team from Bruce Brown. So more likely that Bruce Brown would be able to attack the rim as opposed to dishing it off to Embiid there.
Mm-hmm. You're muted.
Thanks, man. I was muted because I was having this thrilling conversation about what DeAnthony Melton's role could be with Philadelphia. So we'll talk about this a little bit because I have my theory. But the second point that was brought up after going over the role is how this affects the PJ Tucker signing, because Melton's lack of size, not necessarily a problem on its own, when it's compounded with Tucker, could be potentially an issue. So my stance on this is that I personally it's not ideal for me, especially considering the Sixers' lack of rebounding. But you've seen Tucker go hard after boards. You've seen Melton go hard after boards. And possibly most importantly, you've seen Daryl Morey work with small lineups in the past. So I don't think that it's going to hinder them from pursuing Tucker, though you might be able to make an argument that this team could still end up a little bit on the smaller side, except for Joel Embiid.
And I think that's a part of one. Melton averaged like almost 5 rebounds a game last season at 6'2", coming off the bench. That's number one. A lot of rebounding has to do with regular boxing out and hustle, something that the Sixers don't do well. If you had PJ Tucker, who's undersized, Melton undersized, you could still expect them to crash the glass and hustle after loose balls and get those extra possessions. PJ Tucker got a ton of rebounds, offensive rebounds in the Sixers series in the second round because of hustle, not because he was bigger than everybody. So I do think that when you have those guys who have that mindset, these are guys who work their way into the league and knows that these are the fringe things that I need to do for me to stay in the league and for me to help my team win, right? When you have guys that don't have that mindset, they won't do those little things. So adding a guy like PJ Tucker and getting Melton, you add those guys with that edge, it makes a total difference in the rebounding. Yes, they'll be small, but you can expect them to hustle. I've never seen Tobias get on the floor for any loose ball ever or fight for offensive rebound.
Mm-hmm.
Never. And that doesn't take away his skill as a player, but these are things that you look at. Like, even I'll see, like, even Embiid gets lazy and gives up offensive rebounds.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like these guys had the mindset, like, it's coming right to me or whatever, where everybody else is like, oh, I'm going to go get this. When you add that to the roster, it's a whole totally different mindset.
Yeah,
I'm probably
Go ahead,
I was
Sean.
supposed to say, I'm probably in a bit of a minority, but Embiid's more of an average rebounder, and he's only a solid rebounder because of his size, not because he's the best at boxing out or gives the best effort at rebounding, in my opinion.
Oh, I
no,
think he has the capability to do it. It's just that he
He
doesn't
does.
have the desire to do it. Just like you said there, it's not an issue of a lack of rebounding ability. It's a lack of rebounding desire that I think this guy could average, if we're going to go like Jared Allen type rebound numbers, like he could get, near maybe not Andre Drummond, because Andre Drummond's just a big body that sits. I don't think Andre Drummond is the best pure rebounder because he doesn't really have it from a technical angle. But, when you look at if Joel Embiid focused more on rebounding instead of literally every other facet of the game, I think, he could be like a 14 to 16 rebound a game guy. He just doesn't care to be.
Which
Right.
he does so much already that like that's fine. Like there has to be other guys.
I'll live with it. Yeah, I'll totally live with it.
Like for me, that's more of and I totally agree. I don't think he's a good rebounder at all. I think he just happens to be like 7 feet tall, and they come to him pretty often. But like there should be other guys that are more focused on doing the boxing.
And that's
out,
the point. Yes.
And
exactly.
and like that's a roster construction thing is what that falls on.
And that's why I think that when you talk about like the changes that were made and with the roster, but that's one thing where I feel like he relied on Ben to do, because Ben understood that rebounding. He was like, I'm gonna get my 8 to 9 rebounds a game. Ben crashed the offensive glass, as well as Ben was a defensive rebounder. There were times back in the day where he used to fight, like they used to fight for rebound. I remember one time in Chicago, Ben fought him for a rebound and like hit Embiid in the face, like elbow in the face, and he was like upset. And from then on, like Ben, you started to see like Embiid just let Ben go get the boards. And this is like he didn't have that this year. Tobias is not a good rebounder at all. And then the rest of the lineup is small. So no wonder why they were the 28th ranked or whatever, 28th ranked rebounding team in the league. Like, but a part of that is hustle. So you got a guy like Paul Reed that comes in. Paul Reed was fighting for offensive rebounds, like doing the extra things. That's why I think that'll be the big difference. Harden is a good rebounder for his size, but Harden hunts rebounds for stats. Like I've watched him like leave his guy open to hunt a rebound.
Yeah.
But you need guys that will be like, this is my thing. Like I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna play defense, I'm gonna rebound the ball, I'm gonna crash the glass offensively and defensively, and that's my role, and that's it.
A little interesting. The Warriors actually are at 44. The Hawks took Ryan Hollins, and the Warriors are now sending 51 and $2 million to the Hawks for Ryan Hollins. Which is a little bit interesting considering that they were looking to trade out of the first round earlier on, end up not being able to, and now they're sending $2 million in cash considerations for a guy that's picked 6, 7 spots higher, and they still have to pay Wiggins and Jordan Poole this summer. Well, they won't have to pay him this summer, but they'll have to extend them this summer.
Yeah, I like Ryan Hollins. He's a cool little player too. A very Warriors pick I could see fitting in there. He's a guy that I think could go kind of the Jordan Poole route where they just like low pressure, give him G League minutes, get used to the system. But he's a shooter. I think he lacks a little bit in athleticism, which I think is probably going to be his kind of swing factor at the NBA level. Out of Toledo, so lower level of competition. But I could see him kind of fitting the Warriors mold for the way they like to do things in terms of the gravity and the 3-point shot and everything that comes along with it.
Yeah, he's a younger guy too, coming out of Toledo as well. He's kind of like kind of reminds me of Tyrell Terry a couple years ago. High volume shooter, not in a big program like Terry was, or a bigger program like Terry was, but undersized, under like 180. We'll have to put on some weight, but can shoot the ball. Will shoot the ball at a unreal clip, and we'll be able to develop his shot hopefully in the G League or for the Warriors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So this isn't really on topic, but it is on the Sixers topic. While we're kind of in this mid to late second round here, but I'll bring it up because I don't know if this was a bad vision for the future. So I'm sleeping last night, and I'm having, of course, my my basketball dream about little James Harden. He's crossing fools up left and right. He looks healthy as an ox. Look great, right?
Mm-hmm.
He cuts one way, immediately grabs at his calf, goes straight down. I wake up, my calf cramping hardcore, got to leap right out the bed. I've been shot ever since. I have this underlying concern that it's just going to have, this is a vision of the future. So we're going to see but I need a healthy James Harden this year. I think that's going to be a lot of what all this is. But do you guys ever have like any like, kind of like NBA vibe vision dreams?
I don't think that's specific. Go ahead, Sean.
I was going to say, I don't think I have.
I recommend them, or not maybe a happier one than mine, but realistic as hell, I'll tell you.
That is pretty crazy. I don't know. That would shake me a little bit, but I'm trying to think.
The most disappointing moment of it all was when I woke up and I was thoroughly convinced that James Harden, his calf was not okay also.
We don't know. We don't know.
The worry for the season thereafter, but
I mean, that hopefully his calf is okay, but I guess it would help the Sixers in contract talks, I guess, to get him under the max.
Maybe he just takes the 1 year, but
yeah, maybe.
So I'm looking at the best available here. Kendall Brown still
crazy,
inexplicably on the board. Keon Ellis, who the Sixers worked out, still on the board too. That's another guy where if he doesn't get drafted, I think he's on his way to Philadelphia.
Yeah, Sixers worked him out, so at least they're aware of his existence, and who knows? That'd be a nice low swing, high reward kind of prospect.
Sure, no, I would definitely take that after the draft. You know, he's up there with Ron Harper for me for guys that I'm like all over in the undrafted free agent market.
Mm-hmm.
What is 47?
I think you even mentioned earlier with Ron Harper, or maybe it was Kendall Brown, but like kind of like Aaron Henry last year. Like I remember being at the end of the draft being really high on Aaron Henry and hoping that they'd take him at like 55 or 54, whatever that pick was.
Yeah.
Last year, and they ended up getting him after the draft, and they ended up having a really good. He ended up being with the G League team a little bit and had a really good G League team. But so obviously that having a good summer team and G League team is important to them.
Yeah. Aaron Henry's really interesting. I'm glad that you brought him up. He's another guy that I got to watch pretty closely when I was covering the Blue Coats last year. One of the most interesting things is they played him a lot at point guard for the Blue Coats. I was not expecting that going into the G League season, to be honest with you. I thought of him more as they were going to try and build him up as a two-way wing, basically. They had to bring the shot along. Shot's obviously the problem. Already great defensive instincts. It's the shot. But to have him work on the ball handling, like this gets me excited for the future that is Aaron Henry. I do think that he's going to stick with Philadelphia for some time if he's not back on a two-way contract. If Philadelphia can get off some of these smaller contracts like an Isaiah Joe, something like that, I think there's definitely a chance that he comes in at a some sort of small end contract to the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah, and I'm kind of don't love the fact that they have him doing so much point guard play just because I don't see that as his long-term NBA role. Maybe they see something that like they believe they can develop there, and that I could be completely wrong in this. They obviously have a clear feel of that. But personally, like from what I've seen of him, I see him way more cut from the pure wing mold, the 3-and-D kind of. That's what I see him. So that's what I would prefer him working on. I think this has been kind of my issue with the Sixers developmental process. With Paul Reed, I've talked about it a ton, where Paul Reed knew how to play with being the man, getting the ball fed to him, being like the Joel Embiid of the Blue Coats. What Paul Reed struggled with was being like a complimentary piece, playing next to guys and that kind of thing. And that's kind of my concern when I hear that is like, I would like guys to practice what they're going to do in the NBA at that level. But who knows? Like with Aaron Henry, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that is a really good point. It's the developmental league, you want to develop what they're actually going to do at the next level.
Right.
But I think you kind of hit on the head. I think that they must have seen something, or at least I hope they've seen something in Aaron Henry that would make them think that he's actually going to be able to handle the ball in some regard, at the next level. And I don't know if that's them trying to, basically, the Indiana Pacers have taken Kendall Brown 28. Oh, I'm sorry, 48. So I don't know if that is the Sixers trying to grow him into the Shake Milton mold, or what exactly it is. But I don't think that it says one of two things to me. Either they just don't like him enough in the wing role, which is concerning, or they like him so much they think they can expand his game, which is what I think the situation at hand is.
Well, from what I remember him at Michigan State, he was like a point forward for them. Even though he stands at like 6'5", 6'6", he was one of their biggest guys, and he led the team in rebounds, assists, and points for them his senior year. So to Sean's point, it's not exactly what his role would be for on the Sixers or in the NBA, but it is a role that he has played in before, so he's used to it in that regard. I would be interested if they are trying to put him into that Shake Milton role, but I think now they have sort of D'Anthony Melton in that role now, going to be in that role now. So Shake Milton's, like we were talking about earlier, very expendable at this point. So maybe he's expendable, and Aaron Henry could come up from the G League and possibly make the roster in that regard. But same in that regard, he would have to play more in what Sean said in that 3-and-D wing, and the shot hasn't quite developed there yet to be in that role.
Yeah, I mean, I don't use his time at Michigan State too much as a measuring stick as far as whether or not he's going to be doing that role moving forward, just because Michigan State sucked when he was there. I mean, you had Tom Izzo's kid playing, like they weren't good. But the thing that I will say is that I think that it did contribute to his growth and ability, and kind of laid the framework for him to potentially do that going forward. So does he end up signing a Shake Milton type contract and growing even more towards that type of a role and making Milton even more expendable? Like I think that's absolutely potentially the case there. Now, I don't have his wingspan off the top of my head. I don't think it's as impressive as Shake's, but enough that I think he'd still be able to. I mean, I've seen him be disruptive live defensively, so I think it's an option where he's going to be able to defend 1 through 3. I don't know. I think that he is a fine low-level option, but the only way that you make it happen is if you clear away some of the Shake Miltons, the Furkan Korkmazes, the Isaiah Joes of the world. And I know people want Isaiah Joe to find minutes with Philadelphia. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah. Side note, the Cavs are taking Evan Mobley's brother.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I actually like
him.
Yeah.
And he's the older one, right?
Yeah. He's like the more scorer, more like shooter, ball handler, kind of very Mobley brother. I always I didn't watch him as much this year. He definitely doesn't have like the ceiling of his brother, but when they were there together, I remember watching a lot of them and always kind of liked his game.
Yeah. Evan Mobley turned out to be good, man.
Definitely.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he did.
Although somehow, some way, I don't know how that happened. He didn't win Rookie of the Year. I mean, whatever. But
well,
I mean, Barnes was really good. I like Scotty Barnes when he wasn't playing the Sixers. But
yeah.
I think
I think there's a little more opportunity for Mobley. I think that they would have, I think he would have had a greater opportunity to win Rookie of the Year. But I think Barnes just had more of that open room to work, and kind of show off for the voters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Evan Mobley's the guy I kind of pegged my Chet Holmgren comparison for. I think that's the closest thing that I can kind of label for him, but I think Chet can do more with the ball. So defensively, when people talk about like him being overpowered and stuff, I think he can play kind of the Mobley role and kind of just roaming around, blocking shots, doing that kind of thing.
So did you?
I think it's like higher peaks, lower valleys. I think that's definitely like the prime comparison. Like the hopeful one is Mobley, even potentially Mobley plus.
Mm-hmm.
Defensively, I would even reference even like Robert Williams. How Robert Williams is kind of in that free safety role defensively, and isn't guarding that primary forward. And Al Horford was able to guard them for the Celtics, and Robert Williams was able to be that free safety, kind of like Mobley is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what they do with Giannis too. Giannis never guards the best player, even though he won Defensive Player of the Year 2 years in a row. But whatever.
Yeah.
He goes and basically he gets those chase down blocks or those secondary blocks and goes in and hunts rebounds. But whatever. Defensive Player of the Year doesn't guard the best player. But whatever.
Sounds like you're a little hurt about that, Justin.
No, I just don't believe that the defensive player of the year, like not guarding the best player or guarding the best player in moments or when switched, like he just, I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. It sounds like I'm really hating on Giannis. He's really good. But I just like 2 years in a row and then to wear defensive player of the year and MVP in the same season, Michael Jordan stuff. Come on now. I mean, whatever. Anywho, did you see ESPN's comparisons for the top 3 picks? So for Paolo,
Jabari Smith got like KD, didn't he, or something?
Yeah, he got KD. Chet got Giannis, and Paolo was Michael Beasley mixed with Ben Simmons.
Where do you get any of that? Oh no, I did see the Ben Simmons thing, and I was like, all right, listen, I watched a lot of Duke, but there's because they compared Paolo to Ben as a passer, and I was like,
I thought I saw Julius Randle as Paolo as well. From somewhere.
Yeah, so I've heard a lot of people talk about Randall as Paolo. I saw a lot of Siakam. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like Siakam was more the guy that I saw. A lot of that sometimes out of control athleticism down in the paint. Really confident in his own game. I think that he's just a little he doesn't get out of control as much as Siakam does. Siakam gets a little cocky with it. And it's fun. It's fun to watch, but I think Paolo's a little more like a reserved Pascal Siakam.
Yeah, I see a little like Blake Griffin in him. I think he's more kind of that body type and like the sneaky kind of creation ability. The Ben Simmons thing, I don't really like that as much. I guess I get the passing, but Siakam I also think is a chronically overrated candidate in my mind.
I mean, he's a good transition passer, but he's not the passer Ben Simmons is. Like it makes absolutely no sense to compare Paolo to Ben Simmons.
Mm-hmm.
And also,
Giannis and Chet Holmgren, like the fact that they look like baby fawns when they were drafted, like maybe that, but like other than that, like I don't see it. Like, I get it, like they're long athletic shot blockers, but like they can play completely different styles.
They were talking about on Twitter how when they were comparing Benedict
Mathurin,
how Kendrick Perkins said he reminded him of OG Auntie Ginobili instead of saying
Auntie Ginobili. The Auntie Ginobili, yes.
Well, what did he say last year? How did he say Moses last year?
Did he bring him back to life? Like, what does the Auntie Ginobili do? Like,
he's like, yeah, my auntie, like, yeah, it reminds me of OG Auntie Ginobili. Auntie Ginobili.
Oh, you gotta love Perk, man. You gotta love from a distance, but you gotta love Perk, man.
Yo, he's taking a
living his best life,
Mm-hmm.
Rise of the ESPN board. Yo, I'll tell you this though. He was on all the smoke before all the James Harden stuff came with the Sixers. He was on all the smoke. Definitely high on the smoke. And they were talking about stuff, and he was like, well, I'm not supposed to say this, but James Harden want to go to Philly. Like he talked to he just want to go. He's like, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's all the smoke I give you exclusive. But he wants to go to play with the big Philly. I don't know if it's gonna happen, but I'm just telling you. And then literally like a month later, stuff started happening.
Perk was the first person to say that Ben Simmons wanted out and Ben Simmons wasn't coming back, and no one said anything. They're like, whatever. And then not until middle of the summer is when we started to hear the rumblings that Ben wasn't going to come to camp for the Sixers. And
I mean, I know those guys talk. Like everybody talks, but like, it's just whether or not, like, see what happens is people don't want to talk, and then their credibility is shot because they've either been told something in confidence and want to be told things in confidence again, or they don't want to be wrong. Just like how Windhorse was like, oh, Daryl Morey has big plans. They have plans to go after a second star this offseason. I don't want to say what or who, but just say it's going to happen. And just like we know there's Bradley Beal. Like like we know.
Perk was also a big Embiid defender through the MVP stuff. So I think I'm ride or die with Perk a little bit.
No, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
Taking those Percocets, absolutely. Oh man, I can't get over the fact that D'Anthony Melton's a Sixer, man. I'm over the moon about that. I had convinced myself to be like pro Eric Gordon by the time that the the draft came around. But to have DeAnthony Melton to still have Thibault, whether he plays or is traded for something else, whatever, but just to still have like the asset of Thibault, I'm all for it.
Mhm.
Yeah, Morey's definitely not done here. There's still definitely
No,
stuff
no,
to go.
yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna have
Especially-
to make room if he wants Tucker, because I don't think Tucker's gonna sign for that taxpayers in MLE.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe maybe he gets a like a shoe deal with Fanatics or something like that.
I mean, he does love his shoes.
That's true.
you
that
never
makes
Man
know.
has like
The
I'll tell you
first
this.
Fanatics signature shoe, from PJ Tucker. You never know. So
But I'll tell you
we'll
this:
see what happens.
if he does come to the Sixers, you know how their Instagram, their social media is going to love his
Oh yeah,
sneakers and fits and stuff like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Like,
yeah. He could get a deal easy with Mitchell and Ness.
mhm.
Like, yeah, there's so much potential for PJ Tucker in this town.
It would be sick if the Sixers were a team to just like jump through that loophole of like basically feeding guys money not on the cap, which
Yeah. Oh my
I
gosh,
think
I
is
love it.
in the
It
possibility.
would totally make up for the fact that they got absolutely bamboozled by a fake corporation earlier this year that nobody likes to talk about anymore. Complete
Yes.
180 from that.
Something color star.
Color star, yeah.
Color Star, yeah. I don't remember. Was Color Star the one that had the owner who was
A fake
like
person.
fake
Mhm.
person? It looked like one of the Skyrim guys.
Yeah, from the
Basically,
metaverse,
like,
all
yeah.
that stuff.
Oh
yeah.
my gosh,
Yeah,
I forgot all about that until you just said
this
that.
freaking place.
Also,
I'll
they
tell you.
do this. It reminds me of like the Neil deals that are happening in college. Like,
Yeah, definitely.
like you get like it's like okay, cool. Like we have this like sport. We want you to be in our sports betting commercials and our sports betting posters. Here's a 3-year like $50 million deal. And then next thing you know, Sixers give you something, below what you're asking price, but Fanatics is paying you. I mean, even Woj said that like Michael Rubin would be more of an asset than he ever was previously as a part owner. And it's because like they know
That's
what's
what we're
about to
hoping
come.
for.
And he's like, I remember reading that article. He's like more connected than any other owner, not just because like he's connected with various owners, but then obviously he's friends with Embiid, James Harden. I'm sure there's a plethora of other guys that
All the rappers,
Yeah.
Meek.
Robert Kraft, who has all the access to Jay-Z, like they all run in that same circle.
Mm-hmm. Rubin was a big reason why Harden even came here. Like they're like boys, those two.
There was a video on social media that was like Michael Rubin threw a party in the Hamptons and like everybody was there and like James Harden was there, like people, like everybody was there, like all the basketball players were there, like and the rappers, and it was like a video like Meek Mill was trying to like fight Travis Scott and James Harden was like trying to calm Meek Mill down, tell him to chill out. And I'm like, this is hilarious. Like grown men all drunk from a party. Like so
I'm just staring at pictures of Anthony Melton. So what do you think? Who do you think the first player to get that deal with Rubin though is? Do you think it's James Harden? Do you think it's PJ Tucker?
I think it's going to be. It can't be one of those guys because it'll be way too obvious.
Oh, too obvious, yeah.
So it has to
Joel
be
Embiid then, right? It's got to be Embiid or Furkan Korkmaz,
or like Tyrese Maxey or something like that. Like,
George Niang. It's got to be George Niang.
You know what I mean? It can't be
Nobody
one of those two
expects
guys.
George Niang. Yeah.
If it's James Harden or PJ Tucker, well, if it's definitely PJ Tucker, he comes and signs this like collusion.
Listen, hey, Adam Silver, try and stop us.
Yeah, I do think this will be a loophole closed quickly, but
it would if it's not closed, it would semi make up for Adam Silver stepping in,
definitely
stepping in, and the NBA stepping in for Sam Hinkie years ago.
Yeah,
but we got to really take advantage of it. Like, we got to convince somebody to come just because they friends with Rubin and or whatever. You tell
need somebody on the vet minimum and like a $50 million deal with Fanatics.
Yeah, like something like Got to do something. But
Like maybe Kevin Durant.
Yeah, what's Bradley Beal up to?
right.
Yeah, tell him to opt out and sign a deal with Fanatics.
Yeah.
Well, he said that he's made up his mind.
Yeah. We'll see what that means.
I mean, he's staying in Washington, yo.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
But why not just say that then? If you I made up my mind. Like this dude just loves the drama around the situation when it's like you're just gonna freaking stay there and lose. Like what? Nothing's changing.
Yeah. The best they'll ever be is the AFC that they were 2 years ago.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the only reason they got that far is because Westbrook kind of willed them to the AFC because Westbrook went on a tear at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. By the way, as we're talking highly of Kendrick Perkins, he's going to war on Twitter tonight, which is fun.
Oh, is he?
Who's he going to war with?
Desmond Bain
right?
and Ja Morant right now.
Wow.
I guess he compared Trevor Keels to Desmond Bain's game, and Desmond Bain didn't like that, and they've just been going back and forth.
To be fair, Trevor Keels is nothing like Desmond Bain.
Yeah, no, but Perkins, he said Desmond Bain first tweeted at him. He said, "Me and Trevor Keels got similar game?" ? And Kendrick Perkins said, "Yeah, have you watched yourself lately? Stay humble, young."
Oh, I love it. Even when he's wrong, he's still entertaining, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm looking and I'm trying to find here because there's one player in the second round well, first of all, I think Justin Lewis is still on the board. When we look at like undrafted guys, Ron Harper, I mentioned Jabari Walker, very interesting. Yeah, I don't see anywhere here about Alondas Williams from Wake Forest going. He's a bucket. I wouldn't mind him undrafted coming to Philadelphia. That's another guy.
Laravia played very well with. Laravia found him on a bunch of cuts and stuff too.
Yeah, and there was a lot of like just kind of mutual giving that situation too, because Williams, like, he's quite the playmaker himself as far as Wake Forest goes. Like he, what do you average? Like 5.5 assists last year. Like, yeah, I mean that's not bad. I would definitely take it. He's not much of a shooter is the problem, but he fit right in Philadelphia.
Yo, sure. I'm looking at Kendrick Perkins' tweet there. Somebody could say, "Damn, Perk, you love every pick tonight, huh?" He gonna talk about, "Yup, there ain't no time to be negative. All positive vibes." I can hear him every time. Like,
yeah.
He at one point, this was like 12 tweets down with Ja Morant, and he just said like, "I can lip box with you all day, homie."
Apparently, he's on the JJ Redick podcast, and apparently he said, I guess they talk about the challenges of being a player to an analyst, and apparently Perk was like, "Hell, I'm not even good at reading."
I do love him.
No, he definitely leans into his persona, like he definitely leans into his persona.
I'm looking here. Something about interesting. Okay, so Richie Mack or Richie MC, I should say, brings up Melton got suspended his freshman year at USC. So I did a little digging into this. So it does show it was his sophomore year that the offense may have taken place during his freshman year. Fraud and corruption charges against 10 people involved in college basketball. Super interesting. Wow. Doesn't really affect his NBA output, but does kind of fit in with past Sixers Tony Roten. Definitely does fit in with, again, we talked about how this...
Was he one of the players in the Christian Dawkins thing?
I'm going to take a look here.
You know about the Christian Dawkins thing, right?
I don't.
So there's this guy, Christian Dawkins, who basically he grew up in Michigan, and he like his family was ball players, but he wasn't really a ball player. Well, he was, and then he basically started like an AAU program, and basically his hometown, and it grew into basically him getting a bunch of players, like top-notch players, that come to his program. Like, so then of course Adidas and like other people was coming to him to sponsor his program. So then he started getting paid by the program. I mean, like Adidas or whatever, to like run his program. Then basically what happened was colleges and coaches, would basically try to pay him and the player to get the players to go to their program. So basically, somehow it got caught up and the FBI got involved and they did a sting operation on him.
Wow.
And he wound up getting caught and going to jail. And he's still in jail now. And he wants a new trial because he said that college players are getting paid now. And what I was doing wasn't really illegal. It was just against NCAA rules. But he went to jail. Wow. It's a documentary on Showtime. If you ever get a chance to watch it, but it was very interesting.
The big guy that the big, I guess, NCAA basketball player, I believe, was Ayton at the time.
Yep, Ayton was a part of that.
Allegedly took $100,000.
Yep, from Sean Miller.
Yeah, and I believe that's when Sean Miller got, I guess, released or
stepped
down from Arizona.
Yeah, what's his name? Louisville coach. What's his name? Old coach.
Patino?
Oh,
yeah,
Patino.
Right.
He was a part of this. Like, that's crazy.
So this one was like, among other people, like Chuck Person was involved in this, former NBA player. Yeah, this one implicated Arizona, Auburn, Louisville, Miami, Oklahoma State, South Carolina, Southern California.
This one was between agents. It sounds like that, and a USC assistant coach allegedly took $13,000 the year before, and Melton apparently allegedly took $5,000. And then he was suspended at the beginning of his sophomore year.
Yeah, it's whatever.
It happens.
I mean,
he's got plenty of money now. I'm not too concerned about it going forward.
And they were all making. I'm sure there are a lot more people are making money that we don't know about. I'm sure.
Oh, 100%, absolutely.
Before the NIL deals, so he got caught, and he hasn't had a bad track record since then. There hasn't been any concerns about his character from what I've ever seen or heard about him. So,
I mean, anyone's seen He Got Game? Like, that money's thrown at these athletes. It happens to anyone worth their weight.
Chris
in that point. So, yeah, he did.
So, I mean,
maybe not the former Sixer to compare to the Anthony Melton but but yeah, no, like there's so many examples of it. It is what it is. Maybe it happens less now that players are able to make money off their likeness, which is just far overdue. But
Zion,
I like the fact that he can shoot and defend. That's kind of my favorite thing.
I like the fact that all of the Grizzlies players are like saying like on his tweets, like we brothers for life. Blah blah blah. I mean, he probably was a real good teammate.
Yeah.
But he's already tweeted talking about what's the move.
Yeah, I saw that. All right, we're down to 5 more picks here.
I think the Warriors, I saw somewhere sending this upcoming pick.
Or am I wrong?
Somewhere.
Yeah, 55 they had already traded to
Milwaukee.
Who did they trade that to? Whoever it was, Rollins.
I saw Shams' tweet. Indiana traded number 58 to Milwaukee.
Yeah, Milwaukee is now, I think it's 55 and 58.
Okay. Philly, thank you. It's been real. To my brothers, we always Danny Green.
Yeah, that was cool. I am sad to see Danny go. I
like Danny.
I feel like he got too much of a. People were too hard on him.
Yeah, I do too. He just shouldn't dribble, but everything else he was good at. Yeah. And although it's not his fault, but it's Doc's fault for keeping him on Trae Young in game 1 after he was getting cooked.
Yeah, that's on Doc. That was never a good idea, even before it was attempted.
Yeah. So Richie does bring up Scouts then stated talking about when he was coming into the league. He's a good defender, poor shooter, not a 6-man type. Like there's a point there, but over the past 2 seasons, he has been a good shooter. If you look at not last season, but the one before, 41.2% on 3-point attempts. And that was on like a volume of 4 per game. and then 37.4 last year. That's on 5. Like, so it's definitely improved. And then there's still he's 24. Like, he can still continue to grow in this, but that definitely was the scouting report at the time. He's since overcome kind of those shooting demons, as it were. I know it's kind of hard to think about in the context of like the Philadelphia 76ers when you have players like Ben Simmons and Matisse Thybulle. But yes, players can get better at shooting. That's what Anthony Melton has done. And I think he's going to shoot well in Philadelphia next year, kind of get over that curse of players come and forget how to shoot once they get into Philly.
I hope so. I definitely hope so. I do like the fact, like, when we talk about like the debate with this draft was a little bit like whether it's a prospect for the future versus a win now veteran. He kind of is a little bit of both, Anthony Melton. Like, he's ready to compete now, but he's still far from like tapping his ceiling, and his best days are still to come. So I think that's a nice kind of middle ground that they struck.
And I believe that in, I guess, what, 2 summers from now, I guess next 2 summers it is. They should have the bird rights to him, so they would be able to give him more money than anyone as well. So since it was via trade, so that could, if he does do well, they could offer him maybe, I don't know, I would assume maybe in the 15 mil range, 15 to 18.
Probably.
I guess if that progression continues and he is the player that we believe he will be, I think it's not out of the question to get the 15 to 18, and then that's just kind of up to Josh Harris and company paying how much they want to pay the luxury tax.
And if he's the player that he is now, I mean, that's probably still worth 10 to arguably 15 at that point too. So
right,
I think either way, even if this is who Anthony Melton is, which there is a chance of, but I think he can get better. I think that he's a player who theoretically could be in Philadelphia for a while.
And if not, like we mentioned before, very tradable contract at around $8 million.
Oh yeah. Well, there haven't been too many. We didn't want to trade Seth Curry until we did. We didn't want to trade Danny Green until we did. But to have a really movable contract like Melton is a nice luxury to have. Because whether you just trade Melton himself or you combine him with a smaller deal like a Furkan Korkmaz or whatever the case may be, like, that's value right there, because you have not only just the salary to match, because Danny Green was just the salary, but when you have Anthony Melton, you have the salary plus actually the value from the player. That comes from the youth. That comes from what he's able to do on the court as well. Like, there's a lot to like with. And one thing I want to go over real quick is actually the Anthony Melton's playoff numbers. So this is my only concern, is that he really kind of lessened in the playoffs. He wasn't as much of a postseason player for Memphis, and I think Memphis, they kind of struggled a little fair bit in the playoffs, so maybe that's just overall Memphis youth there. But that's my next ask from him. It's not necessarily regular season growth, but I want to see postseason growth, and I want to see him because I know he'll get the opportunity to be a postseason contributor in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's certainly what they're going to be looking for. So, I mean, I'm kind of by the mindset of, like, his skill set is something that's been drastically missing on this team. Just a pop of athleticism, a pop of effort, a guy that will get up and down the court, up and down vertically. Just everything that he does is a way that, like, they don't have in that type of role player. So even kind of him at the worst version of himself is something that I think will be impactful.
Yeah. As far as the Villanova Wildcats are concerned, I don't believe a single Wildcat's been taken. Is that right?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no. It's it looks like undrafted for them. Jermaine Samuel's, probably the most interesting player, I would imagine. I know Connor Gillespie had like a couple workouts, but just between the age and the many holes in his game, I don't know. This isn't the year for Villanova as far as the NBA draft is concerned. But check it in future years, because I know they're bringing in a lot of good prospects. Wow, Portland, Jabari Walker, 57. That's really good value. That's a good pickup for Portland. I know. I'm a little upset about that, but good pick right there for the Portland Trailblazers. The penultimate pick of the draft, too. He was that close to being in range for Daryl Morey.
But hey, Ron Harper Jr. is still there.
That's true. Jordan
Hall.
Yeah,
he's one of my free agent targets. It's going to be For me, it's I guess my 3 undrafted free agents, assuming these all go undrafted because there's only 1 pick left. But it's going to be Justin Lewis out of Marquette for me. It's going to be Ron Harper Jr. And I do like Alanis Williams as another guy there who I'm just really interested to see if Philadelphia decides to pursue. Sean Bernard, like who else? Anyone else that you're looking for the Sixers to target in the undrafted market?
Yeah, I was just looking at the best names available. John Butler out of Florida State's a guy I really like a lot.
Yeah.
He's like 7'1", but he plays pretty much like a wing. Still super raw. He's 19 years old, but a guy worth an upside swing. Trevion Williams is an interesting name, kind of a power forward center from Purdue. A guy that was pretty much Jaden Ivey's running mate. Needs to lose a little weight too, so kind of fits the mold of like chunky guys we've been talking about.
Chunky
but
guys,
I like
yeah.
his game a lot. Michael Foster Jr., G League guy who has some pedigree, was a pretty high recruit, but he didn't really impress me.
I was going to ask about him because he was solid. I mean, the free throw rate's a problem, but and he wasn't a great shooter. But what was it that you saw from him that you didn't particularly like specifically?
Defensively is the thing that's like my biggest concern. He projects as kind of like a power forward is probably the position he'll be labeled. He's not good enough to be a real shot blocker. Pick and roll, he just got lost constantly, and he kind of fell into no man's land where he wasn't guarding either the ball handler or the roller, and that's kind of my biggest red flag with him. He's still a high pedigree guy. He was top 50 recruit. I think maybe he could find a way to stick offensively. He's got some intriguing skill sets, but I don't know. I wouldn't consider him one of my guys.
Yeah. So Hugo Benson is the last pick to the Milwaukee Bucks. Sharif O'Neal is going to play for the Los Angeles Lakers in the Summer League. Jamari Boyer has agreed to play for the Heat in the Summer League, and can only expect more teams from here. So that is the end of the NBA draft. There's definitely going to be a couple names I think will who have been mentioned in this draft and this draft show will be finding their way to Philadelphia for the Summer League. Before we go, Richie does ask, are there going to be any big stars that play in the Summer League? So it depends on how you mean. I think Charles Bassey's going to play in the Summer League. I'm almost certain. I would imagine Paul Reed actually might even play. I think there's a shot of it. Justin, you disagree?
Yeah, I don't think he's. I think Jaden Springer will play, and I think Bassey will play.
I think they want as much. Connor Gillespie, we're talking about Villanova. He signs a 2-way with Denver right away. But I think they want as much playing time for Paul Reed as possible, even if it's just like 2 games, a little bit here, a little bit there. Yeah, exactly. Just some exposure. But Charles Bassey should be the focus at center for the Sixers. Isaiah Joe better get a really big, thorough run. I gotta say, because this is it. This is put up or shut up time.
But do third-year guys
usually haven't given him any. I think a plane flew just incredibly low to my house because that was right in my ear, with the headphones on and everything. So yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on outside my house, but anyway, other exciting players you can play. You'll probably see Aaron Henry come back. I think that you might see some. What's that?
Charlie Brown Jr. maybe.
Charlie Brown Jr. I hope comes back. Thinking about some of the blue coat guys.
Shaq Harrison,
Miles Powell, maybe.
Miles Powell's a guy that I hope. Miles Powell's a cool dude, man. He's fantastic. I hope he's around for it. I'll be honest.
Yes, semi-local guy too. He went to Seton Hall.
Yeah.
Maybe a friend of the pod, Grant Riller.
Yeah. So Grant Riller, he did have a workout with the Sixers. I gotta text Grant again. He's been working out for a few too many teams for my liking. I know he's trying to grind out there, but I need you in Philadelphia, Grant. So I hope so. I think that if he does sign with the Sixers, which is my obvious hope, and I think he'd be a great fit in Philadelphia. That's who I want for one of the 2-way contracts. Is definitely Grant Riller because he missed his chance. Yeah, it's a great story. All that's definitely true, but I'll tell you this: Grant Riller can actually play too. There's a legitimate player in Grant Riller, and I think the Sixers should absolutely be the ones to kind of unveil that. So if they do sign him, which I hope they do, It likely would be a two-way, though. I'd love it if they just put him immediately on a contract. Scottie Pippen Jr. to the Lakers. But either way, no matter what kind of contract he signed to, if he signed to Philadelphia, I do see Grant Riller playing in the summer league. So that's another I would call big star to watch there. And who knows? Maybe Jair Smith makes a return as well. We never know. We can always hope. He's playing in that. When is
The
that?
TBT. It's
TBT
going on.
league.
It's going on the same time as the summer league.
Is it? Okay, gotcha. I hope he comes back, man, at some point. I just gotta hope that Jair Smith gets that chance. But
Yeah.
Anyway, so on that happy note right there, we're gonna call that a day. A lot of prospects, been on for 4.5 hours now. I appreciate anyone and everyone who stayed here with us. Great time talking prospects. Great time talking to Anthony Melton. Huge addition for the Sixers. Thank you so much, guys, for joining me on the show. And so, Sean Bernard, let's start with you. Just for anyone out there listening, where obviously Philly Sports Network, but plug anything else that you feel like, man.
Yeah, you can check out my written work on Philly Sports Network and Clutch Points. I'm sure I'll have a bunch of draft stuff or post-draft stuff coming out there as well for all the teams. And then check out the podcast, Pick Swap Podcast, on the Pick Swap Media YouTube channel as well. So we'll get our own D'Anthony Melton takes coming out Monday. So stay tuned for that.
Absolutely. Awesome. Justin, my partner in crime on the Baseline Scoop. That is Philly Sports Network's Philadelphia 76ers podcast, where you hear all things Sixers. Justin, obviously, Philly Sports Network, a lot of great stuff to expect from you coming up this year. What are you most excited for heading into the new Sixers season?
I'm excited to see how Daryl maneuvers the rest of the roster. Free agency is a week away, so I'm excited to see what's to come.
Absolutely. Sean Rodman, another Philadelphia 76er writer with Philly Sports Network. Awesome to have you on, man. Had a blast. What is your biggest takeaway from tonight, man?
Biggest takeaway is definitely seeing they're looking for two-way guys, for whether it's on the bench or in the starting lineup, and that's what they need the most, and that's what they're going to continue to hunt, whether that's whatever position they're looking for. Now they got a guard. Looks like they'll need to get a wing or two, preferably at least two. But we'll see. Hopefully, and get a wing, some two-way guys in there as well.
Yeah, 100%. Exciting time. I've been Zach Chavalella. You can see all of our Twitter @ here. Know where to find us on Twitter. Follow us there, and we will be announcing the winner of our Tyrese Maxey jersey giveaway over the weekend, so be sure to look out for that. Hopefully you entered, as now it's too late to enter, but you can celebrate with whoever won, or if you did enter, hopefully you're the winner, and you'll be getting yourself a new Tyrese Maxey jersey. So let's go Sixers, let's go PSN, and everybody have a good night.